Chapter 701. Personally, the sky gradually dimmed, and the lanterns in the corridor were lit one by the eunuchs, emitting a dim color. Wang Xuan and Li San were excited by Xiaoming's analysis. Wang Xuan's complexion was red. The emperor said that most of the grain and grass of the country of Wu arrived in Korea by sea from the mainland of Wu. As long as the seafood road of Wu was cut off, the army in Goryeo will be trapped to death. If the emperor wants to establish a trading port in Goryeo, he can use this to discuss with Goryeo and the Wu country, so that it can make both sides. Xiaoming had a smile on his face. For him, all he needed was the market of Korea, and he had no interest in occupying Korea, because once it falls into a land war, the cost of the war will be huge. Now the industrialization of the 6 states has just begun, and he does not have enough materials and money to occupy a country. In fact, in the colonial wars of the maritime era, no Western powers completely occupied the colonies. In fact, they only established a small number of ports in colonial countries, signed indefinite treaties, used these ports as export destinations for commodities, and then threatened the colonial countries with force to formulate policies that suit their interests. During their occupation, they generally would not interfere too much in the internal affairs of colonial countries, and would only support the powerful to rule the colonies on behalf of their own interests. Of course, there are exceptions to everything. For example, India's Assam was completely reduced to a British colony. But even so, Britain did not participate in 2 specific national affairs, that sucked the economic resources of this region back to Britain like blood-sucking. State management is still too lazy to bother. Therefore, the fundamental purpose of colonization is to absorb economic benefits from the colonized country, not to occupy the land. Once the cause and effect are reversed, it may be enough to drag the country down by falling into the quagmire of war. The longer Xiaoming stayed in the position of the emperor, the more he could realize the limits of a country's power. It is already very difficult to project power to the world, and it is even more difficult to occupy the whole world, so he decided to adopt Britain first. Colonial style, accumulation of primitive capital. After all, nothing can be done without money. After pondering for a while, he said to Wang Xuan, "It's too early to fight a battle. Neither Goryeo nor Wu will have talks with Daeguo. You let the secret guards in Goryeo keep an eye on the news of Goryeo and keep intelligence pass it back." "Yes, the emperor." Wang Xuan nodded. Speaking of the secret guard news, Xiaoming continued to ask, "How is your investigation into the case of the Intrepid being shelled?" Back to the emperor. The next official sent back information from Nagasaki's eyeliner. On the 2nd day after the Intrepid was shelled, a British warship arrived in Nagasaki, the country of Japan. This British warship was allegedly called the Duke. Sure enough, I went to the country of Japan. Xiaoming looked at the country of Japan on the map. The history is always surprisingly similar. Now Xiaoming understands this deeply. With the help of the Dutch, the Japanese nation in this time and space has established a powerful firearms force. Now the British once again extended an olive branch to the Japanese nation, with only one purpose, which is to use the Japanese nation to balance the balance of East Asia. Have you heard about their specific cooperation? Xiaoming asked. No, the British went ashore and met Nobunaga Yamada directly. We couldn't get in touch. Wang Xuan was a little regretful, but the eyes of the Wu country were often maritime merchants, and they couldn't reach the top. Your secret guards need to increase their investment in the Japanese country, and even build a professional work. You can even buy some Japanese people into the work. Xiaoming reminded. In modern times, the Japanese nation is very good at spying warfare. During each war, the Japanese nation will send a large number of spies to collect information. It is said that the map of the Japanese people during the anti-Japanese war was even more detailed than the map. Coming from modern times, Xiaoming naturally cannot give this advantage to the Japanese nation, so he must start a spy war in advance to collect all-round intelligence on the Japanese nation. Wang Xuan was a little embarrassed. He said, "The emperor, the lower officials also think But this silver. Xiaoming was a little embarrassed when he heard this. Although he thought a lot, he couldn't do it without enough money. Thinking of this strengthened his aspirations to set up industries and colonize the world. After coughing, he said to Wang Xuan, "I will try to allocate some silver for you." Wang Xuan then showed a look of joy. After giving Wang Xuan a reassurance, Xiaoming looked at Li San, and he said, "Li San, this reform will be implemented right away. I will stare at the few giants in King's. If they play something, you report to me immediately." "Yes." The Emperor Li San nodded. After reporting the information, the two congratulated Xiaoming again before returning. Now the Queen's birth of the dragon has spread throughout Qingzhou city. At this moment, Qingzhou officials and businessmen kept sending people to congratulate them, and gifts were sent to the hall one by one. After a busy day, Xiaoming was also a little tired. It was getting late and he returned to the sleeping hall. Fei was a little weak now, so he wanted to accompany her more. After a rest night, Xiaoming woke up early the next day. Fiji and Pang Yukun were responsible for the implementation of the reform. His task was to promote the establishment of the industrial system and the development of science and technology. For him, both military technology and civilian technology are now deformed in Qingzhou, because everything in the past 5 years has only served the military, which has caused industrial capabilities to gradually fail to keep up with technological development. For example, for this smokeless gunpowder, although Lu Tong has mastered the production method, this kind of production still only stays in the laboratory production method, and the real industrial production cannot be realized. Except for this smokeless gunpowder, many chemicals in the laboratory are now unable to be mass-produced. The Xiaoming reform is to set up corresponding workshops one by one to realize industrial production under steam power. This includes not only the production of chemical materials, but also the industrial production of firearms and machinery. For him, the industrialization of the country has fallen behind, and now it is the critical period to catch up. After all, steam engines have also been developed in the West. With the industrial foundation of Western countries, once steam engines are used, they will be installed quickly. After a simple breakfast, Xiaoming changed into a casual dress and went to the glass workshop. At the same time he made a list of the science and technology of the country of Dau. This list contains the technologies currently available in Western countries but not in Dau. Now Lin Wentao and others are busy, and there are some things that can only be done by the Emperor himself, and he is also quite good at it. The first place he went to today was the glass workshop. The same tools were produced in the glass workshop a few times ago, but it should be manufactured at this time. Although this thing has nothing to do with war, it is very beneficial to the development of science and technology. Chapter 702 Thermometer Emperor, this is what you want. In the glass workshop, the supervisor handed a short glass rod to Xiaoming, and there was an obvious white mark in the middle of the glass rod. This thing is the purpose of Xiaoming's coming here, and he is a thermometer. The earliest thermometer in history was invented by the Italian scientist Galileo in 1593. This kind of thermometer has an open glass tube at one end, and a walnut-sized glass bulb at the other end. When using the thermometer, the glass bulb is heated first, and then the glass tube is inserted into the water. At this time, as the temperature changes, the water surface in the glass tube will move up and down, and the temperature can be judged according to how much it moves. It can be said that the thermometer at this stage was filled with water. Then in the 17th century, France reduced the volume of the glass bulb and changed the temperature measurement material to mercury. This is the embryonic form of the later generations of thermometers. Then the Dutch Warren Hyatt used alcohol in 1709 and mercury as a measuring substance in 1714 to create a more accurate thermometer. This is the development history of thermometers. With the birth of the thermometer, the Celsius and Fahrenheit standards were also born. Although the thermometer is only a small invention, this small invention is very important, because the thermometer can test the specific temperature value. In fact, this kind of glass mercury thermometer is not so precise and complicated. The steps are generally to manufacture the hollow glass tube first, which is not too difficult for the current glass workshop. As for the mercury bubble and the small bubble that acts as a partition in this thermometer, it is nothing more than glass blowing. After making the glass rod, fill it with mercury, then heat and seal the glass tube in a low-pressure environment, and then heat the seal. At this time, the mercury part is at the other end, and the thermal conductivity of the glass is not good, so it basically does not affect the mercury. After these actions are completed, the scale is marked. This work is also very simple because Xiaoming has a ready-made standard reference. The Celsius standard can come, and he is also preparing to adopt degrees Celsius as the future temperature standard for the country. Now the thermometer in his hand is used to measure the human body temperature. His purpose is to use the human body thermometer to establish the temperature standard of the country, so that he can produce industrial thermometers and still promote the temperature standard. In his opinion, whether it is the steel industry or the smelting industry, the temperature control in the production process is very strict. Accurate temperature control can improve the quality of industrial production. Therefore, what he wants to produce after the human body thermometer is an industrial bimetal thermometer. This bimetal thermometer works on the principle that two different metals expand differently when the temperature changes, and can be used to detect the temperature during industrial production. This kind of thermometer usually makes the metal sheet into a spiral shape. When the temperature of the multi-layer metal sheet changes, the metal of each layer expands or contracts differently, which will cause the spiral roll to roll up or loosen. Because one end of the spiral coil is fixed and the other end is connected with a pointer that can rotate freely, when the bimetallic piece feels the temperature change, the pointer can indicate the temperature on a circular graduation scale. For him, this kind of thermometer can be produced in Qingzhou at the current stage. As for the advanced resistance thermometer is still out of reach, but for him, it is enough to use. He only needs to give the watchmaker the structure drawing of the metal thermometer. This is not a problem for watchmakers who can make pendulum clocks. By the way, is there a microscope besides that? Xiaoming asked. This time he not only assigned the task of producing thermometers to the glass workshop, but also gave up the work of manufacturing microscopes. Compared with a telescope, this microscope is the other extreme, and he is going to make it and send it to medical school. The Emperor, wait a minute, this microscope was made by another group of craftsmen, and this will be here soon, the supervisor said. As soon as his voice fell, a craftsman came towards him with a microscope. Like a spotting telescope, the microscope in the hands of the craftsman is full of the quaint taste of the 18th century, with glass lenses and a metal body. After getting these two things, Xiaoming was satisfied. He said to Qian Defu, go to medical school, and let Huang Tingzi understand how powerful I am. Xiaoming was happy, and Qian Defu also became happy. Although he didn't know the use of these two things, it must be a powerful thing from Xiaoming's expression. After leaving the glass workshop, the two went directly to the medical school. After splitting Bowen College, Xiaoming found another place for the medical school, not far from Bowen College, which is the distance between two private squares. The high mortality rate of wounded soldiers in the Northern War made Xiaoming have to pay attention to the development of the medical school. If medical technology can keep up, it will not reduce the number of soldiers so severely. In the future, DAU will face more wars. At this time, it is very important to train a group of refined medical officers. When he arrived at the medical school, Xiaoming went directly to the medical hall set up in the medical school. On weekdays, Huang Tingzi would also treat the people here while teaching students. The Emperor Huang Tingzi was surprised by Xiaoming's arrival, and he immediately got up and saluted. Xiaoming asked Huang Tingzi to exempt him. He took out the thermometer and microscope and said to Huang Tingzi, "Old Huang, I am here today to give you two sharp weapons." Huang Tingzi was a little stunned. He looked at the glass rod in Xiaoming's hand, then looked at the microscope, and said in confusion, "The Emperor, what are these?" "Clinical thermometer and microscope," Xiaoming said. It is not surprising that Huang Tingzi does not know these, because now Huang Tingzi is still studying the few medical classics he gave, and has not yet been exposed to Western things. this. Huang Tingzi was still a little confused. Xiaoming said, "How does Huang Lao judge whether a person has the cold?" "Naturally," Wang Wenqing Xiaoming said sternly, "with this thing, I don't need to see, hear and ask to know if this person is sick. The emperor is joking. You don't need to look around and ask. How could the emperor know?" Huang Tingzi suddenly laughed. Xiaoming knew that Huang Tingzi was very confident, so he was always worried that he would be dismissive of Western medicine, so this time he came to let Huang Tingzi experience his unique medical skills. Hearing the words, he said, "Lao Huang only needs to take this thing to take the temperature of the patient among the medical officers." Then Xiaoming explained the principle of the thermometer, and at the same time briefly explained the knowledge of human body temperature. Holding the thermometer, Huang Tingzi's expression was very shocked. He half trusted every patient in the hospital to test their temperature. When he saw the temperature record of each patient, he was stunned. Chapter 703 Heavy Musket. Why? The Emperor. Why is this? Huang Tingzi muttered to himself, as if a demon was stunned. He learned to use a thermometer according to Xiaoming's instructions, and he could also read the numbers on it. A series of 37 degrees, 38 degrees, and 39 degrees correspond to the severity of the disease. Lao Huang should first see the patients in the hospital. After reading it, I will talk to you in detail. Xiaoming's expression was calm. His goal has been achieved, and Huang Tingzi's doubts aroused through the use of the thermometer, and the subsequent teaching of Western medicine theory should go smoothly. Huang Tingzi was taken aback for a moment. Only then did he realize that there were 3 patients waiting for him in the hospital, and he immediately returned to his seat for a consultation. After sending off the 3 people, Huang Tingzi immediately seemed a little impatient. Xiaoming was still very calm. He said, "Old Huang, let's go to the school of the medical school. I and old Huang will talk about this medical technique in detail." "Yes." The Emperor. Huang Tingzi now has an indescribable admiration in his heart besides the respect between the Emperor and his ministers to Xiaoming. In his view, Xiaoming is not only an emperor, but also a master of medicine. The two arrived at an vacant school. At this time, Xiaoming introduced the function of the thermometer to Huang Tingzi in detail through the technology spa, and also explained the relationship between human body temperature and injury. The normal armpit temperature of the human body is 36 degrees to 37 degrees. Generally speaking, fever is divided into geothermal, moderate heat, high fever, super high fever. Huang Tingzi has been attentive and the process of Xiaoming's narration. With the help of the technology spa, he simply remembered what Xiaoming said. Unexpectedly, there is still such a magical thing in the world. The old man has lived a lifetime, but it's really a waste of life. Huang Tingzi's expression was excited, and he looked a little fanatical. He thought he was at the pinnacle of medical skills, but now he realized that he was just touching some fur. This is just the simplest medical technique. As far as I know, if you master more superior medical techniques, you can even save people's lives, start a furnace to remove foreign bodies in their heads, and help pregnant women with dystocia to take out their fetuses without hurting their lives. Xiao Ming continued to stimulate Huang Tingzi. If the thermometer only surprised Huang Tingzi, Xiaoming's words shocked Huang Tingzi, because several things Xiaoming said were no different from murder in his opinion. The old man knows he is ignorant, and he hopes the emperor can give some advice. Huang Tingzi's attitude has become extremely humble now. There was a smile on Xiaoming's mouth. Huang Tingzi used to rely on his medical skills to be somewhat arrogant. Now he has been taught a few words by him. Only then did he understand that there is a sky outside the world, and there are people outside the world. Lao Huang doesn't need to belittle himself. Dau's medicine has its own advantages. If Huang Lao is interested in what I said, I will spare more time to discuss medical skills with Huang Lao. Xiaoming was full of confidence. After all, the existence of the technology spa made him a mobile library. The old man can't ask for it. Huang Tingzi immediately danced with excitement. After talking about the thermometer, Xiaoming gave him the microscope to Huang Tingzi, asked him to put the microscope in the laboratory, and explained the function of the microscope. Huang Tingzi's interest in Western medicine was initially aroused, and Xiaoming didn't stay much. He was going to go back and write some Western medicine theories, and give him some explanations while handing over the books to Huang Tingzi in a few days. When Xiaoming left, Huang Tingzi's expression immediately became weird. He looked at it, and after seeing Xiaoming and his party walking away, he immediately ran all the way to the laboratory. He didn't look like a person in his 50s. When he arrived in the laboratory, he immediately picked up the thermometer to take his body temperature, and at the same time fiddled with the microscope in the same way as Xiaoming. Throughout the process, his face kept a childlike smile. Here, Xiaoming and Qian Defu went to the military workshop under the protection of the guards. He was going to check the production of firearms during this period. Although the Northern War consumed a lot of their ammunition and weapons, it was not without gain. After the destruction of King Yan, King Liang, and King Zhao, a large number of armor, swords, arquebus and artillery were set up for him. Among them, the armor and swords were sent to the steel workshop for smelting, but the matchlock and artillery were sent to the military workshop to be rebuilt, so the military workshop is not short of materials. Emperor Xiaoming's arrival also shocked Song Qingping and Chen Qi, and they brought the backbone of the military workshop to greet him. On weekdays, Xiaoming rarely comes to the military workshop when he is fine, but every time he comes there must be something wrong, and this time is no exception. Shaking his hand, Xiaoming let the two of them exempt. When he came in, he found that the sound of the steam engine was more intense than before. Needless to say, there must be a few more steam engines in the military workshop. He said, "This steam engine is for you to use first. You can't be sloppy in making firearms. This time, I have two purposes. One is for the rifled gun." According to General Nu, the rifled gun was used during the Western expedition. The advantage to the matchlock gun is obvious. It can occupy a certain advantage in the range, and can even directly defeat the opponent's array. Therefore, I decided to install rifled guns on a large scale. Can your military workshop do it? Yes, Song Qingping said firmly. Now we have produced another 16,000 rifled guns, but if rifled guns are installed, the workshop can only invest more craftsmen to produce tapered bullets. Xiaoming nodded. The rare convenience of the rifled gun is a bullet problem. This is a consumable, and it is far from being produced as fast as a round bullet in a free-fall method. 1,000 craftsmen are drawn out to produce bullets. It is always possible for each craftsman to make and polish 3 hammer-shaped bullets every day. This is 3,000 bullets a day, and 90,000 bullets a month. This must be the case. Enough, Xiaoming said. Song Qingping nodded, and he said, it was definitely impossible to draw 1,000 people before, but now that the steam engine has left many craftsmen idle, it can make 1,000 people. Well, this matter should be handled quickly. Although Zhao Wang and Wang Shizi have been beheaded in the East City, and the enemies in this country have been wiped out, the powerful enemies outside the customs have come, Xiaoming said in a deep voice, and the barbarians have been. It is a thorn in the heart of Dao. If this thorn is not removed, Dao cannot be said to be a real rise. After a pause, he said, I have one more thing to tell you this time. From now on you will make this weapon. After all, Xiaoming drew on the ground. This weapon looks like a flintlock rifle, but it is much larger than a normal flintlock rifle, and its length is almost as long as a cannon. This is used to deal with cavalry charges. Heavy-duty musket. Chapter 704 Flash hired a heavy musket. Song Qingping was a little surprised when he learned the name of this musket. Chen Qi stared at the map on the ground for a while, and said, The Emperor, isn't this just a bigger musket? And this musket looks very bulky, it's not as good as using it. Hearing this, Xiaoming explained, this type of heavy flintlock has a long range and great power, and it can shoot a lot of projectiles at one time. It can even penetrate the armor of the cavalry directly from 200 or 300 meters away. The range and power of the artillery are, of course, it is very large, but the disadvantage is that it is bulky and expensive. This type of heavy-duty shotgun is easy to produce and can be operated by 2 people. The effect of using it in a car array will be better. The two nodded, and now they understood that Xiaoming's purpose for making this heavy musket was for car array defense. After a pause, Xiaoming continued, if you want to defeat the barbarians, you must go deep into the grassland. Using a heavy musket to match the car array will have an unexpected effect. At the same time, in order to match this heavy musket, you need to modify the tank. I hope the Emperor will make it clear. Xiaoming drew on the ground again at this time. The cavalry came to an end with the appearance of modern tanks and machine guns. Now he obviously can't make modern tanks and machine guns, but he can make heavy muskets and armored chariots. The transformation of this tank is mainly focused on two aspects. One is to increase the shooting hole of the heavy musket on the tank, and the other is to increase the blade stab on the outer armor. The main purpose is to prevent the barbarian slave soldiers from climbing. After defeating the barbarians with the car array in Jizu, he believed that the barbarians must also be looking for a way to crack the car array. For the barbarians, the simplest and rude way is to use the lives of the barbarian slave soldiers. To say that the population of the barbarian is only 4 or 5 million, but the barbarian has always liked to keep slaves, and this slave soldier is also in existence that cannot be ignored. Because of this, he considered focusing on building an armored car array during the next period of time. This kind of tank is equivalent to a mobile bastion on the grassland, and a heavy musket can be loaded with dozens of normal muskets at once. Projectiles have the same effect as shotguns. The combination of the two and the coordination of the musketeers and cavalry in the car array make this a heavily guarded fortress. After sharing their thoughts with the two agreed to the matter. Song Qingping sighed and said, the Emperor is ambitious, and the lower officials are admired. It's just that the border troubles of the northern grasslands in the past dynasties have never stopped. After driving away this grassland tribe, another tribe will become stronger after a few decades, and so on. During this period, Song Chang usually went to the Bowen Academy to read books. In addition to the manufacture of this firearm, he also read some history books, and he couldn't help feeling a little for a while. Chen Qi didn't know anything except artillery technology, but Song Qingping said that he was a little worried. The Emperor, Song Qingping's words are somewhat reasonable, but no one wants to settle in this bitter cold place in the north. The barbarians are willing to go. Xiaoming frowned when he heard the words. Chen Qi's words were exactly what he had, a headache now. The barbarians were different from the feudal lords Zhao and Yan. The vassals relied on collecting taxes from their own feudal countries to build up their armies, so losing the feudal country would mean nothing. But the barbarians are different. This is a half-herd and half-farming group, and its strategy is expansion and plunder. It can be said that the barbarians have already been on the path of colonization, but they are different from Western overseas colonization. The barbarians have always been on the Eurasian continent, engage in colonization. This kind of barbarian cunning rabbit 3 caves, even if he destroys the barbarian tribes near Qingbai Mountain. The remaining barbarian tribes can still migrate into the vast grassland, waiting for this land to reappear in a power vacuum. But this is intolerable to Xiaoming, because his goal is to solve the northern problem once and for all. Otherwise, he will suffer the enemy back and forth, and he will not be able to concentrate on fighting overseas for colonies with Western powers. Standing up and pacing back and forth, Xiaoming said, I already have an idea, and I won't give the barbarians a chance to breathe. Song Qingping scratched his head. This was not his responsibility, so he said, the Emperor. The lower officials just said casually, for the lower officials, trying their best to produce firearms is equivalent to hitting the barbarians. That's not bad. It is enough for you to provide firearms with quality and quantity for the army. Xiaoming smiled, and suddenly he remembered something, so he asked, right, I will let you study with Lu Tong. How's your flash hider? When the matter was mentioned, the expressions of the two became excited. Chen Qi said, we and Lu Tong have experimented in the laboratory 3 times and we have achieved some preliminary results. Simply put, we can replace flint with flash hats. That's good. You have to make the flash hider as soon as possible. Xiaoming nodded. He and Lu Tong have studied the manufacture of this flash hider many times. Because of this, the research on this flash hider will be like this. Smoothly, Song Qingping said at this time. The Emperor. The development of the flash hider is now 7 or 88. The next official is preparing to produce the flash hider style musket. This kind of musket uses only flash hider and paper shell bullets, and a flash hider is installed for every shot, eliminating the need to pour the gunpowder into the medicine pond with the flintlock. Xiaoming was not surprised by Song Qingping's words. For him, with the current industrial capabilities of King Zhu, he could only develop the musket to the level of flash hat type rear loading. As for the metal fixed-load bullet, it is the product after the production leap again after the Western power revolution. Now it is too expensive to produce. The huge bullet consumption will make him unable to bear it. After all, this bullet is a copper shell. According to his estimate, the cost of such a metal fixed-load ammunition is about 2 tons of silver. Therefore, under consideration, he can only work on the flash hat firing gun before the power revolution. After all, the flintlock gun has improved the reliability and rate of firing compared with the flintlock gun, and overcomes the unreliable firing rate of the flintlock gun, the high rate of blind fire, the slow firing rate, and the lack of tight air hold, and there is no need to worry about it anymore. The problem of musket failure on rainy days. If the army can be deployed on a large scale, it means that his musket is higher than the Western generation. However, although this flash hat firing gun is an improvement, it only has some advantages in the rate of fire and stability. It cannot change the mode of war. It can only be said that it has some advantages on the battlefield. I had this idea when I asked you to study the flash hider. Now that the flash hider has made progress, let's start, and the rule followed by the military workshop is to use 1 generation, develop 1 generation, and design 1 generation, so as to ensure weapons there will be no faults. Xiaoming formulated the rules for the military workshop. Yes, the Emperor. Song Qingping and Chen Qi said, bowing. Chapter 705. The fever caused by the steam engine. The roar of steam engines and the smell of metal filled the military workshop. Briefly speaking of the purpose of coming here this time, Xiaoming inspected the gun workshop and artillery workshop as usual. In the gun workshop, he focused on the production of cone-shaped bullets. The cone-shaped bullets were cast in a mold, and then polished and checked by craftsmen. The advantages of rifled guns are obvious, but the requirements for bullets are also strict. Unqualified cone-shaped bullets will cause disastrous consequences for soldiers. Therefore, after each batch of bullets are cast, the craftsman will strictly verify them. After the verification, the craftsman will insert the wooden support into the hole behind the tapered bullet, which is also to ensure the airtightness when shooting. Xiaoming said that each craftsman will produce 3 bullets a day is just a minimum prediction. After all, the military workshops now have mastered assembly line production. Different craftsmen are in charge of different processes: casting, polishing, making wooden pallets, and assembling. These 4 processes are carried out by the division of labor of 1,000 people. After patrolling in the gun workshop, he went to the gun workshop again. Long ago he asked Chen Qi to study the rifled gun. After exploration, the artillery workshop has successfully produced a rifled gun. According to Chen Qi, the production speed of the rifled gun is slow, but the range is much longer than before. Now the shell can be shot 5 miles away. Wu Li. Xiaoming was slightly satisfied with the data. Nulai is 2,500 meters. This range should not be lost to Western artillery. Priority should be given to the warships with this kind of naval gun. Xiaoming ordered, whether it was from the French or the British. Xiaoming began to be vigilant. The internal worries have not yet been resolved, and the external problems are coming. Xiao Wenxian really left him a huge mess, but fortunately, it is too far away from the West. It is impossible for France or Britain to deploy large-scale troops here. Now they are just playing the role of churn, making trouble in East Asia, and now his main enemy is the barbarian, the War Kingdom, Goryeo, and the King of Chu. And this was precisely Britain, and France wanted to use it to contain him. So with the cooperation of France and the King of Chu, Britain went to the country of Japan. Although Xiaoming was angry at the small actions of these two Western powers, he was helpless at the moment, but the world will not always be theirs. When the 6 states have popularized industry and the people's livelihood in the north has been restored, this is when he showed his claws. After inspecting the military workshop, Xiaoming and Qian Defu returned to Qingzhou City. At the same time, under the auspices of Fiji and Pang Yukun, the 6-state reform movement is also unfolding step by step. At the gate of the Qingzhou Chamber of Commerce, Zhu Liu and other businessmen were waiting for Li Kaiyuan to come out. News about private workshops in the newspapers had spread throughout the 6 states, and businessmen who wanted to get a share of the pie immediately flocked. In the past 2 years, Zhu Liu has made a lot of money from the white sugar workshop, and his family has become well off. He not only bought a large house in Qingzhou City. Not only him, but Zhu's family village also produced 5 wealthy families, all of whom lent Zhu Liu silver when Zhu Liu built the white sugar workshop. At that time, Zhu Liu promised to give them money based on the amount of money. Because of this, they also became rich and envied many people. Brother Liu, there are so many people here today. Behind Zhu Liu is a thin young man with a shorter head. His name is Shangguan Yong, who is also from Zhujiakun. Zhu Liu looked at the long dragon behind him. There were not 1,700 merchants who came to the Chamber of Commerce this time. He said, "This time it's dangerous. All of these merchants have a solid wealth. We may not be able to fight them. It is said that the number of steam engines is limited. You have to wait when sold out." Shangguan Yong was more anxious than Zhu Liu. Many people in the village did not participate in the white sugar workshop last time. This time Zhu Liu wants to set up a workshop again, and all of them have put their money in Zhu Liu. The purpose is to be able to get a share of this workshop this time. Touching his chest, Shangguan Yong confirmed whether the silver bills exchanged at Qingzhou Bank were still there. The money on his body was the savings of the whole village. If he lost it, he would sell himself and couldn't change it. Brother 5th and 6th, it's really impossible. You go to brother 3rd and 4th. I heard that brother 3rd and 4th has been transferred back from Ryukyu, and he has also been promoted to lieutenant. If you ask him to fight the relationship, the steam engine will not be stable this time. Already? Shangguan Yong said. Zhu Liu's face turned black when he heard that. He said second brother is a member of the army and cannot participate in business. If he is known, he will be expelled from the army. If you let me find him, you are harming him, my business. Whether you can do it or not, the second brother can't take off his uniform. This is an honor to our old Zhu family. Shangguan Yong smiled twice. I'm not worried. Actually, if I broke my leg when I was a child, and now I want to be a soldier, you see how prestigious the soldiers are now. I don't say that the government sends rice noodles at the end of each year. Soldiers can now give priority to many things, that is, buying things at the Qingzhou Chamber of Commerce store only costs half the money. Of course, if no one was willing to be a soldier before, it's okay to be a soldier one by one. Zhu Liu was a little envious as he said. It is said that the wars of the past 2 years have made many soldiers rich, and they will be rewarded after each battle. This has made many troops rush to fight. The soldiers returning from the village gave the family dozens of kills of silver at a time to confirm this rumor. When the two were in a daze, suddenly Li Kaiyuan appeared at the door of the Chamber of Commerce, glanced at the waiting businessman and frowned. There are a total of 100 steam engines sold this time, but it is said that the steam engine is actually a complete steam engine production line. That is to say, this is 100 sets of production lines. For the sake of fairness, the price is adopted for the sale of the production line. The tallest have to auction. You can now enter the venue to prepare. After Li Kaiyuan said and made a pleased gesture, merchants immediately swarmed into the auction venue of the Chamber of Commerce. Businessmen in a hurry passed by, and Li Kaiyuan showed a look of helplessness. In the past 2 days, he had quarreled with Lin Wentao over the 100 production lines. To him, the more the steam engine is, the better, but Lin Wentao prevaricates him back on the grounds that he can only sell the silver before he can continue to make it. He only got 100 sets of steam engines from the steam engine workshop. After a while, The auction hall was full of excited businessmen. Before coming, the government opened to them the official workshops such as the imitation workshop and the white sugar workshop. The role of the steam engine in these workshops impressed them. The profit-seeking businessmen immediately saw the value contained therein, and this is what happened today. Chapter 706 Business Law. The merchants in the auction hall were filled with seats, and the noisy sound was like a busy city. Li Kaiyuan stood on the auction stage and looked down. Cao Zhengyang, Ding Wu, and other great Qingzhou merchants were all present, and then his eyes stopped on Zhu Liu. After all the merchants were seated, Li Kaiyuan introduced the use of the steam engine. According to the plan formulated by the court, the four industries that this time mainly support are the textile industry, sugar industry, paper industry, and mining industry. Can play an important role in these four industries. Therefore, the workshops established this time are textile workshops, white sugar workshops, paper mills and mines. These are the four workshops currently supported by the imperial court. Depending on the type of workshop, the price of the steam engine and its accompanying machinery will be different. Li Kaiyuan introduced one by one. At the auction stage, Cao Zhengyang said to Ding Wu, "Brother Ding, I don't know which one you want to buy." Naturally it is a mine. Now the various ores in Qingzhou are not enough. If the laser workshop is established in the future, wouldn't this ore be even less enough? Ding Wu said with a smile. This is natural, but the price of this mine is not low. This steam engine requires money, this mine also requires money, and the court will not give you a good mine. Cao Zhengyang said. Ding Wu shook his head. The emperor is a very savvy man. The soup is enough for the court to eat meat. If we want to eat the meat in the bowl, we have to weigh our own pounds. Brother Ding said very much, but it would be different if it were in the UK. It is said that the merchants there are extremely high in status, and they can also participate in government affairs. I envy others. Cao Zhengyang sighed. Ding Wu wondered, really? How did Brother Cao know? Cao Zhengyang whispered. Although I am alone in Qingzhou, the roots of the Cao family are still in Linen. According to the news from there, the French and the King of Chu are now very close, and this thing about the western country also came from the palace of the Chu king. Yes, it is said that it is not only the United Kingdom, but also countries like the Netherlands and France. It is really unfair to think about the low status of merchants in our country. Ding Wu's eyes rolled. After the death of King Y, Ding Wangquan took the whole family and settled in Qingzhou. Now he puts his wealth and life on Xiaoming's body, so he is very loyal to Xiaoming. Therefore, when Cao Zhengyang talked about such a sensitive topic, he couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Brother Cao, now the status of Qingzhou merchants has been greatly improved. We should be content. The West is the West, but my country has its own national conditions. It's better to say less. Cao Zhengyang stunned, and suddenly laughed. He said to Ding Wu, "Where did Ding brother go?" Cao just said casually. The two were talking. Li Kaiyuan had already started the auction, and the first mine steam engine pump plus track and the miner cart totaled 200,000 tals. 250,000 tals. Ding Wu directly raised a high price. Compared with the time in Jinling City, the wealth of the Ding family has grown considerably in Qingzhou. Not to mention overseas trade, the dividends of these two wars have allowed them to make a lot of money, and now they are also rich. 280,000. Cao Zhengyang said casually. Ding Wu looked at Cao Zhengyang and said with dissatisfaction, "Brother Cao, you are really not authentic. Just now I was persuaded not to participate in the business of the mine, so I was slapped myself." Brother Ding, I didn't say not to participate. Cao Zhengyang smiled. Ding Wu was displeased. This Cao Zhengyang is now becoming more and more arrogant, especially after the promotion of Qingzhou's merchant status. This Cao Zhengyang is the most wealthy family in the country, and there are a large number of merchants around him. The taste of the business leader. It's just that his Cao family is wealthy, and their Ding family is worthwhile. Others treat him respectfully, but he doesn't need it. The inexplicable smell of gunpowder spread between the two. At this time, Ding Wu called for another price, and Cao Zhengyang followed. In a short while, the price was raised to 370,000 tals. When I got here, Ding Wu stopped bidding, because the price was too high. The first set was sold, and Li Kaiyuan auctioned the second set. What Ding Wu did not expect was that Cao Zhengyang continued to participate in the auction. Then came the third set and the fourth set. After winning 6 sets in one go, this Cao Zhengyang stopped. Ding Wu could only win the remaining 2 sets. Compared with other industries, the number of machinery in the mine is small and the price is high. In Ding Wu's view, this Cao family's ambition is not small. The two had a fight, and Ding Wu fell in favor. At this time, other steam engines also started to be auctioned. At this time, Cao Zhengyang had won some steam engines in every industry. A total of 20 steam engines were photographed, and Ding Wu took a total of 6 steam engines as planned. The auction lasted for 2 hours. When the sunset went down, all the steam engines were sold. At this time, the mixed business talents left the Chamber of Commerce one by one. Zhu Liu and Shang Guanyong were also preparing to go back. This time they did not come in vain and successfully took down the steam engine and the textile machine of the textile workshop, but their silver was also consumed. Leaving the merchants away, Li Kaiyuan immediately took the account book and went to Xiaoming's hall. He wanted to tell Xiaoming about the auction. The Cao family has won 20 units. Xiaoming has been criticizing the memorial since returning from the military workshop. Li Kaiyuan's words surprised him. The emperor, this Cao family's ambition is really not small. If this continues, I am afraid that the Cao family will monopolize all walks of life in King's. Li Kaiyuan said that in the past 5 years, Li Kaiyuan has learned a lot of modern business theories provided by Xiaoming. Now it is clear about monopoly. You are right, this Cao family is rich and powerful, and it is more than enough to buy our King's. Of course, he will benefit the most from supporting private workshops. But you must also worry that this is the country of Dau. No matter how capable his Cao family is, he will have to give it. I'm a human being with my tail sandwiched. After a pause, he said to Li Kaiyuan, if this is the case, you should sort out the business law and submit it to Pang Yukun. The 2 days have passed. In the morning. Li Kaiyuan opened his eyebrows and smiled, and he said, why didn't the next official remember it? This business law is the best way to govern these people and businessmen. Xiaoming glared at him. You are still a businessman now, and you forget that you are also an official of the court. This commercial law is a law tailored by Xiaoming based on the modern enterprise law and other laws for great chunking. Its purpose is to combat monopolies, speculation, and make the country difficult to make money. As long as this law is implemented, he can rectify a behemoth like the Cao family according to the law. Otherwise, it will cause trouble to expand the capital indefinitely. He doesn't want his own achievements to be stolen by these merchants. Chapter 707 3-Year Plan. I don't know when. The fine snowflakes suddenly fell from the sky. Standing in front of the window and watching this scene, Xiaoming felt in his heart that 1 year is about to pass. And in this past time he has finally completed the reunification of the Great Yu country. Li Kaiyuan noticed Xiaoming's look. From his point of view, Xiaoming seemed to have a soft spot for winter, and he didn't know why. The official will not disturb the emperor's appreciation of the snow, so I will go back to prepare the business law. Li Kaiyuan said, in front of Xiaoming. He was still a bit pressured. After all, he is like a tiger. Nodded. He said to Li Kaiyuan, I will choose the date to designate the Chamber of Commerce as the Department of Commerce. From then on, you have officially become officials of the Imperial Court. I have talked to you about the functions of the Department of Commerce many times. You follow these functions. From now on, you will be responsible for the jurisdiction of the commerce of the country. Yes, the Emperor. Li Kaiyuan replied, tightening his cotton-padded clothes and walking into the snow. This winter is getting colder year by year. Watching Li Kaiyuan leave, Xiaoming looked to the north. The winter of this year was even colder than in previous years. It is estimated that this time it will be enough for the barbarians. He can predict that livestock will freeze to death again in the northern grasslands this year, and this will make the life of the barbarians more difficult. The barbarians who lack food and clothing can only do one thing, that is, grabbing. From this, it can be predicted that the war between the barbarians and the Great Yu is imminent. After all, There is so much food output on this land, and the Great Jew has one more bite. The barbarians had to starve a few people to death. In fact, the history of mankind is nothing but a history of cannibalism. The difference lies in whether to eat others or eat one's own. The West chose to eat the people of other continents in the Great Voyage era, so it has the prosperity and power of the West today, and in the land of Great Jew, it has always been its own people eating its own people. After stopping to watch the snow for a while, Xiaoming redesigned the industrial planning of the 6 states. There were only 100 steam engines in this auction, but in fact, the steam engine workshop produced a total of 300 steam engines during this time. After getting this number, he ordered only 100 units for the merchants. After all, compared to private workshops, the most important thing is an official workshop. After all, this private workshop is to provide a variety of goods for the private sector, and it is the official workshop that can really guide the development of the country. In his plan, he plans to establish 2 more large-scale steel workshops, which are not in Qingzhou, but in Caping Prefecture near Laiwu and Yaozhou. Needless to say, Laiwu is the largest coal and iron producing area in Shandong. The construction of Laiwu Iron and Steel Workshop will greatly reduce the transportation cost of ore, and this Caping Prefecture was the Caping town in the late Qing dynasty. It is also famous, but it is actually contemporary Dangshan. This place is rich in coal and iron. He plans to build Caping Iron and Steel Workshop here. The vassals of these steel mills are naturally coal mines and iron mines, but in addition to these 2 minerals, Xiaoming also plans to simultaneously develop gold and silver mines in Luzhu. Coal and iron are for industry, and gold and silver are for finance. Taking advantage of this rare peace period, he wants to start industry as soon as possible. During the Meiji Restoration period, Japan became a powerful country in only 40 years. This was the time when Japan transitioned directly from feudal society to the Second Revolution in the West. So for Xiaoming, he didn't need 40 years at all. As long as he was given 10 or 8 years, he would be enough to let the industries of the country of Dau catch up with the West, and then the West would completely explode. However, in order to be able to concentrate his efforts on major things, he still has to solve a problem, which is the problem of population mobility in the country of Dau. In the feudal dynasty, the population was almost immobile, and this was mainly to avoid the unstable factors such as refugees. But now Xiaoming wants to engage in industry and capital, which will inevitably require a large population. The population of Luzhu is limited, and most of them have their own land. These people are not at all active in entering the workshop. Therefore, both he and the businessman in Qingzhou need a large population to develop industry. So at this time, he naturally hit his mind on the refugees who were born in the Northern War. The chaotic war over the past year has not only lost a lot of people in the north, but also gave birth to a large number of refugees. If according to the previous practice, these refugees had to return to their hometown to farm. But now they have 2 more paths. This is to enter the workshop. Thinking of this, Xiaoming accepted the pen. He wrote down this question, and planned to discuss it together tomorrow morning. In addition to this, he also prepared some other things, and he also gave a famous name, called the 3-year plan. The next day, Qingzhou City was covered in silver white by the snow that had fallen all night. In the dormitory, he played with Fu Er and his son for a while, and he took his 3-year plan to the Council of Political Affairs. After a heavy snowfall, the clothes worn by the ministers became visibly thicker. Xiaoming smiled and said, "Are all of you King's official robes wearing padded jackets sewn by the textile workshop?" Pang Yukun took the lead and said, "The Emperor, this padded jacket is thick and resistant to the cold." This year it is not just officials, but most of the people are also wearing this padded jacket. The veteran has lived in Qing'an for decades. I thought that Qing'an was the richest place in the world. I never thought that it was only 5 or 6 years. The people of Qingzhou were more comfortable than the people of Qing'an. The people of Qing'an were in the winter. Not everyone wears padded jackets, Fiji said with a smile. When the officials heard the words, Zhao Jun said, This shows that the emperor has a long-term vision. The people in Qingzhou live so comfortably because of the rich products, and the rich products are inseparable from commerce and industry. What Zhao Shangshu said is that Qingzhou is indeed richer than Chang'an. It seems that business and industry are also good. Facts speak louder than words. The officials echoed one by one. Slightly satisfied with the performance of the officials in the hall, Xiaoming presented the most important national plan this year. He said, "All the Akings are all sensible people. After living in Qingzhou for a long time, the merits can be clearly seen. The next morning, I did not do anything else but for the development of this industry and commerce. For this purpose, I formulated a 3-year plan." With that said, Xiaoming asked Qian Defu to distribute the printed pamphlets. Fiji and Pang Yukan looked at them immediately after they got them, and they were shocked. This pamphlet clearly records the major events to be done by the court in the next 3 years, from farming to commerce, from government to military affairs. This time, everything I want to say is in it. In the next 3 years, the 6 prefectures must strictly follow the plan above. If it can't be completed after 3 years, I will use him to ask questions, so I will take advantage of it. Now, just ask what you want. The officials raised their heads at this time, and they saw this kind of government affairs for the first time. Chapter 708 Xiaoming in 3 years. 3 large-scale government-run steel mills including Qingzhou Iron and Steel Mill, Laiwu Iron and Steel Mill, and Caping Iron and Steel Mill will be established to achieve an annual output of 300,000 tons of steel. Pang Yukan read out the content. The weight unit of this ton was also learned at Bowen College, but he still had no idea about the 300,000 tons, so he muttered, "What is the annual output of Qingzhou Iron and Steel Workshop now?" Less than 20,000 tons. Xiaoming directly answered Pang Yukan's question. So few. Fiji frowned. "Emperor, this Qingzhou Iron and Steel Workshop has an annual output of less than 20,000. How can it reach 300,000 tons in 3 years?" Xiaoming smiled. The 300,000 tons were of course not made up by Xiaoming indiscriminately. In fact, the annual steel output in contemporary Britain is about 300,000 tons. With the converter steelmaking method, he believes that reaching this value within 3 years is not a problem. Old Fch, don't worry, you just need to build the remaining 2 steel mills, and the output will naturally arrive. Fiji doesn't know much about industry, so I won't say more. After pondering, Xiaoming felt that it was necessary to explain the 3-year plan, otherwise these officials would still be confused. So he said, "This 3-year plan is mainly for culture, education, industry, commerce, government, and the military. The most important reform of its Chinese languages teaching is to popularize the spirit of martial arts and military training in the school. All students who enroll must receive learning from childhood. Military training, such as bayonet fighting training." Zhao Wenwen nodded and wrote down Xiaoming's words. He said, "The reason why the soldiers of the barbarians are so brave and good at fighting is because they have been riding and shooting on horseback since they were young. This is what the Great Yu Kingdom can't match." Xiaoming showed admiration for Zhao Wenwen. The head of culture and education was selected right, at least in thought. Zhao Wenwen was on the same line. The reason why he made this plan is to form a kind of martial arts culture throughout the country. In the era of great voyages, the nature of the world is a stage for robbers, and it is no less cruel. How to compete with Western troops? After all, Westerners are tall and majestic. In terms of strength, this is the disadvantage of the people of Dau. If you don't sharpen the bayonet in the skill, it is really tragic to fight the bayonet. After a pause, he talked about business again. This was the formal establishment of the Department of Commerce. His order to Li Kaiyuan was to popularize the business law in the 6 states within 3 years, and to establish a set of government agencies to monitor businessmen and collect taxes. In the industrial sector, besides steel, textiles, etc., there is also the expansion of military workshops. The output of military workshops can only cope with the domestic rebellion, but it is still a long way from entering the international stage. Therefore, in the past 3 years, military workshops there will be another expansion, and Lutong's gunpowder workshop will be merged into the military workshop. As for government affairs, he again refined. In addition to establishing the Department of Commerce, he also strengthened the Shafu supervisor, and handed over all the industries in the 6 states to the Shafu supervisor. In addition, Xiaoming also revoked the traditional fast-track arrest of government officials. From then on, there are only guard posts in the 6 states, and the guards will be responsible for the security of each state, county and village. The most profound change this time was the army. After talking about business and government affairs, Xiaoming looked at Nu Ben and other generals. First of all, he asked Qian Defu to read the award to the general, and then he said, "The army is the country's important weapon, and I have to pay attention to it. From today on, I decided to establish the military aircraft department to make decisions." Xiaoming and Nu Ben had mentioned this a long time ago, so Nu Bendiao was not surprised. The military aircraft department was talking about making war plans and issuing war orders. The officials of the military aircraft department are directly responsible to Xiaoming, and the generals under the jurisdiction of the Military Aircraft Ministry are directly responsible to the Military Aircraft Ministry. The purpose of such layered management is also very simple. It is to prevent the generals from privatizing the army, because the Ministry of Military Aircraft is responsible for all military affairs. This food and payment will naturally go through the examination of the Ministry of Military Aircraft, thus clearly telling the soldiers that they are eating royal food and also taking royal silver, which weakens the general's private control over the army. After an hour of dry mouth and dry tongue, Xiaoming basically explained the matter clearly. In order to make these officials understand and remember, he also used the technology spa. The emperor, the minister, understands. Pang Yukan now has a clear idea. The 3-year plan is to his appetite. He couldn't help but said happily. The ministers also understand. The ministers echoed. Xiaoming nodded with satisfaction. It's so good. After this meeting, Aking will follow the booklet I gave you. 3 years later, I don't want to be disappointed. Yes, the emperor. The ministers said loudly. After launching the 3-year plan, Xiaoming felt relieved. Today, he has said everything about the next 3 years. Then he can immerse himself in the matter of upgrading technology. After all, the following things are sufficient. All that said, Xiaoming motioned to Qian Defu and asked Qian Defu to announce his resignation. The officials shouted long live to retreat. Xiaoming and Qian Defu left the palace of discussion. However, the two of them did not go back to the hall immediately, but went to the palace under construction for a round. In such a cold day, the craftsmen were still working, and more than 20,000 people were busy. With the hard work of so many people, the current palace has basically taken shape. If this continues, it is estimated that he will be able to move in next year. After all, his palace does not pay attention to the luxury of ancient emperors, but pursues simplicity and generosity. After touring the palace, the two returned to the hall. After the meeting today, he completely relaxed. He prepared to spend more time on culture, education and technology during this period. By the way, take time to enjoy the fun of this ancient life. Novel.com. It has been more than 5 years since he came to this world. He has been living in fear, walking on thin ice, never having a comfortable day. Now that the dust has settled, his wings are gradually plump, and he is qualified to combine work and rest. However, when he was free, officials such as Fiji and Pang Yukan had a 3-year nightmare. After leaving the government, they returned to the government office and called the officials to a meeting to assign tasks to the 3-year plan. First, they selected a group of excellent craftsmen from the current mature workshops, and then Pang Yukan and Fiji jointly recruited refugees. These recruited refugees will follow the craftsmen to the mine, build coal mines, iron mines, and steel mills near the mines, and eventually form a city with the mine as the core. In addition to the mines, there are also some refugees who will be brought under the railway department, and they will build a railway network centered on Qingzhou under the direction of the railway department. The imperial court was too busy to deal with each other, and the people were also hot at this time. After the cruel war, a big development spreading across the 6 states is about to come. Chapter 709 Capital budding in Zujia village. Zuliu was generally surrounded by stars. Gong Ayu. Yesterday, he lived up to expectations and won a steam engine textile production line, which really excited the people of Zujia village. Brother 5th and 6th, when the people from the steam engine workshop will come over, the money will also be given, and it won't be a little numb. Shangwen Yong was a little anxious. He couldn't wait to let the textile workshop move now. Hearing this, Zuliu said calmly, "What anxious? The land of this government has not yet come down, and the steam engine is just a decoration." Shangwen Yong scratched his head. He then asked, "Brother Wu and Liu, have you seen this steam engine? This thing can really spin." "Of course I have seen it. I personally went to the textile workshop in Kingzhou for this. I'm not afraid to tell you that this steam engine production line is worth thousands of people weaving." Zuliu knew that the people in the village believed in him for the money, so he didn't dare to be careless about this matter. Thousands of people. Baeksun and Zhujiakun looked at each other, and then everyone's eyes showed ecstasy. A group of people were discussing. At this time, Zuliu's father appeared at the entrance of the village, and the villagers immediately ran over. Zuliu ran the fastest. When he arrived in front of his father, Zuliu asked, "Father, what do you say about this workshop land?" Zuliu's father had a dark face and seemed to be very angry. He didn't say anything, just sighed heavily. Zuliu's face was sallow when he saw this. All 6 states are aware of this reform. The government decree passed to all states and counties clearly stipulated that the free workshop land should be leased for 5 years to the businessman who opened the workshop. Because of this decree, Zuliu made up his mind to open another textile workshop. The government doesn't give the land? Anger suddenly filled Shangwen Yong's body, and he shouted, "What can I do now? The steam engine is also bought. Our money is only enough to buy some cotton. Now the whole village is finished." Zuliu was more anxious than Shangwen Yong. He said in a panic, "I'm going to Pangshufu." He said this. How can this government deceive people? Puff. Ha ha ha. Just when the villagers were filled with outrage, Zuliu's father suddenly laughed loudly. He took a contract from his arms and said to Zuliu, "You are deceived. This place government has been approved outside Kingzhou City." "Father, when is this? You are still here to cheat us." Zuliu rolled his eyes angrily. His father always liked to play tricks, but this time he didn't want to get caught in the tricks he was given to him. The people of Zujia village relax at this time. Shangwen Yong's expression turned from cloudy to sunny, and he said, "This reform was carried out by the emperor. I said no one would dare to mess around." Zuliu's father stopped laughing and said, "Don't be happy too early. This place is down, but the house in this workshop needs the efforts of the villagers to build it. It's not easy. Now there is nothing wrong in winter, as long as there is money to take in the coming year. This is nothing at all." The people of Zujia village rushed to say. Zuliu nodded. At this time, he began to allocate things to the people in the village, partly to buy cement and red bricks, and partly to clear the ground on the workshop land. This time the government office has set aside a large area outside Kingzhou City for the businessman, just like building a workshop area, and his workshop land is on it. Obtained by Zuliu's order, the villagers immediately moved and invested in the construction of the workshop. At the same time, Ding Wu, Dai Zixing and other Kingzhou giants have led servants and slaves to move on the land of their own workshops. "Brother Ding, I heard that you and Cao Zhengyang were not having a good time at this auction," Dai Zixing said as he inspected the slaves and servants at work. Starting from making cement pipes, Dai Zixing has now become one of the few giants in Kingzhou City. "It's really good that you don't go out. Bad things spread thousands of miles." Ding Wu snorted softly. He and Dai Zixing have always had a good relationship. After hesitating for a while, he said, "This Cao Zhengyang is a little ignorant now, and I always feel that he is a little wrong." "Incorrect mind? What do you say?" Dai Zixing said dumbly. Ding Wu thought for a while. He said, "This Cao Zhengyang is too ambitious. and he often speaks surprising words. It is said that he gathered a group of businessmen and often talked to these businessmen about Western businessmen's participation in government affairs. Dai Zixing almost yelled in surprise, "Does this Cao Zhengyang want to die?" The emperor's cancellation of scholars, farmers, industry and commerce is already the greatest kindness to us, and he dares to have such extravagant hopes. Yes, so I repeatedly refuted his inappropriate remarks, but I offended him because of it, Ding Wu said. Dai Zixing said, "If this is the case, I have to leave him alone. It's only a few years since the days are getting better and he will feel uncomfortable on his own. No, my father has urged me to abide by the decree, and don't be rampant. What I am afraid of is that it will make the emperor unhappy one day and we businessmen will suffer again." Ding Wu sighed, and then it seemed to sound. "What happened?" he whispered to Dai Zixing. "However, it is said that the king of Chu has reused the Cao family now, and it is said that he has reserved a seat for the Cao family in the Chu king's mansion." Dai Zixing was dumbfounded. Is this rumor true? So the Cao family is really participating in government affairs in Chu's fief? Ding Wu nodded. This king of Chu is afraid of dying in the hands of the emperor like King Zhao and others. Now he jumps over the wall in a hurry and listens to the French in everything, but his trick has caused many merchants to run over. "I went to Linen." Dai Zixing was silent. He said, "Even so, King Chu is not the emperor's opponent. He only talks about the magical thing like the steam engine. Does King Chu have it? So this King Chu is just a grasshopper in the fall. It won't last a few days." Ding Wu brushed off the dust that fell on his body, and he whispered, "King Chu doesn't have it, but he can buy it." After all, King Chu is still a courtier of the emperor. When the two were talking, more and more businessmen appeared in the workshop area in the north of the city. Some acquaintances stepped forward to say hello. They stopped talking about it, but talked to the businessmen about this workshop. Compared to the hot scene in the northern workshop area, the weather in Qingzhou is getting colder. With the cold current from the north, news of the changes in these 6 states also spread to the south. Steam engine? How is this possible? Richard looked incredulous. King Chu looked puzzled and asked, "What is this steam engine?" His expression gradually became dignified, and Richard said to King Chu, "The steam engine is a very powerful machine. With this kind of machine, a lot of labor can be saved. The British kept secrets from us for a long time. Only recently we learned that they have already used the steam engine in industry." The snail carrying home 2007/4/1522 hours 44 minutes 47 seconds. In Zhujia village, Zhu Liu was generally surrounded by stars. Gong Ayu. Yesterday, he lived up to expectations and won a steam engine textile production line, which really excited the people of Zhujia village. Brother 5th and 6th, when the people from the steam engine workshop will come over, the money will also be given, and it won't be a little numb. Shang Wenyong was a little anxious. He couldn't wait to let the textile workshop move now. Hearing this, Zhu Liu said calmly, "What anxious? The land of this government has not yet come down, and the steam engine is just a decoration." Shang Wenyong scratched his head. He then asked, "Brother Wu and Liu, have you seen this steam engine? This thing can really spin." "Of course, I have seen it. I personally went to the textile workshop in Qingzhou for this. I'm not afraid to tell you that this steam engine production line is worth thousands of people weaving." Zhu Liu knew that the people in the village believed in him for the money, so he didn't dare to be careless about this matter. Thousands of people. Baeksun and Zhujiakun looked at each other, and then everyone's eyes showed ecstasy. A group of people were discussing. At this time, Zhu Liu's father appeared at the entrance of the village, and the villagers immediately ran over. Zhu Liu ran the fastest. When he arrived in front of his father, Zhu Liu asked, "Father, what do you say about this workshop land?" Zhu Liu's father had a dark face and seemed to be very angry. He didn't say anything, just sighed heavily. Zhu Liu's face was sallow when he saw this. All 6 states are aware of this reform. The government decree passed to all states and counties clearly stipulated that the free workshop land should be leased for 5 years to the businessmen who opened the workshop. Because of this decree, Zhu Liu made up his mind to open another textile workshop. The government doesn't give the land. Anger suddenly filled Shang Wenyong's body, and he shouted, "What can I do now?" The steam engine is also bought. Our money is only enough to buy some cotton. Now the whole village is finished. Zhu Liu was more anxious than Shang Wenyong. He said in a panic, "I'm going to Pangshufu." He said this. How can this government deceive people? Puff. Ha ha ha. Just when the villagers were filled with outrage, Zhu Liu's father suddenly laughed loudly. He took a contract from his arms and said to Zhu Liu, "You are deceived. This place government has been approved outside Kingzhou City." "Father, when is this? You are still here to cheat us." Zhu Liu rolled his eyes angrily. His father always liked to play tricks, but this time he didn't want to get caught in the tricks he was given to him. The people of Zhujia village relax at this time. Shang Wenyong's expression turned from cloudy to sunny, and he said, "This reform was carried out by the emperor. I said no one would dare to mess around." Zhu Liu's father stopped laughing and said, "Don't be happy too early. This place is down, but the house in this workshop needs the efforts of the villagers to build it. It's not easy. Now there is nothing wrong in winter, as long as there is money to take in the coming year. This is nothing at all." The people of Zhujia village rushed to say. Zhu Liu nodded. At this time, he began to allocate things to the people in the village, partly to buy cement and red bricks, and partly to clear the ground on the workshop land. This time the government office has set aside a large area outside Kingzhou City for the businessman, just like building a workshop area, and his workshop land is on it. Obtained by Zhu Liu's order, the villagers immediately moved and invested in the construction of the workshop. At the same time, Ding Wu, Dai Zixing and other Kingzhou giants have led servants and slaves to move on the land of their own workshops. "Brother Ding, I heard that you and Cao Zhengyang were not having a good time at this auction," Dai Zixing said as he inspected the slaves and servants at work. Starting from making cement pipes, Dai Zixing has now become one of the few giants in Kingzhou City. "It's really good that you don't go out. Bad things spread thousands of miles." Ding Wu snorted softly. He and Dai Zixing have always had a good relationship. After hesitating for a while, he said, "This Cao Zhengyang is a little ignorant now, and I always feel that he is a little wrong." "Incorrect mind? What do you say?" Dai Zixing said dumbly. Ding Wu thought for a while. He said, "This Cao Zhengyang is too ambitious, and he often speaks surprising words." It is said that he gathered a group of businessmen and often talked to these businessmen about Western businessmen's participation in government affairs. Dai Zixing almost yelled in surprise, "Does this Cao Zhengyang want to die?" The emperor's cancellation of scholars, farmers, industry and commerce is already the greatest kindness to us, and he dares to have such extravagant hopes. "Yes, so I repeatedly refuted his inappropriate remarks, but I offended him because of it," Ding Wu said. Dai Zixing said, "If this is the case, I have to leave him alone. It's only a few years since the days are getting better and he will feel uncomfortable on his own." "No, my father has urged me to abide by the decree, and don't be rampant. What I am afraid of is that it will make the emperor unhappy one day and we businessmen will suffer again." Ding Wu sighed, and then it seemed to sound. "What happened?" he whispered to Dai Zixing. "However, it is said that the king of Chu has reused the Cao family now, and it is said that he has reserved a seat for the Cao family in the Chu king's mansion." Dai Zixing was dumbfounded. Is this rumor true? So the Cao family is really participating in government affairs in Chu's fief? Ding Wu nodded. This king of Chu is afraid of dying in the hands of the emperor like King Zhao and others. Now he jumps over the wall in a hurry and listens to the French in everything, but his trick has caused many merchants to run over. "I went to Linen." Dai Zixing was silent. He said, "Even so, King Chu is not an opponent of the emperor. He only talks about such a magical thing as a steam engine. Does King Chu have it? So this King Chu is just an autumn grasshopper. It won't last a few days." Ding Wu brushed off the dust that fell on his body, and he whispered, "King Chu doesn't have it, but he can buy it." After all, King Chu is still a courtier of the emperor. When the two were talking, more and more businessmen appeared in the workshop area in the north of the city. Some acquaintances stepped forward to say hello. They stopped talking about it, but talked to the businessman about this workshop. Compared to the hot scene in the northern workshop area, the weather in Kingzhou is getting colder. With the cold current from the north, news of the changes in these 6 states also spread to the south. Steam engine? How is this possible? Richard looked incredulous. King Chu looked puzzled and asked, "What is this steam engine?" His expression gradually became dignified, and Richard said to King Chu, "The steam engine is a very powerful machine. With this kind of machine, a lot of labor can be saved. The British kept secrets from us for a long time. Only recently we learned that they have already used the steam engine in industry." Chapter 710 Goryeo Trend. British. King Chu was confused. He had heard more or less about Europe from the Ko family before, but now he found that he knew too little. Richard did not conceal the King of Chu. After all, the King of Chu paid him a very good salary during this period, so he explained, "In fact, there has been a steam engine in the UK, but the steam engine was almost useless at that time. People in the country don't care." He recalled for a while and he continued, "But no one thought that the British had secretly improved the steam engine and used it in the textile industry. Whether it was the Dutch, the Spanish, or the French, they were all deceived by the British. We didn't know until recently that they sold steam engines to other countries at high prices. This cunning British guy." When the King of Chu heard this, he couldn't help feeling a little nervous. He said, "It's just based on the news that this king got that this Xiaoming steam engine is not from Britain, but they made it themselves. This is also what shocked me." Richard frowned. In his opinion, this fact is a bit weird. He wouldn't be surprised if this was in Europe, but it happened in Dayu. Are they secretly organized? Richard frowned. King Chu became more confused and said, "What is this secret association?" Richard explained, "This secret association is a British association. At first, this association was composed of several stonemasons. The purpose was to monopolize the new technology they discovered. Later, this association attracted more and more people who wanted to monopolize technical people, and they also put forward the theory that science and technology represent productivity. At the same time, they began to invite more and more elite scholars to join this association. Gradually, the influence of this association became more and more powerful. Even our French Revolution also had their shadows. The King of Chu heard the cloud, and he shook his head. This king doesn't care about this. Since the steam engine is so powerful, can you sell some to this king? Ha ha ha. Your Royal Highness Chu is joking. This steam engine is very in demand even in Europe, and it is impossible to sell it to His Royal Highness if it is thousands of miles away from Europe. Richard denied the idea of King Chu. The King of Chu was a little frustrated, and there was more fear in his heart. Now Xiaoming's position is getting more and more stable, and he is still trying to push the reforms against the crowd. Now he has come up with a steam engine. He thought he would use the power of the French to surpass Xiaoming, but now the gap between them is getting bigger and bigger. With a snort, King Chu turned and left, no longer talking to Richard, but thinking about how to get the steam engine from Xiaoming's hands. After King Chu left, Richard's expression suddenly became gloomy. In fact, his heart had always been hostile to this British secret agency, because technology was originally the enemy of religion. If this Xiaoming is related to this secret society, he must treat it with care, but this also explains why the Prince of the Great Yu Kingdom grew out of nothing and mastered so many European technologies. In Kingzhou, Xiaoming of the Shu King sneezed heavily, rubbed his nose and he muttered, "There are so many people cursing this king." Behind this, it has been half a month since the last meeting of the DPRK. As time goes by, a large number of workshops have been built in the 6 states. Every day he can receive memorials from Pang Yukon and Fiji. For him, everything is advancing according to the established plan. With the advent of the steam age, political and military reforms in the 6 states are also parallel, especially for the army. While establishing the military aircraft department, Nu Ben made a major adjustment to the army in accordance with Xiaoming's plan. In the past, his army was divided into states, such as Kingzhou Army and Dengzhou Army. Now, in order to be able to command more unified command, He and Nu Ben are planning to establish 6 standing armies under the name of the Army of the Former's Great Yu. The 6 standing armies are the Zuo Wu Army, the Right Wu Army, the Kaini Wu Army, the Jin Wu Army, the Habayashi Army, and the Imperial Guard. Among them, the Imperial Guard is responsible for guarding the capital, and the other 5 armies are stationed from 1 to the 2, responsible for border defense and foreign wars. After this reform, his army will become more regular. At the same time, he has promoted many generals and let them lead the generals. For example, as the current commander of Jinyuwei, Liu Ohong was in charge of Cheng'an Mansion and the former Zhao Kingdom area. Lu Fu was commander of the Yuwu army and stationed in Yaozu Mansion, and Liu Oxin was stationed in Jinling Mansion as the commander of Zuo army. Qi Guanyi served as the commander of the Kainu army, stationed in Jieyongyu Prefecture to guard against the barbarians, and Lu Ming served as the commander of the Yulin army, stationed in Yu Prefecture. Xiaoming personally led the guards of the guarding capital of the capital. Of course, he was just a name, and the real team was in charge of management. In this way, he has completely completed the reorganization of the army, since the 6 standing armies will be under the command of the Military Aircraft Department, and the Military Aircraft Department is directly responsible for him. He ticked the memorial sent by Nu Ben, and Xiaoming put down the pen in his hand. The army is the top priority. After this reform, he believes that his army's combat effectiveness will be stronger. After all, every army now consists of musketeers, artillery, cavalry, and chariots. It can be said that the overall combat capability of each army is very strong. While he was thinking, Qian Defu's voice sounded. The Emperor, the emergency report from Deng Zhu. Hurry up. Xiaoming frowned. It was snowing outside. At this time, Qian Defu's body was bright and white. After shaking the snow, Qian Defu gave the memorial to Xiaoming. Opening the memorial, Xiaoming glanced at the contents, and a cloud of darkness suddenly formed in his heart. This memorial was sent by Yan as Wang Xuan provided. Gao Li actually sent battleships to pretend to be Japanese pirates to plunder in Dengzhou during this season. The Emperor, the post officer outside, is still waiting. The General Yan said is waiting for the Emperor's will. Qian Defu said. After the Northern War, Xiaoming followed the policy of recuperating and rejuvenating, and therefore curtailed the war with the outside world. Naturally, Yan knew this. As the saying goes, when the cannon is fired, gold is 10,000 liang. If the battle is opened, this is a matter of money. Picking up the pen, Xiaoming did not hesitate to tick the memorial. It was in his plan to clean up Goryeo. This time, Goryeo was sent to the door by himself. In his opinion, Goryeo must have suffered heavy losses in the war against the Japanese kingdom, so he thought of making an autumn breeze on his territory. It's just that this Goryeo was blinded by the lard. It really picked the wrong place. In the end, his strategy was to completely occupy Goryeo and classify Goryeo as a government. He comes from modern times, so he knows how much trouble this place will cause him in the future. Instead of doing this, it is better to get it right once and for all. Chapter 711. Overnight outside the Imperial Study Room, goose feather-sized snowflakes danced in the cold wind. As the chills hit, Xiaoming couldn't help but shiver. At this time of year he missed the warmth of the air-conditioned room very much. The only people who can warm here are the burning charcoal basin and the superwoman. After approving the memorial, Xiaoming asked Qian Defu to send it to the postman. Now both the army and the navy must get his order to take an offensive posture. Qian Defu received the memorial but did not leave. Instead, he said vaguely, "The Emperor, this day is really cold. I don't know if the imperial concubine can withstand the northern weather." Emperor concubine? This word made Xiaoming suddenly feel an inexplicable emotion. He glanced at Qian Defu. Qian Defu just lowered his head, accompanied by a smiling face, as if he was talking about it accidentally. Looking at the booming universities, Xiaoming muttered, "Qixiu, why do you think a southern woman would take a name with the word snow? The old slave is stupid. You can't guess this. Why don't you ask the emperor directly to the noble concubine?" Qian Defu looked around, as if worried about the appearance of the wall. The emperor, the queen mother now asks about the old slave every day. Xiaoming nodded, and he said, I have my own mind, and you will send the memorial to the postmaster. Yes. The emperor Qian Fu left in response. Putting on the mink velvet cloak, Xiaoming followed out, and it was time for him to get in touch with the imperial concubine now. In the past, he was deliberately indifferent to Qiuxue just to hang King Huainan and let King Huainan fight for him. Now the overall situation is determined. If this continues, the King Huainan will have opinions. Although he is not afraid of King Huainan, he does not want to continue the civil strife. After all, the most urgent thing now is to develop industry and recuperate. As long as these people do not rebel, they will be kept for the time being, and they can be easily dealt with in a few years. Snowflakes made a sound of tattoo as the wind slapped the earth freely, and Xiaoming bypassed 3 small roads to Qiuxue's yard. At this time, the maids and eunuchs guarding the yard were shivering with cold, and suddenly they almost jumped up when they saw Xiaoming's arrival. Then these court ladies and eunuchs showed ecstasy one by one. After a court lady saluted Xiaoming and immediately ran to the courtyard, running and shouting, Emperor Empress! The Emperor is here. Xiaoming was a little surprised. He didn't expect that his arrival would cause such a big disturbance, but he was relieved after a little thought. Sometimes he always likes to look at the things of this era from the eyes of modern people, but sometimes the customs of an era are not changed by personal will. Qiuxue had been in the palace for 2 months, and in these 2 months, Xiaoming would naturally be unable to lift his head from the court maid and who served Qiuxue. Because in the palace, whoever is favored, who is in power, usually they are not underestimated by other palace ladies. He was thinking about a beautiful lady who appeared in front of him surrounded by court ladies, which was different from his temperament that did not let her beard and eyebrows. This imperial concubine was white and beautiful, and her eyebrows gave a fresh feeling of southern Xiujiabi. Concubines, see the emperor. Qiuxue bowed her knees, with a trace of anxiety on her face. Ever since he became emperor, Xiaoming has become accustomed to the living environment of the solitaire. He has no sense of shyness towards the Qiuxue who met for the first time, but rather calm and comfortable. After looking at Qiuxue, he said, the daughter of King Huainan is a pretty woman. After all, he went straight into the yard. Qiuxue's face suddenly blushed. If it were an outsider, it would be trolling her. But the person in front of her was her husband. In the 2 months since she entered the palace, she was scared and expected, but now she is calm. Many times she thought that she was going to be the same as the concubines in the old palace, but she did not expect the emperor and husband to come again. Is the imperial concubine still used to living here? Sitting down in the sleeping hall, Xiaoming groaned for a while and only suffocated this sentence. He was not good at hooking up girls in his previous life, and he was also not good at getting here. I wasn't very used to it when I first came, but I am used to it now, and there are many things that King Zhu doesn't have and Huainan. Qiuxue's voice gave people a soft feeling. When facing Xiaoming, she didn't appear timid, but rather generous and whispered. Qiuxue's free response made Xiaoming a little surprised. He said, that's good, I've been busy with government affairs during this time, and I haven't had time to reach you. Don't be surprised. The concubine, the emperor knows everything, and this government affairs is much more important than the little girl. Qiuxue glanced at Xiaoming. She had only seen Xiaoming from a distance before, and she didn't see it very clearly. Now, after looking closely, she found that the emperor is in the wind. Chic and suave. Xiaoming nodded slightly, and then he asked some things about Huainan and talked about some interesting things about King Zhu. In the blink of an eye, the sky darkened outside during the chat between the two. At this time, Qiuxue asked Ming Yan, a court lady, to bring up the meal, and Xiaoming and Qiuxue had dinner together. Outside the yard, the rich man who went out has come back and is looking inside, with a smile on his face. He said to the who was guarding the door, the emperor will not go back at this point. It seems that he is ready to stay here. The at the door looked excited, and one of the eunuchs said, we are like Leng Gong for the past 2 months. but we are worried to death. But now we are finally looking forward to it." Qian Fu is smiling. Like the Empress Dowager, he has been worried for the past 2 months. After all, the Red Palace is only the residence of the Emperor and concubine, but it is a barometer of politics. Sometimes the Emperor suddenly warmed up to a concubine just to balance the forces behind the concubine. "Even if the Emperor is staying here tonight, don't raise your tail in the future, otherwise, depending on how I clean up you, the Emperor's eyes will not be able to rub the sand. Please be careful." He has lived in the palace, and sometimes the contradictions between the concubines are caused by these people. After waiting for another hour, the candle in the sleeping hall went out and Qian Fu felt relieved. Now he can always give the Queen Mother an explanation. The next day, Xiaoming was awakened by the sound of the wind blowing the window. He glanced at Kui Xuye, who was still sleeping, and got up gently. He drank a few glasses of white wine last night to warm himself up, and then he didn't know how to chat and then went to bed. But he knows very well that this must be his own initiative. Every man has a beast hidden in his heart, and he may become a beast after drunken impulse. What's more, this Kui Xuye is also a beauty. What's more, this Kui Xuye is his concubine, and he has no ideological burden in this era. However, since the confusion is done, he is relaxed. After all, it is not a problem to always keep a concubine cold. Chapter 712 Steamboat. The snow that had fallen all night stopped in the early morning, but the strong wind was still fierce, and the cold seemed to turn into a knife in the wind, making people's faces hurt. Ordering the maid not to disturb Kui Xuye, Xiaoming walked back to the bedroom alone on the thick snow. Fu just got up at this time and saw Xiaoming come back with a smile on her face. She said, "Has the Emperor eaten breakfast?" Xiaoming shook his head, and he found Fu's smile was weird, as if he had insight into everything from last night, but he couldn't keep it from being so big. Fu didn't seem to mention it tacitly. She asked Xiaohan to tell the dining room to prepare 2 meals to the dormitory. And then she said, "The Emperor, the concubines have recovered a bit these days, thinking of this women's school to walk around." This women's school was established by Fu with the purpose of training some talented women. Since the establishment of this women's school, Fu has been very concerned, always hoping to produce some talented women comparable to men. "How can this work? You can't walk around without a month's time, let alone it's very cold outside." Xiaoming refused directly. Fu said, "The Emperor, the concubine originally didn't want to go, but someone sent it this morning." After all, Fu brought a model ship to Xiaoming. After taking the model ship, Xiaoming took a closer look. It was a pure wooden model ship, but unlike other ships, this ship had propellers, and there was something like a steam engine inside the model. Seeing this, Xiaoming showed a look of surprise. "Is this thing made by someone from your women's school?" Fu shook her head. She said, "The Emperor used to say that women would not let their eyebrows be shaved, and the concubines seemed to be lying." Xiaoming was a little embarrassed. He said, "What do you say?" "If the male Emperor must laugh happily, I won't be so unbelievable now." Fu said, "Don't forget the Emperor. Everything in this women's school is copied from Bowen College." Xiaoming was taken aback. Speaking of it, he had never paid much attention to this women's school. After all, the current main force for him was still male students. "This is my negligence." "It seems that there are some amazing and brilliant characters in this women's school," Xiaoming said with a smile. Fu laughed softly, and said at this time, "Don't tell the Emperor. The person who made this thing is actually Zhang Liang's daughter." Zhang Liang's daughter? Xiaoming was relieved immediately. In addition to the eldest son, Zhang Liang also had a daughter born to a concubine. When Zhang Liang was framed, he let the concubine take his daughter to escape. Later, after he went to Dengzhou, he found the concubine and daughter. "This pair of Liang's children have some talent for shipbuilding," Xiaoming said. Fu actually couldn't understand this model, but it was a little weird to see that there was a steam engine in this model, so I had to take a look. Fu nodded, and she said, "Since the Emperor does not let his concubines go, then this will be handed over to the Emperor. The Queen should still recruit her into the government office and ask what is going on." so that the queen will not go out. He was inconvenient to intervene in the affairs of this women's school. Yes, the emperor, the concubine will let people call her. After all, Fuya sent someone to go immediately. At this time, Xiaoming sat down with the steamship model. The appearance of the steam engine led to changes in two types of transportation. One was a steam locomotive and the other was a steamship. For Xiaoming, the appearance of these two things after the steam engine technology is mature is something that goes with the flow, so this time Zhang Liang's daughter tinkered with him and he was not surprised. After all, many people have seen a steam engine now, and they are very aware that a steam engine can turn an animal's body. After breakfast, half an hour later, an ordinary-looking woman arrived at the bedroom under the guidance of Xiaohun. The emperor, this is Zhang Yan, the daughter of Zhang Liang. Fuya said. Xiaoming looked intently. This Kun and Zhang Liang were generally dark and similar in appearance. As soon as Fuya's voice fell, Zhang Kun looked at Xiaoming with false eyes, and then bowed and said, "Men's daughter, see the emperor." As if aware of what Xiaoming was thinking, Xiaoming said, "The emperor, this Zhang Kun has some inability to see things clearly. She looks like this when she looks at people. She usually takes books very close to read. Let's be short-sighted." Xiaoming almost blurted out that he was also short-sighted in modern times, and he had already noticed it. Fu showed a confused look, and Zhang Kun looked at Xiaoming strangely. Coughing twice to conceal his embarrassment, Xiaoming remembered that Kun had been summoned for the steam engine ship, and he would talk about myopia or presbyopia later. So he asked, "You made this ship model?" Returning to the emperor, "It was the women who did it." Zhang Kun's words were a bit blunt. Xiaoming nodded. This Zhang Kun gave him the feeling that he was the kind of ordinary-looking female academic bully of modern times. He bluntly said, "Can you let this kind of boat go in the water?" Zhang Kun calmly said, "If you can't leave, the people's daughter will not dare to give it to the empress." Fu became proud, and seemed to be happy that she had such an excellent student. Staring at Zhang Kun for a while, Xiaoming said, "In this case, I will give you a will. This will even allow your father to cooperate with you in producing this kind of ship. How about?" In the past 5 years, the number of naval warships has reached 52, and these 52 are all traditional sailing warships. For him, these 52 warships are more than enough to fight against Korea and WAG, but it might be difficult to compete with the West for maritime supremacy. As the so-called 10-year army, 100-year navy, the DA navy, which also rides the sailing warships, does not have an advantage at sea, and may even be defeated in large-scale naval battles due to lack of combat experience. Therefore, he has never regarded the sailing warship as the main force of the navy, and he has always reserved the position of the steam warship for the navy. After the last court meeting, he was about to participate in the construction of this steam battleship. Unexpectedly, Liang's daughter would take out a model of the steamship. The people are just a female stream. How dare to participate in such military affairs? Zhang Kun was a little nervous at this time. She was very afraid of her father. Without waiting for Xiaoming to speak, Fu said crisply, "Don't be afraid, since the emperor has ordered your general. It means that the emperor values you very much, and you are a student of this palace. This palace will support you, and hope you can fight for the women's school, lest this King Zhu Confucian student makes irresponsible criticisms of the women's college." Zhang Kun looked at Xiaoming, then at Fu, her expression gradually becoming firmer. Chapter 713 National Policy. The charcoal in the charcoal basin made a crackling sound. Zhang Kun gritted her teeth, and finally said, "Rongman's woman, give it a try." Fu smiled when she heard the words. She said, "That's right. The precepts of our women's school is that women don't let their beards and eyebrows, but the emperor asked this palace to write on the walls of the school. We weak girls support us, you just have to try boldly. If it succeeds, it will also win glory for our women's school and the palace." "Yes, Empress." Zhang Kun answered. When the matter was decided, Zhang Kun went back. Xiaoming said to Fu, "At this time, the queen has taught a good student. The emperor won the prize." It is not so much that the concubine teaches well, it is better to say that the emperor teaches well. After all, The ink in the belly of the concubine belongs to the emperor church. Fue is now more and more like a queen, said time is generous. Xiaoming laughed when he heard this. As an emperor, he was most worried about the fire in the backyard. Therefore, a qualified queen was very important to the harem. In this way, he would have the energy to concentrate on state affairs instead of being disturbed by trivial matters. Now Fue can not only get along well with Luluo and Asta, but also can assist him in internal affairs, which is really rare. My credit is there, but the most important thing is the cleverness of the queen. Xiaoming and Fue teased each other, which is also a way for the husband and wife to advance their feelings. With a faint smile, Fue pulled the words back to the subject. She said, "The emperor, the concubines have become more and more important in recent days. That women's schools are more important than women's schools in the field of war and farming, but the memory of this kind of learning is not as good as that of men. Lost to the man." The queen is right. This is why I asked the queen to organize the women's school. Now this women's school has achieved initial results, but it will continue to be run in the future. Xiaoming said. Fue nodded. When the concubine's body recovers, the concubine will keep an eye on this women's school. At this time breakfast was brought, and the nurse took Xiao Yi over. The two of them teased the little prince for a while eating, and Xiaoming couldn't help feeling a little as he looked at the pink and jade baby in the swaddle. In a blink of an eye, 5 or 6 years have passed. From the age of 18 to more than 20, the empire he aspires to build has just begun. Now he can no longer wait any longer, but has to speed up the process. After all, the technology contained in the technology spa is all-encompassing, and he also wants to conquer the stars and the sea in his lifetime. After Uixu a year ago, the New Year's atmosphere became strong. After living in Qingzhou for 5 or 6 years, he has become accustomed to the excitement. A few days before the New Year, he asked Fiji and Pang Yukun to issue some festival gifts to officials in accordance with the regulations, but compared to previous years, he was not so generous this year. After all, now he is not only in charge of the 6 states, but also the entire northern states and counties. The number of these officials has also risen from more than 3,000 to more than 30,000. After the new year, Xiaoming and the officials reinvested in government affairs. The industrial transformation has just started and they cannot be allowed to relax. In addition, he also issued a decree for comprehensive reform in Dayu at the Great Court meeting in the next year. At this time of the year, state and county officials would visit Qingzhou to pay him New Year greetings. This is the best time to popularize the reform. This time his implementation of reforms in the 6 states does not mean that other places in the country cannot participate in the reforms, but the current treasury financial resources are limited. He can only spend his money on the blade, and then he has a plan to focus on supporting the 6 states. But in fact, this decree benefits the country of Great Yu, and can be implemented by all states and counties. The emperor, many officials are full of praise for the changes in Qingzhou this time, saying that they will imitate the Qingzhou government after returning. Pang Yukun seemed to be talking about something funny in the imperial study room. I'm afraid it's easy to say, but it's hard to do. Xiaoming frowned, and the Dachao would let the officials understand Qingzhou, and Xiaoming also understand the situation in other prefectures. Unlike Qingzhou, the situation in both Jinling Prefecture and Qingyang Prefecture has not changed much. The people are still living in the old social model. Dayu is too big. Even in contemporary times, there are some places that modern civilization cannot reach. So he can only choose the coastal port area to focus on development. After all, these commercial ports are needed for business prosperity. The emperor's meaning and the old minister understand that this reform will not happen overnight. Although the minister and the people still have some resistance, if the 6 states develop, the lower officials believe that officials in other provinces will be much more active. Yes, you can't be fat with one bite, so you can't relax. Xiaoming reminded. Pang Yukun nodded, and then he said sternly, "The emperor." This time the veteran came to report something to the emperor. A Dutch delegation landed in Dengzhou and wanted to come to Qingzhou to meet the emperor. I wonder if the emperor wants to see him. A Dutch mission? Blair and the others? Xiaoming was a little surprised. Since the Dengzhou port was traded, Dutch businessmen have flocked to Dengzhou. Now there is even a small settlement of Dutch businessmen in Dengzhou. This is not the case. The news was that Black sent someone to the cabinet. According to him, these Dutch missions were dispatched by the Dutch parliament. The head of the mission was an earl named Brandon. Pang Yukun frowned as he spoke. It seemed to him that these Western countries were all weird, and he couldn't adapt to contact with these Westerners. Xiaoming nodded when he heard the words. Now that the cabinet has undertaken all the government affairs of the country, only things that the cabinet cannot decide will come to him. In this way, he can make the best use of his talents, and he can also spare time to cultivate talents and develop technology. But this is not complete decentralization, but he has been staring at them. You are responsible for the arrangements. Xiaoming is now determined to strengthen foreign trade relations with the Dutch. Black only represents the Dutch company, but the delegation this time represents the Netherlands. The British have now extended their tentacles to East Asia, and it is also necessary for him to strengthen relations with the Dutch to dismember this sunless empire at sea. Yes, the Emperor, the veteran, will make arrangements. Pang Yukun responded and turned to leave. Watching Pang Yukun leave, Xiaoming lowered his head and looked at the structural drawing of the new type of firearm sent by Song Chengping. Song Chengping named this type of firearm Fierce Fire. This firearm abolished the previous flint firing structure and used a flash cap to fire. This firing feature will give his firearm an advantage on the battlefield. Putting the drawings of guns aside, Xiaoming looked at the memorial sent by Fiji. The memorial provided Fiji with the current living conditions of the people in each province and the current handicraft industry in each province, mining, salt industry, etc. To put it simply, the current situation in Dayu country is very bad. This time the Northern War fought in rags in the provinces, the people's lives were difficult, and the handicraft industry and mining industry suffered heavy losses. The 6 prefectures with King Zhou at the core are also very expensive due to the war. In addition to the post-war disaster relief, the 6 prefectures now have fewer and fewer war preparations. Putting down the miserable data, Xiaoming clenched his fists and slammed on the table, confirming his determination. He knew very well that the Western Industrial Revolution was based on the plundering of the world. Abundant resources promoted the prosperity of Western industries. Prosperous industries allowed people to live abundance and made the country stronger, and the more powerful countries let them seize more resources. Therefore, the basis for the prosperity of the West relies on the word grab. Even in the contemporary era, the West has only replaced colonization by force with economic colonization. After understanding this matter, Xiaoming knows that without the support of huge resources, even if he has the technology spar, he will continue to encounter constraints. If this is the case, he naturally cannot let the West monopolize the world's resources. Chapter 714 Korean Evil. The weather gradually warmed after the year, and the snow began to melt at this time. The faint highlight reflected in the Imperial study room, but this did not bring any warmth to Xiaoming. Why should he be a virgin in this country when he collectively played the role of pirates? Now the country of Diau is very poor, but technology and military are not lost to the West. This is similar to the situation in Europe before. Those poor Europeans with muskets came to the American continent, only to find a group of indigenous people wearing furs and holding spears rich and rich. One can imagine what will happen next. As the saying goes, Feng Shui turns the tide. He should also get a foot in this great era, and if everyone in Dau can live a good life of Western citizens, it seems that he has to occupy a lot of territory. Looking at the map in the study with his hands on his back, Xiaoming took a pen and drew a circle on the maps of the Golden Horde, Goryeo, and Wa. It's time for them to recall their fear of being ruled by Great Yu. Dengzhou, Heian village. A fierce dog barking awakened Jiang Dakang from his sleep. He shuddered and immediately got up and looked around. At this time, the distant sky has already appeared for a while, and the sky is shining. It is the time when the night has not completely faded, and the day has not yet arrived. Korean. Following the sound of the dog barking, Jiang Dakang was so scared to sweat in such a cold sky. Not far away, A pair of vague silhouettes were walking towards the village. The number of people was about 200, counting them apart. At 100 meters, he vaguely saw the group of people holding weapons in their hands. With his heart pinched in his hand, Jiang Dakang was so nervous that he could hardly breathe. Years ago, they heard from people in the government office that Koreans pretended to be pirates attacking fishing villages. For this reason, Dengzhou Governor Yang Cheng-I ordered all the militias to organize patrols day and night. The militiamen in his village also started to act. Today it was his turn to watch the night, but because he was too sleepy last night, he accidentally fell asleep. Seeing the heavily armed Korean soldiers getting closer, Jiang Dakang couldn't care about anything anymore. He took the gong in his hand and struck it hard. The Koreans are here. The Koreans are here. The violent sound of gongs immediately spread throughout the village along with Jiang Dakang's cry. Suddenly, Heian village woke up, all the villagers ran out, and even some villagers had no time to put on their clothes. "Why are you knocking the gong now?" The militia captain Gao Shan was anxious and angry. Hearing the sound of the gong, they hurriedly got up and looked up and saw the Korean soldiers outside the village. Jiang Dakang was ashamed, and he said, "Das Han, I'm asleep." Gao Shan became more angry when he heard the words. He punched Jiang Dakang in the head, but Jiang Dakang was wearing a full set of plate armor, and his fists hurt, but Jiang Dakang had no reaction at all. At this time, other militiamen also gathered, all looking towards the mountain, waiting for his order. Gao Shan knew that it was not the time to pursue Jiang Dakang. He said to a villager, "You immediately flee with the people in the village, and the others put on plate armor and come with weapons." The militiamen immediately ran to the village militia warehouse. 2 years ago, the Dengzhou army handed over the returned plate armor and weapons to the village militia teams. On weekdays, they work in busy periods, and they wear plate armors and train with weapons during the slack. Outside the village, the Korean soldiers also heard the sound of a gong. The leader of the Korean general was named Lee Sung-ji, and he immediately ordered the soldiers to run to Heian village. Last year, the war country invaded Goryeo and lost half of the country. In order to end the war in Korea, the Golden Horde forced the King of Korea to pay the war country 1 million taels of silver and ended the war. However, the King of Goryeo and the nobles of Goryeo naturally didn't want to take out these million taels of silver, so they imposed taxes on the people, which caused people's resentment. Seeing the continuous rebellion in various parts of Goryeo, the King of Goryeo and the ministers discussed and ordered the plundering of Dengyu. At this time, in order to collect the compensation for the country, the second article was to intensify the hatred and make the people hate the country and let them escape responsibility. For this reason, the King of Goryeo and the nobles continued to spread the news among the people that the Great Yu state encouraged the Japanese to invade Goryeo, and this gave a legitimate reason for this blunder. Lee Sung-ji knew about the tactics of the King of Goryeo and the powerful, because his father was a judge in the Goryeo army. He looked at Heian village, which was getting closer and closer. He drew out his sword. Status, but if he can bring back 500 people from the Great Yu country this time, he will be able to stand out by virtue of military merit. Therefore, after King Goryeo gave the order, he took the initiative to participate in the plunder of Daewoo. At this moment, a battleship was cruising in the sea. The battleship seemed to have experienced many battles, and the arrows hanging on it could be seen on the hulls on both sides. In addition to the arrows, some places seemed to be pierced by sharp objects. These God-killed Koreans always attack the village before dawn. Sun Yidong wiped the blood from his hands. He was injured by the arrows of the Korean soldiers in the battle yesterday, and the wounds are still bleeding from time to time. Standing at the bow of the ship, Liu Chen was looking at the distant waters with his binoculars. After receiving the memorandum in reply a year ago, they patrolled the sea. During this time, they sank 53 Korean warships. It's just that this time, the Koreans seem to have eaten the weights and are as iron-hearted, and they continued to looting Dengzhou after heavy losses. It's not a way to defend passively like this. Liu Chen concluded that the coastline of Dengzi is very long, and they can't keep it airtight. The country of Dau has been accustomed to being blocked by soldiers and covered by water. This Jiaoli has no fear. We didn't have the guts to attack them directly. Sun Yidong was the lieutenant on the battleship, he complained. Didn't the Emperor Zizi be approved? The general let us be a turtle. Liu Chen said. This can't blame the general. Last year's battles consumed gunpowder and ammunition. The Navy's ammunition was not enough to convince Goryeo, and the wind blows north in winter, which is not conducive to sea operations. I understand this, but the south wind has blown now. It is said that a batch of ammunition has also been transferred, and now you can let go. Sun Yidong complained. Liu Chen was more calm than Sun Yidong. He said, the general is naturally waiting for the opportunity to stand still. General Yun was born in a fishing village, and he hates these Koreans more than us. The two were talking when they suddenly saw a long black smoke rising in the distance. Oops, another village was attacked. Sun Yidong said angrily. They have been floating at sea for half a month in order to reinforce the attacked village. In time, Liu Chen put away the binoculars and ordered loudly, go forward at full speed. All the Marines are assembled, ready to fight at any time. Chapter 715 Militia hard to mess. When the Korean soldiers entered the village, Goshan and 30 militiamen had already changed their plate armor. 25 of them held long swords and 5 gathered together with pulley bows. Zhang Defu's warning was still too late, and some old and weak women and children in the village had not had time to withdraw. Das Han. It's all my fault. Zhang Defu's guilty tears rolled in his eyes. Gao Shan gave him a fierce look, and he roared, now that these are still used for shit. The weapons we picked up, we can only fight with the Korean soldiers. Kian village is small, with only 500 people. The number of militiamen is not comparable to that of other large villages. Even so, this militia team is a piece of cake. Gao Shan is the oldest. He used to be a veteran, and he deservedly became the captain of the militia. The others are of different ages. The youngest is only 16. Uncle, I'm afraid. Goshan's little nephew is the youngest among them, and the heavy plate armor looks a little heavy on him. He gently touched his nephew's head. Gao Shan's voice was wild and thick, and he said, don't be afraid, there is an uncle, and anyone who wants to kill you has to step on me. The calmness of Goshan calmed down the militiamen. Zhang Defu picked up the sword and was about to rush towards the Korean soldiers, but was stopped by Goshan. How do I train you on weekdays? Gao Shan is no longer a good-natured captain, but a beast on the battlefield. Glancing at everyone, Gao Go said, come with me and form a circular formation with the archers in the middle. The people in the village can only rely on us now. After all, Dakyama rushed to the Korean soldiers first. When the others saw Goshan alone take the lead, they mustered up the courage and shouted, kill. More than 30 people rushed towards the 200-strong Korean soldiers. Li Cheng was surprised to see 30 soldiers wearing Dau country armor rushing towards them. During this time, they had not seen this costumed militiaman. He came to Dau country once, thinking that what they were going to face was just a group of unarmed people. But now this situation clearly made him a little dazed. However, he was only puzzled for a moment. There were more than 200 soldiers behind him. He didn't need to be afraid of 30 people, even though these people were wearing strange armor. The distance of hundreds of meters is fleeting. The people of Heian village are screaming and crying. The frailty of Dau state has brought them too much suffering. Living in this land, they are always bullied by foreign enemies and their lives are low, such as grass mustard, whizzing. As they fled, Dakyama and the Korean soldiers were already in a bitter battle. 5 archers shot the Korean soldiers in a circular array surrounded by high mountains. This kind of bow and arrow was equipped with pulleys, which saved energy. The continuous shooting made these militiamen not very tired. 3 of the Korean soldiers who were on the attack screamed and fell. The militiamen were trained to use bows and arrows to hit hares on weekdays, so the arrow technique is not bad. Li Cheng was a little annoyed when he saw this. They let their archers fight back, and 30 or so archers immediately fired arrows at Goshan and others. It's just that the bow and arrow hit their plate armor only leaving a dent. Li Cheng's eye became more and more uncertain. But they soon arrived in front of these soldiers, and more than 200 people surrounded 30 people. The shame of failure made him temporarily forget the people of Black Rock Village, and now they only see these soldiers. "Give it to me," Li Cheng shouted. The Korean soldiers got the order and screamed and rushed to Goshan and others, facing the high mountains of Goryeo. Soldiers swarming, he was not timid. The fight between life and death on the battlefield made him extremely calm. They surrounded the city back to back in a circle, with their swords outward like a hedgehog. The Korean soldiers surrounded more than 30 people, hacking at Goshan and the others with their swords. Goshan and the others also responded with color and skillfully using their swords to fight back. Boom! The sound of the plate armor being slashed by the sword continued, and at the same time the screams of the Korean soldiers sounded. The hedgehog formation formed by Takayama and others made it impossible for the Korean soldiers to use the tactics of encirclement, because many Korean soldiers could only wait behind others. Only when the people in front fell could they rush up to fight Takayama. Li Cheng soon realized this problem. Now they and the 30 soldiers are in a stalemate. Seeing the sun gradually rise, he stands up anxiously. After all, this is an unfamiliar country, and sometimes the fear of the unfamiliar strikes them. The wildness of killing. Kill! Gao Shan let out a roar, and following his roar, the militia slammed the sword in their hands at the Goryeo soldiers, and now a dozen Goryeo soldiers have fallen under their feet. It was only at a disadvantage that the Korean soldiers also learned to be smart. They no longer took the initiative to move forward, but instead of provoking them and consuming their strength. This plate armor is already heavy. If it continues to be consumed, they will get tired sooner or later. Das Han, everyone in the village ran away. Zhang Dakang panted. Now it's worth it to die. Gao Shan stopped complaining about Zhang Dakang at this time. In his opinion, they were going to die together this time. He was about to speak when a rumbling sound suddenly sounded on the sea. This sound was like thunder. Turning his head, he saw a great Yugo battleship appearing on the sea. It's the battleship of Dengzhou. Zhang Dakang also saw it, and he immediately cheered. Gao Shan also showed a faint smile, and he clenched the long sword in his hand. As long as they persisted for a while, they were saved. Compared with the excitement of Gao Shan and others, Li Cheng was ashamed, and he shouted, "Withdraw!" If the soldiers on this battleship go ashore, they will not survive. These are regular soldiers of the Dayu state, and these soldiers have always been fierce. There was a trace of panic in the eyes of the Korean soldiers, and they immediately ran in the direction they had come. How did Takayama let these Korean soldiers escape easily? He shouted, "Kill these Korean thieves!" The arrival of the battleship boosted the morale of the militiamen. They seemed to be infused with a whole new force, and Zhang Dakang chased the Korean soldiers to kill them. The Korean soldiers were so embarrassed that they could only run like crazy. After chasing for a while, Goshan and the others could not chase them anymore, and then they stopped. At this time, the warship had stopped in Haiyan, and a group of soldiers came to Haiyan village by boat. "Lieutenant Liu, you are late, and the Korean soldiers were beaten away by us." Liu Chen and the others went ashore, Gao Go said with a slight triumph. Liu Chen glanced at Gao Shan with a smile on his lips. He knew Gao Shan because his father and Gao Shan had fought together. He smiled. "It seems that I should ask Master Shishi for Uncle Gao." A militia drove away the Koreans. This is rare in the fishing village of Dengzhou. Gao Shan suddenly laughed loudly when he heard this. He said, "This credit is no longer needed, but when will we be able to eliminate the pirates of Korea and War?" Liu Chen's eyes were firm. Almost. Chapter 716. Everything is ready. Yun's eyes wandered on the map in front of him. This is a map that includes Danju and Goryeo. At this time, many symbols have been marked on the map, and there are 2 attack routes on it. During the new year, he had been planning to send troops to Goryeo. The memorial reply Xiao Ming gave him was actually very simple. It was to let him do what the Navy should do, that is, to control the sea, as long as it controls the waters between Dengzhou and Goryeo, and between Goryeo and Wa, Dayu will be invincible. Because the Wa country had to rely on ships to reach Dau, and Gaoli also needed ships to reach Dengzhou, so as long as they took control of the sea, they would be able to control Wan Korea at will, instead of being threatened by them. Therefore, he has been waiting for Wang Xuan's information during this period, and he needs to know where the Korean Navy and Wag Navy are stationed. In this operation, he gathered 48 of all the warships of the Great Yu Kingdom. A fleet of this size can solve the navy of the two countries once and for all. He was thinking. Suddenly a voice rang outside the door, "General Yun." Hearing this voice, Yun was overjoyed. He immediately opened the door, and saw Wang Xuan stand outside. "Commander Wang, you just came when I thought of you." "It's a coincidence," Yun said in surprise. As he said that, he stretched out his hand. Wang Xuan came all the way, still panting. He smiled bitterly when he saw Yun's outstretched hand. "Generally, why don't you ask me to have a bit of tea and talk about things about Korea?" Yun was happy in his heart. He personally made a cup of tea for Wang Xuan and brought it to Wang Xuan's side. "The tea is available. It's time to talk about things about Korea." Wang Xuan took a sip of tea and moistened his throat. He said, "The position of the Korean Navy was found, right in the port of this ancient sea city. The Korean Navy suffered heavy losses in the naval battle with the war, and now there are only 120 left." A battleship. While talking, Wang Xuan took out the map of High Ancient City, which he sent someone to draw it out carefully. "If Yun has obtained the treasure," he said happily, "great, now I can finally do it. Otherwise the soldiers can't wait." "It's not just you, but the emperor can't wait." "King Zhu has built a lot of workshops this winter. The workshops are about to produce goods at the beginning of spring. If you can't open up the trade ports between Korea and War, these goods will not be sold." Yun nodded. He knew very well that Western merchants only purchased porcelain, raw silk, tea and other items from the country of Dau, and were not interested in cloth and the like. So they can only sell these things to Goryeo and Wag. "Is there no news from the navy of the Japanese country?" Yun asked again. At this time, Wang Xuan frowned. "Wei is much more cunning than Korea. They have divided the navy in several different places, and there are many pirates in the country, and they can become the navy of the country at any time. They want to destroy the country in one fell swoop. The navy is very difficult, so it is better to control the waters between Korea and force the war to submit. This is indeed troublesome, and they will have to spend more weeks. But now the top priority is to solve the problem of Aoli's looting." Yun's eyes were cold. Wang Xuan said what he should have said, and gave what he should give. He only provided information, but he didn't care how Yun dealt with Gao Li. He said, "It is not easy to come to Dengzhou. I heard that the seafood in Dengzhou is good. Does the general have a treat?" Yun came back to his senses. It was already noon, and when it was time for dinner, he said to Wang Xuan, "This is natural. This Dengzhou seafood is delicious. I would take you to taste it." He was not afraid of anyone in the officialdom of the Dau Kingdom. He was just afraid of the secret guards, not only because the secret guards provided them with a lot of information, but also he suspected that these secret guards even monitored their generals. Wang Xuan laughed. He hasn't stopped since he ate seafood last time. This time he finally came here because of his tolerance. The two left the naval officer's office and headed to Dengzhou City. Now this is a purely broken military port, and other fishing boats can't get here. Following Yun, Wang Xuan first went to Dengzhou City. In the city, he saw yellow-haired and red-haired businessmen from time to time. These businessmen were not from the Republic of China, but from the Netherlands, Portugal, Spain, France, and even the United Kingdom. Although some of these countries are not friendly to Great Chongqing, Xiaoming did not prohibit non-governmental commercial contacts with these countries. After all, it is a very common thing to be politically cold and economically hot. Everyone has to eat at the same time when fighting. It is just that some strategically valuable things are blocked. Passing through the city of Dengzhou, the two went out from the east gate to another dock in Dengzhou, which is now the commercial port of Dengzhou. At this time, many houses have been built here, and businessmen are going in and out of these houses. Although Wang Xuan learned from the newspaper that Dengzhou's development has been relatively fast in the past 2 years, he was surprised to see it with his own eyes. In addition to the merchant ships of foreign merchants, The large fishing boats in Dengzhou also docked at the pier. At a glance, the entire pier was full of thousands of ships. "Here, the seafood here has just been recovered from the sea," Yan said to Wang Xuan. Wang Xuan looked at the wharf. Some fishermen were carrying seafood from the boat to the ground, and some fishermen were selling seafood directly on the wharf. In front of these fishermen, many merchant-like people were bargaining, and boxes of seafood were taken away. "It's really breathtaking," Wang Xuan said with emotion. This city of Dengzhou did not have such a prosperous scene before. Yan smiled and said, "The emperor is wise. This Dengzhou has been designated as a trade port within 3 years. Dengzhou has already changed a lot. I am afraid that in 2 years, this Dengzhou city will flourish. I won't lose to King Zhu. I didn't believe it before, but now I believe it." Wang Xuan shook his head, because he needed to run around in the country of Dau to collect information and establish a secret guard branch. In the past 2 years, he has clearly felt that the 6 states are getting richer and richer every day. He used to think that the many decrees implemented by Xiaoming were absurd, but now he feels that all these decrees have their own mysteries. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, he no longer thinks about it, and simply eats and drinks here with Yun, and returns to the naval office after enjoying enough. At this time, Liu Chen also returned from Heian village, and when he saw Yun he immediately stepped forward and said, "General, the Japanese attacked Heian village. If this goes on, the people will only suffer more casualties." Yun pointed to Wang Xuan and said, "The secret guards have already arrived, and they have provided the position of the Korean Navy. You gather your fleet today and destroy the Korean Navy in 3 days. At the same time, let the Marine Corps prepare. If Joli refuses to accept it, let's show the King of Goryeo a little bit of color." Liu Chen was overjoyed when he heard this. They were so embarrassed and uncomfortable this winter, and now they are finally about to take action. Chapter 717 Dutch Mission. Brandon looked at the Kingzhou city wall in a daze. This time he came all the way from Holland and risked his life to reach Kingzhou along the way. All this suffering finally ended at this moment. "Earl Brandon, welcome to Kingzhou." A young man dressed as a scholar stood at the gate of the city. The young man greeted Brandon in fluent Dutch. Rod was a little surprised. He smiled bitterly. "It seems that I can shut up this time." The young man's name was Kie Aoquan. He was a former student of Bowen College, and he learned Western languages. It was also prepared by Xiaoming for receiving foreign missions. "It's an honor." Brandon smiled, and then he looked at the concrete road under his feet and wondered, is this thing made of volcanic ash? When he entered Kingzhou, he was interested in this smooth road surface, but in his opinion, it did not look like the volcanic ash being used in Europe. Kie Aoquan was taken aback, and he said, "Master Earl, this thing is made of cement made in Kingzhou." Cement? Brandon silently remembered it, and now he began to believe Blake's words. Half a year ago, Black's private signing of a contract with the Great Hugo was passed to the Dutch National Parliament, which annoyed the Parliament very much. When Europeans set foot on the American continent for the first time and then went to colonize Asia, no native country could yield to European countries. Members of Parliament shouted that Blake was a shame, and asked Blake to return to the Netherlands for questioning. At the same time, the Dutch National Assembly sent a delegation to the country of Dau to try to understand the truth. After Kie Aoquan explained, he smiled and said, "The Emperor is waiting for the messenger in the hall of discussion. Please come with me." Brandon nodded. In fact, he wanted to know more about this strange country. Obviously, this was the first accident in European colonial history. As far as he knows, Europe has never failed against people of color for hundreds of years, and this has also led to the rise of white supremacy and Eurocentric. There are even more extreme statements that the natives outside Europe should be reduced to slaves in Europe. Before coming, he had the same idea, but now he is a little shaken, because here he found a hint of technology. After all, the whole of Europe is now enthusiastic about all kinds of new inventions, and people from ordinary people to nobles attach great importance to technological inventions. Following Kie Aoquan into the city, Brandon did not let go of any chance to observe the city. When a group of soldiers passed by, His eyes were cast on the flintlocks in the soldiers' hands. He was even more shocked when he saw a horse drawn by a field gun, and now he finally understood why Blake chose to compromise. Dazzling all the way, Brandon quickly arrived at the conference hall. At this time, Brandon entered the conference hall with the 4 people who came with him. At this time, Xiaoming and the ministers were waiting for Brandon in the hall of discussion, which was a rule for the Great Yu Kingdom to receive a mission. The presence of ministers is a respect for their mission. Entering the conference hall, Brandon first glanced at the young man sitting on the dragon chair, and was a little surprised. Just as Blake said, the Emperor of the Great Yu Kingdom was just a young man in his early 20s. However, he also knew that these eastern countries still retained the backward state system, so he took off his hat with his right hand, bent over and bowed, put his hat on his chest and performed aristocratic etiquette to Xiaoming. He said, "Brandon, the Dutch mission has met the Emperor of the Kingdom of Yu." Xiaoming could understand Brandon's words, but the ministers did not understand. Qiaoquan then translated a sentence. "There is no courtesy of kneeling in Dayu, so no ministers will ask the mission why they didn't kneel." At the same time, this custom of not kneeling makes the people and officials of Dayu less servile. Because of this, the ideas he promotes are sometimes not very resistant to the people and officials. No courtesy. The Dutch mission came from afar and I don't know what is going on. After a simple greeting, Xiaoming reached the point. In fact, there is no need for courtesy to meet the mission. After all, since it is here, there must be something to ask for. Before Brandon set off, the Parliament prepared 2 plans for him. One was to overturn all contracts signed by Black and request the Dayu team to withdraw from Jurange. Of course, this is based on the fact that the name of the country is not true. This second set is to strengthen the relationship with the country, use the power of the country in Asia to fight against the United Kingdom at sea, and at the same time expand the trade in the country, and set up a permanent negotiating team. Now that the tip of the iceberg in King's Zoo has made him feel worried, he naturally did not dare to mention the first set, so he said, "His Majesty the Emperor of the Kingdom of Yu, the purpose of sending the mission to King's Zoo this time is to strengthen the business and cooperation between the 2 countries, trade, and hope to establish a permanent negotiating team in King's Zoo resident negotiating group." Xiaoming showed an interesting look. This permanent negotiating group was nothing but the predecessor of the embassy, and the members of the negotiating group were envoys. "Yes, Your Majesty, the permanent negotiating team is to resolve trade disputes," Brandon said. Xiaoming nodded, because the Netherlands is too far away from the country, and sometimes trade matters are really troublesome. If there are Dutch envoys, it can save a lot of trouble. So he said, "This matter is very good, so I approved it." Brandon was overjoyed, and then he said, "This time the mission has brought a large amount of tribute to Your Majesty, please accept it." Xiaoming showed an expression of interest, and he said, "Present it." At this time Qian Fu walked out and soon returned with the eunuch, and a large box was carried up. Brandon opened the box at this time and took out a round object from it and said to Xiaoming, "Dear Emperor of the Kingdom of Dayu, this thing is called a pocket watch, which can record the time. Please accept it with Your Majesty." Then Brandon took out another music box, turned the button, and the music box played sweet music. Brandon said, "This is called a music box." After putting down the music box, Brandon took out the exquisite glass crafts and said seriously, "Your Majesty, this thing is expensive, and it is the most expensive thing in this tribute." After speaking, Brandon looked at Xiaoming carefully, trying to find a different expression on Xiaoming's face, but he was disappointed. The throne was still a little interested when the pocket watch and the music box appeared, but he had a calmer look when it came to the glass. Brandon thought his statement was wrong, and emphasized, "This is a treasure, and it is invaluable." Xiaoming finally laughed at this moment. This Brandon could fool the wrong person this time. Chapter 718 Refuse. Ha ha ha. All the ministers in the Palace of Parliament laughed. If it had been a few years ago, they would have regarded this glass as an eternal treasure, but now that glass has gradually become an ordinary thing in King's Zoo, they will not be as ignorant as before. Brandon awkwardly held the glass art, which looked like a mountain and was a bargain in Holland. But he believed that the indigenous people in the East did not have these things. His Majesty, is this thing ridiculous? The sarcasm of the ministers made him puzzled. Xiaoming put his smile away, and then he said to Brandon, the Dutch messenger, the thing in your hand is called glass. This is just a cheap thing in your country. Do you want to use this thing to humiliate me? Brandon's heart suddenly tightened. As Blake said, the Emperor of the Great Yu country seemed to have an amazing understanding of the West. Putting away his frivolous thoughts, Brandon said respectfully, sorry, Your Majesty the Emperor, maybe glass is not very valuable in the West, but it is rarely seen in the East, so in my opinion it is not cheap. Each messenger has a mouth that is as clever as a rhetoric. It's just that you made a mistake this time. In my country, Dayu glass is nothing more than an ordinary thing. If the messenger wants it, I can give back. Brandon opened his mouth. He was surprised enough when he entered King's City, but now one thing is constantly beyond his knowledge. At this moment, he finally admitted from his heart that this Great Yu country is somewhat different from other Eastern countries. It's not necessary. Brandon was a little nervous. He thought the gift he brought this time would make the Emperor very happy. But now the Emperor looked at what he took out with a look of rubbish. Xiaoming showed a slight smile. This Dutch messenger came from a long distance. He couldn't make people look ugly, so he said contrary to his will, I like your gifts very much. In return, I will give you some gifts to bring back. Brandon was overjoyed. As far as he knew, the monarchies in the East were very generous, and they were often rewarded 10 times for each gift from the envoy. Presenting a gift is only the first item of the diplomatic envoy. This time the arrival of the Dutch envoy will naturally have more important things. So Xiaoming asked, is the messenger coming to Dau just for the permanent negotiating team? Not only that, we also look forward to establishing a deeper friendship with the country of Great Chongqing. Brandon said sternly, we are very interested in trade with your country, and we also hope that the two sides will cooperate in jointly responding to maritime threats. A threat at sea? Xiaoming asked, are you referring to the British? Not so much, there are French, Spanish, Portuguese. Brandon said, the decline of the Netherlands has made maritime trade routes no longer safe. European countries are now fiercely competing for Asian colonies, which makes the sea even more smelly of gunpowder. Their merchant ships are often attacked by privateers at sea. Xiaoming frowned. Brandon's words showed that there are many colonists in Asia now, but it is impossible for Brandon to tie him to the Dutch warship. The reason is simple. What is eternal between countries is interest, not friendship. He is a use of the Dutch, and the Dutch is also a use of him. Therefore, he never intended to put apples in the same basket. Perhaps the Spanish, Portuguese, and the Netherlands have conflicts, but this does not affect his establishment of contacts with these countries. Diplomacy is never a single option. But now the British have shown naked hostility towards him. Since the Netherlands and he are both unhappy with the British dominance, he can still accept the issue of unanimously dealing with the British, but he cannot act against all the enemies of the Netherlands. This is not in his interest. So he said, I can guarantee the safety of Dutch merchant ships in the territory of Great Chongqing, and will work with your country to respond to the threat from the British. Brandon's pupils shrank. He understood what the Emperor of Great Chongqing meant. Now the Dutch trade with Great Chongqing is basically the Dutch merchant ships transporting porcelain, tea and other items from Great Chongqing. All kinds of ore are shipped here. To put it simply, Dutch merchant ships run on routes outside of the country. The Emperor of the country is obviously unwilling to send a fleet from the country to the Netherlands. Brandon had already anticipated this result. Although the Netherlands was in decline, the lean camel was bigger than the horse, and it was still able to deal with the threats of other countries at sea. He made this point this time just to show off his power in front of other countries. Thank you, Your Majesty. Brandon saluted Xiaoming again. For the time being he had no more appeals. Xiaoming nodded slightly, and he said to Pang Yu-kun, Pang Shufu, you are responsible for arranging the accommodation of the Dutch mission. Pang Yu-kun bowed as he should. leading Brandon to withdraw from the palace. After sending off the mission, Fiji said, "The Emperor, these barbarians have changeable temperaments and have no credibility at all. You should be very careful when you get along with them." Xiaoming nodded. He never believed that the Dutch would value the people of Dau. Now it is the heyday of the Western white supremacy theory. The Dutch cooperated most with him because of money. If European countries unanimously prepare to attack the country, he believes that the Netherlands will rush to take a bite without hesitation. After all, for the Europeans, Great Chongqing challenged their authority in the world. Feij is always interested. "I will not trust the Dutch, nor will I discuss friendship with the Dutch. For me, the two sides are just using each other." Fiji nodded, and now Xiaoming's wrists are getting more and more matured. This is what the king of a country looks like. Here, Pang Yukun arranged Brandon and his party into the Wise restaurant. When Brandon saw the glass windows of the Wise restaurant and saw the porcelain toilet in the room, he was silent again for a long time. Great Yu country is a threat. Finally Brandon uttered a word. The accompanying members said, "Yes, this Great Chongqing country will sooner or later compete with our European countries for colonies. At that time, no one in Asia will be his opponent. We must unite with other countries to prevent this." Brandon deeply believed that he has never regarded Dau country as an ally. The superiority of being a European makes him look down on this country, which is like a city man despising a countryman. And when this countryman has what they also have, there is a bit of sourness in this mentality. He complained, "Why did the Great Yu country master European technology? This is really puzzling. Could it be that the Republicans did it?" Chapter 719 continued to shock. The market outside the window was full of people. Brandon denies himself again. This is unlikely. The Republicans are mainly active in Britain and France. How could they travel all the way to Great Yu? And this is not in their interests. This group of lunatics, but it is not their style to unify the world and cultivate a strong opponent for themselves. "Republican? Is that secret association established in the UK?" said one member. He just heard about it. "This secret association is very mysterious and only recruits influential people from various countries as members. Only people like Brandon will have contact with them." Brandon didn't seem to be shy about bringing up this matter. He said, "Yes, it's them." Now they are said to have a large number of scientists, businessmen and political elites. "They have invited me before, but I refused. The idea of controlling the world is ridiculous." The members looked at each other. Brandon said relaxedly, but this made the members startled. Brandon also said casually, and he then watched the lively market through the window. "No matter what makes this great country of Chongqing move closer to Europe, it is not a good idea for Europe." After a pause, he turned his head and said to the 13 entourage members, "This time the permanent negotiating team is located in Kingsu. You may live here for a long time in the future. In addition to being responsible for trade disputes, you must also pay attention to the development of Kingsu." "Yes, Lord Earl," the members said. Brandon nodded. This time he was just the leader, and he was going to return to Jiranj in 2 days. But before that, he had to take a closer look at this Kingsu. So after eating at the restaurant, he and the members walked into the streets of Kingsu to learn about the situation here. In the Imperial Study Room, Xiaoming criticized the memorial here when he returned from the Yizing Hall, when Li San suddenly appeared outside the door. "The Emperor, the Dutch mission has left Kingsu City and is heading to the workshop area. Do you want to stop them?" Li San looked serious. "No need." Xiaoming didn't raise his head. Steam engines and the like had already spread in the country of Dau, and there was no need to hide it from the Dutch mission. On the contrary, letting these Europeans understand their own strength can also prevent their strategic misjudgments. War is always the bottom line, and there is no need to use guns to get things that can be obtained by demonstrating strength. "Yes, the Emperor." Li San scratched his head and hesitated for a while and said, "The Emperor, we have been staring at Cao Zhengyang during this period and found that he often goes to Dengzhou and often meets with 3 merchants from Britain." "British businessmen?" Xiaoming frowned. "Do you know what they are planning?" "I don't know. They are very cautious, and all the conversations are on British merchant ships. our people cannot approach. After a pause, Li San continued, however, our people have been staring at these merchants in Dengzhou and found that they are very active in Dengzhou, and they are exclusively in contact with some big merchants, and even have contacts with the former's great families. Li San's words made Xiaoming wary. In history, Britain did not always use force to conquer a country. They also played a disgraceful role in places that were not easy to be looked at. According to historical records, in the early days of the French Revolution, Arthur Young, an Englishman, visited the National Assembly in the early days of the French Revolution. It can be said that the occurrence of the French Revolution has nothing to do with Britain. In modern terms, the British are always using their hard power to conquer the world, and they are also using their soft power to build a world that conforms to British values. Focus on these businessmen and missionaries from the West, and if they do something harmful to the country, they will immediately notify the local guards to arrest them. Xiaoming ordered. Li San nodded. Then what should Cao Zhengyang do? Continued to let him jump down. As the saying goes, if you take it in advance, you must give it first. I want to see what kind of waves this Cao family wants to make in Dau. Xiaoming's eyes narrowed. Li San's body trembled. He sensed a trace of danger from Xiaoming's expression. This time the Cao family really wanted to die. When the two were talking, Brandon had gone to the workshop area with a mission. When he saw the steam engine in the workshop area turning the metal-made machinery, Brandon's eyes would fall. The same is true for Liu Ode. Qingzhou is a strange and familiar place to him. He used to come to Qingzhou city frequently, but he rarely left the city. Unexpectedly this time, and Brandon saw this scene. What is this? Rod said in surprise. The steam engine driving the machinery completely like a monster. This is a steam engine. The Dutch has now introduced a steam engine from England, so he has also seen what a steam engine looks like. Although the steam engines in Qingzhou are somewhat different, they are generally the same, and this thing also uses coal as a combustion material. This is amazing. What we are doing is also doing in the Great Yu country. Brandon's eyes seemed to be drawn to the spinning textile machine. When the group was stunned, one person walked out of the textile workshop, not someone else, but Zhu Liu. In winter, the entire village people came to help build the workshop house. After the next year, the people from the steam engine workshop took a steam engine and a spinning machine to install a production line for them. Now they have put into production cotton cloth. Seeing these blonde and blue-eyed people, Zhu Liu not only didn't feel nervous, but put on a smile. He thought these people were here for business. After all, with the unfolding of maritime trade, such Western merchants often appear in Qingzhou city, and he is not surprised. Are you here to buy cloth? Zhu Liu asked expectantly. Since the steam in the workshop was motorized, batches of cloth came off the weaving machine. Only half a month he had produced 1,000 pieces of cloth. Now some of these cloths have been bought by the merchants, and there are still 400 pieces in the warehouse. He is worried about how to sell them. Upon seeing this, Rod took the initiative and said, "We are not here to buy cloth. But where did your steam engine come from?" Zhu Liu immediately became alert, and he showed a defensive look. "What are you doing here if you don't buy things? Are you meticulous and want to learn our craft secretly?" After that, he suddenly roared, and suddenly ran out of the workshop about 10 people covered with cotton. These were the people of Zhujia village. "What happened to May 6th? The group asked. "They have been here for a long time. They must be careful and arrest them all and send them to the government office." As soon as they heard that Brandon and his party were working carefully, the young people in Zhujia village screamed and jumped on them, and they didn't care if these people were Westerners. Chapter 720 Horn of the Barbarian Yush Hufang. As soon as Li Sam walked on his front foot, Nu Ben arrived soon after. When he returned to the hall, he sent someone to tell Nu Ben to come here. When he arrived in the Imperial Library, Nu rushed and laughed. He said, "The Emperor, in the future, I saw Zhu Sanxi's younger brother Zhu Liu and others pressing a group of Westerners to the government office, saying they were spies." While smiling Nu Ben, he told him about the cause and effect. "Ha ha ha, this is interesting." Xiaoming just laughed at this matter, let alone punishing Zhu Liu and others in order to appease the Dutch. On the contrary, He wanted to praise them, their vigilance was good, and he didn't bother to do things that were flattering to the outside and cruel to the inside. The two chatted and laughed casually, and Xiaoming started talking about the topic, but this time he called Nu Benlai for the Golden Horde. For him, this unfriendly neighbor in the north is always a big trouble, although he needs to recuperate now and does not want to fight the barbarians for the time being. The war will never be transferred by his own will. The barbarian would not leave him time to replenish his strength. In fact, the barbarian also saw his weakness, so he was very active during this period. They have been looking for a breakthrough on the front line of the Great Wall, hoping to cross many barriers and directly enter the country of Dau. You must know the things about the barbarians. Now the barbarians are constantly provoking troubles at the border. This makes me very worried. Now the country of Dau is waiting to be flourished. What is needed is a stable environment. If the barbarians go deep into the territory of the country, it will be a disaster for Great Yu country. Xiao Mingling said. Nu Ben had a deep gaze. He said, at the end of the day, I will understand that the barbarians come and go like the wind, and if they plunder in the territory of Dau, we will have nothing to do. After a pause, he continued, the generals have also read the war reports. According to them, the barbarians have frozen to death more cattle and sheep this year than in previous years. After 5 or 6 consecutive years, the barbarians have already experienced famine. Many members of the tribe have starved to death. So this year's barbarian cavalry is more aggressive than in previous years, and this war may be inevitable. Xiao Ming's expression was solemn. The barbarians nowadays are no longer purely nomads. After possessing artillery, he believes that the barbarians are stronger than the Tazi in the late Ming dynasty. Controlling the Silk Road these years, the barbarians are much wealthier than the Tats. In addition, the barbarians already have artillery. If the barbarian army comes, it is definitely not an easy war. Even so, we have to fend off the enemy outside the country. Dau Kingdom really can't stand the DOS. I don't want this reform that just started to be ruined by the barbarians. Xiao Ming said firmly. Nu Ben said in a deep voice, does the emperor mean to let us take offense as defense? Well, yes. You can go directly to Chengbai Mountain from Bisha City in Goryeo. This is the most densely populated place of the barbarian. If you take Peshawar City and build this city into a fortress, the barbarian will be attacked. It's just that this Bisha City is the city of Goryeo. Does the emperor want to fight against Goryeo at the same time? And now that the Japanese country occupies the same territory as Goryeo, we are very likely to make the Japanese country continue to go south. Then we will face the Japanese musketeers. Nu Ben worried. Goryeo has already gone to war with us. Xiao Ming ran to the front of the map with the cow. Now that Goryeo has crawled out of the navy and attacked the coastal fishing villages by fake Japanese pirates, how can I bear him? Wang Xuan has taken the intelligence to Dengzhou a few days ago. Yun, who has obtained the information, will take the navy to destroy the Korean Navy Division. At that time, see how arrogant he is in Korea. Xiao Ming said through gritted teeth. Nu Ben is only in charge of the army, and the navy does not understand and has no authority to command. He said, the Emperor Shengming, attacking Goryeo at this time is no different from besieging Wei and saving Zhao. If we attack Goryeo, the barbarians will certainly not sit idly by. This will allow the barbarians to fight against us in the territory of Goryeo. Xiao Ming nodded his head. He meant this. The barbarians could open one eye when the Japanese country attacked Goryeo, but if the Great Yu country attacked Korea, the barbarians would fight back to the death. In this way, he successfully burned the flames of war on the territory of Goryeo. This is my idea. So now we are going to occupy Peshawar City. This Peshawar City is surrounded by the sea on 3 sides and facing the road. As long as we take Peshawar City, we can turn this city into an iron barrel. Then we can enter the city, attack, retreat and defend. This sea belongs to us. There was a hint of excitement on Nu Ben's face. In fact, he was not willing to shrink into the pass and passively defend. Now he is very happy to take the initiative to attack the emperor. Since this is the case, The old officials will gather a group of elites and rush to Dengzhou to cooperate with Yan to capture Bisha City, New Ben said. And Jua Island. Xiaoming reminded that the Jua Island plan had already been proposed. This is a small sea island relative to Bisha City. It was once the place where Mao Wenlong was stationed in the Ming Dynasty, and it was also deep into the hinterland of the barbarian. Yes, the emperor. Nu Ben's eyes were firm. After waiting for so many years, they finally wanted to take the initiative to clean up the barbarians, although the purpose this time was only to relieve the pressure on the pass. Chengdu, where the barbarian Golden Tent is located. Compared with last year, the situation in Chengdu this year is worse than before. In the cold winter, the cattle and sheep of the Chinese people were frozen to death everywhere. Now the whole Chengdu is shrouded in panic of hunger, and many people have starved to death these days. Father Khan, not only the cattle and sheep on the grassland were frozen to death, but now the food of the tribesmen who cultivated the fields in Changbai Mountain was also frozen to death. If this continues, the tribesmen of the Golden Horde will be starved to death. This is the bitter cold of the north. The land is no longer suitable for the survival of the tribe. We must go south to find warm pastures for them. Bshan knelt on the ground, and in front of him was a fierce-looking middle-aged man. He was the barbarian Khan. Dolgo Wushugyu was also nervous, and he came with them. There are his 4 brothers. 6 of them are all the sons of Dolgo. This time Wushugyu rarely opposed Bshan. His tribe also suffered heavy losses this winter. He said, Bshan is right. Now we have to go south. Dau country is now trying to trap us to death in this bitter cold ground. Dolgo's gaze swept over his 6 sons. He fought all his life to expand the territory of the Golden Horde by a third, and now he also cannot bear this humiliation. So he nodded slowly. In Dengzhou, the navy showed a state of fanaticism, raising soldiers for thousands of days and using them for a while. They didn't help much in this northern war, and now they finally have room for them to play. After 3 days of preparations, Yan boarded the Imperial battleship, looking at the 48 warships assembled in the military port. A heroic sentiment suddenly rose in Yan's heart. This time it was their turn to show their faces. Chapter 721 Blue Sea, Blue Sky. Li Sung returned to the royal palace of Goryeo. Ryu Kyungseung in a panic, looking at the prosperous city in front of Xijing in Goryeo. He could imagine that his brother would spit out the word trash with a disdainful face to mock him. It's just that instead of losing your life, even if you lose your dignity, you will have nothing when you die, but there is still hope in life. Ha ha ha, Li Sung is here. I went to Dengzhou to chop off a few people and come back. When Li Sung was hesitant to enter the city, a pair of Korean soldiers wearing red tasseled dome helmets stopped in front of him. It is said that Li Chengzai is indeed a young man of his age. Look at their clean hands. They must have ran back without killing anyone. The soldier behind the young man sneered loudly. Another soldier said, I'm afraid not only one person did not kill, but several of his own people died. After speaking, all the soldiers laughed, and at the same time they lifted the head in their hands, as if showing off to Li Cheng again. HMPH. Every fishing village in Dengzhou is tightly guarded. There are soldiers in full armor holding handles. It is not easy for 200 people to attack a village. I cannot do it, Li Cheng, and you Jin Chenxai will not be so easy. It can be done. Li Cheng's face was pale. He looked at the fierce soldier behind Jin Chenxai and said, the head in your hands is probably not from the Dau country, but from killing the people of Goryeo. Jin Chenxai's pupils shrank suddenly, and Li Cheng was talking about the source of these heads. Many ships in Goryeo failed to return this time, so, in order to claim credit, many generals made up the idea of the Korean people. They killed some people in remote villages and returned with their heads. You are a trash yourself. Are others also trash? Jin Chang looked at Li Chengzai proudly. He and Li Chengzai are both second sons in the family. This time he ventured out to show his father and get rid of the inferior status in the family. This time, in order to repay the indemnity of the country, the King of Korea promised that those who behead the 10 people of the Great Yu Kingdom will be promoted to the captain. Those who behead the people of the Great Yu country will be promoted to the centurion, and those who promote the thousands of people will be promoted to the chief. The looted wealth is turned over to the treasury to get 1/10, and at the same time, they can also be divided into houses and farms according to their ranks. The most important thing is that this looting does not distinguish between nobles and ordinary soldiers, and promotion can be achieved if the requirements are met. Before such a huge temptation, everyone from ordinary soldiers to generals went to Dayu, who is trash, who knows in his heart. Li Chengzai and Jin Chengsai pointed to Miaimang. In the officialdom, their father was an opponent, so there was strong hostility between the two. Cursing his lips, Jin Chengsai brightened the head in his hand. I don't want to chew my tongue with you, now I'm going to take the head to get the work. After all, Jin Chengsai ignored Li Chengji and swaggered into Liujing City. Li Cheng was gritting his teeth. This time he really lost to Jin Chengsai. When he came back, soldiers also suggested this to him, but he finally couldn't bear it. Now looking at the triumphant Jin Chengsai, his heart is mixed. The soldiers who accompanied him to Goryeo this time were all private soldiers of his family. Now they have not done anything, and have lost 20 soldiers. His father will not give him a second chance. While he was thinking, a sedan chair came out of the city and came to him. At this moment, he and the soldier knelt down at the same time. The sedan chair belonged to his father. The sedan curtain was lifted, and a middle-aged man with a big beard and full face walked down. The middle-aged man looked at his embarrassed private soldier, raised his foot to Li Chengzai's chest and kicked it down. Li Chengzai only felt a sharp pain in his chest, and then a huge force made him roll to the ground. You have lost the face of the Li family. I only hate why you didn't strangle you in the first place. Get out of the way and never show up in the city of Eliutin, Li Hezai said angrily. When he came, he saw Jin Chengsai returning with a full load, which made him even more annoyed. If he were not worried about the safety of his eldest son, he would not let Li Cheng go to Dayu. It's just that he didn't expect that Li Chengzai not only didn't make any credit, but he wouldn't be able to change it at all. This time, others would take the credit, and how many of these people are from Dau and how many are from Korea? Now the country of Japan is in the south, and the Koreans on the occupied land keep fleeing to the north. Who cares how many people die? Li Chengzai's eyes gradually turned red. His mother was just a singer from Jiufangzai. For this reason, he had never seen his mother since he was born, and his status in the family is like a servant. This time his life was almost lost in Dayu, and he would suffer the humiliation of his father when he came back. At this moment Li Chengzai was angry, his eyes were scarlet, and he got up and said word by word, "Sooner or later I will make you regret it." After speaking, Li Cheng headed south without looking back. Let's go, don't come back again. Your humble mother is in Haiguqing. I really doubt that you are not my son at all. Li Hezai kept shouting, but what Li Cheng left him was just a decisive back. On the sea 200 miles south of the ancient city of Hai, the battleships of King Zhu were arranged in a character pattern, and each battleship advanced to the ancient city of Hai at a distance of 200 meters. During the leading period, the emperor belonged to a second-class sailing warship, and it was already a giant in this naval battle. At this time, Liu Chen, Xi Yuan and a group of admirals and leaders gathered on the imperial battleship to discuss how to encircle and destroy the remaining battleships of Korea. Liu Chen, you lead the left army. Xi Yuan, you lead the right army. We have 3 breads, not let any Goryeo warships run away. Yan spread the map of Hai ancient city on a low table. The generals surrounded the city in a circle. Yes, General. The general will never let any Korean warship escape, Liu Chen said excitedly. Not every village in Korea's looting against Dayu has veterans like Goshan in Heian village. More than 800 soldiers died in the hands of Korean soldiers in one winter. Every time Liu Chen arrives in a looted village, Liu Chen's hatred of Goryeo increases. These years, they have been bullied by the Korean pirates disguised as Wago. Before they could not fight back and could only endure it. But now they are different. With the battleship, finally there is no need to swallow. Xi Yuan seemed to have some lingering fears because of his encounter with the British warship last time. He said, "It's easy to fight against Goryeo. I am afraid it is not that simple to deal with Western warships." Liu Chen was excited. and was splashed with cold water by Xiuan. He angrily said, "You can't beat the British." "Is it possible that everyone can't beat the British?" General Yun sank the British warship back then. Chapter 722 Fire Ship. The sea breeze howled. Yun's hair was blown. He tied up his blue navy robe, and gently rubbed the navy badge on his shoulder with his fingers. On this badge, a sailing warship was advancing against a huge wave. 3 months ago, their navy still had no military uniforms. New Ben's silver in the treasury was used by New Ben for the army. After being jealous of the military uniform for a long time, he made a fuss in the newly established military aircraft department. This military aircraft department reported to the emperor. So the navy uniform was approved, but for now, as long as some generals have regular uniforms, others are still dressed as ordinary people. But the good news is that at least the Marine Corps has its own uniform. Xiuan is right. The British are really difficult to deal with. I was able to come back alive that time. It was just a fluke, Yan said with a serious face. But don't be afraid. You just need to fight hard when you encounter British warships. British warships have always every enemy must fight. This is the tradition of their navy. If you want to defeat them, you have to be more ruthless than them. Liu Chen and other generals nodded upon hearing this. At this time, Xiuan suddenly said, "By the way, yesterday I met people from the shipyard and overheard them saying that the shipyard is now trying to build a brand new warship. And I don't know if it is true or not." Brand new warship. The admirals of the navy were most interested in this. They asked, "What kind of warship?" "I didn't hear this clearly, but it's true," Xiuan promised by tapping his chest. Yan frowned, and he brought the topic back to normal. "Now we are discussing the war in Korea. What are you doing?" Liu Chen and Xiuan laughed twice and shut up immediately. Yan didn't say anything, but in his heart he also looked forward to this new type of warship. Forcibly suppressing this excitement, he continued, "This time it's easy to annihilate the Goryeo navy, but it's difficult to let the king of Goryeo open the port. This Goryeo is now the same barbarian. As long as he thinks that the power of the barbarians is greater than our country, Jaoli will act as a barbarian dog to bite us. In that case, why bother to be polite with them and smash their dog teeth directly?" Liu Chen shouted. "It's not enough to smash the dog's teeth. Goryeo has been able to take care of such madness all these years because of the master behind them. This time I will let them know that the barbarians will not be able to protect him. If this happens, Goryeo will succumb," Yan said. The generals nodded. After talking for a while, Yan saw the setting sun go down, and at this moment he asked the generals to go back and rest, and he was about to meet a naval battle. This requires a good spirit. The south wind roared, and the 200-mile journey was only one night's time for the fleet. When everyone woke up the next day, the coastline gradually appeared in everyone's eyes. Yan had already woke up. At this moment he was holding a telescope to observe the situation ahead. According to the information provided by Wang Zhuan, the only remaining warships of Goryeo are gathered in the ancient city of Hai. These warships are small in size and are small warships compared to their warships. Moreover, the intelligence said that some of the Korean warships have been equipped with artillery provided by the barbarians, but the number is small. Yan was a little worried about this. The artillery had only appeared in the country of Dau for 5 years, but the artillery had spread very quickly during these 5 years. First, the barbarians mastered the artillery, and then Goryeo also mastered the artillery. He believes that the invasion of Korea by the Kingdom of Japan will soon allow the soldiers of Korea to be armed with muskets. Thinking of this, Yan looked solemn, and the enemy was not a fool. When Great Yu country changed, they would also respond according to the changing situation. Playing a semaphore, let Liu Chen and Xiuan lead the warships roundabout from both sides. Putting down the telescope, Yan looked serious. Yes, the lieutenant had to turn around and leave. Under Yan's order, the battleship headed towards High Ancient City in 3 ways. At the same time, the Goryeo Navy Division of the Ancient City of the Sea also discovered the battleship group on the sea. At this time, the Goryeo soldiers in charge of guarding immediately went to the Navy camp. General Park, there have been many warships on the sea. They look like warships of the Great Yu Kingdom. A Navy general said urgently. Park Zheng-tai was the commander of the Goryeo Navy. Hearing this, he immediately walked out of the camp and went to Hagia Wharf. As the soldiers said, the 48 battleship is now double-teaming from 3 directions. Wang Shanqian should never give this king's life. Pu Zhengtai had a trace of anxiety in his eyes. As the Navy commander, he naturally knew the power of the battleship of the Great Yu Kingdom. Now they finally fought back from the sea. "General, what should I do now?" the generals asked. Park Zheng-tai sighed. "The war between Korea and Wa has just ended, and now the King of Korea has attracted a more terrifying opponent. It's just that now there is no retreat for Goryeo. They can only fight against it. Order all the soldiers on board." Park Zheng-tai shouted loudly. He had already made a decision. The generals looked different when they heard the words. Some of them responded, and some of them hesitated and showed timid expressions. It's just that Park Zheng-tai is a veteran player, and no one dared to disobey, so he had to take his orders. On the sea, Yun's battleship was getting closer and closer to the ancient city of Hai. Yun said to the lieutenant at this time, "Put the fire attack ship down, and there are a lot of Korean battleships on the dock. It is the time to use it." "Yes, General." Upon receiving the order, the crew immediately lowered the boats from the boat. There are kerosene and gunpowder kegs in these ships, and a layer of thatch is thrown on them. When the ship was put down, the soldiers threw the torch on the ship and let the fire attack ship drift towards the wharf of the ancient city with the wind. After Yun put down the fire attack ship, other warships also put down the fire attack ship. Not long after, there were dozens of fire attack ships in the sea. These fire ships rushed towards the ancient city of the sea like a small fleet. Yun stared at these fire ships with binoculars. With a study of naval tactics, he learned many methods of warfare. This fire attack is the method he learned from the case in the book. Under the blowing of the sea breeze, the fire attack ship entered the port of the ancient city of the sea at a very fast speed. More than 30 fire attack ships loaded with gunpowder entered the crevices of the Korean Navy ships, and some hit the battleships but stopped. Coming down, the flames on the ship continued to burn the hull of the Korean battleship. Quickly put out the fire on these ships. In a hurry, the current Goryeo Navy team was in a mess. Seeing these burning boats floating over, they instinctively went to put out the fire. It's just that when the soldiers poured water on the fire-attacking ship, they suddenly found a huge flame on the ship. What they didn't know was that every fire ship was filled with tung oil, and when water got into oil, it would only give out more sparks like when cooking. At the time of their confusion, the huge flame made the boat burn even further, with a loud noise, and a huge flame lifted into the air. The fire ship exploded. Chapter 723 Rub on the ground. Boom boom boom. A huge explosion sounded at the pier of the ancient city of the sea, and the huge power of the explosion of the gunpowder barrel directly exploded and shattered the battleship of the Korean Navy. The sawdust of the Korean battleship flew directly into the sky in the flames. After this gunpowder barrel exploded, it seemed that there was a chain reaction. The fire ships exploded one after another, and the explosion of Hagia Wharf was endless. Looking at all of this, Yun had no expression on his face. As the saying goes, mercifulness is not in charge of soldiers, and these years of tempering have also made Yun hard-hearted. For him, the kindness to the enemy is the cruelty to himself and the cruelty to the people of Dau. If the roles are changed now, Gao Li will only treat them more cruelly. War is cruel, and the world is cruel. Only cruel people can survive in war. Attack. Yun gave the order. His eyes were filled with flames. The purpose of the fire attacking the ship was only to disrupt the enemy's formation, so that the enemy could not stop the counterattack in time. Only relying on the fire attack ship would not be able to completely Xiaoming, the Korean Navy division, and the remaining warships had to come by themselves. Under his order, the three-way warship was besieged towards Haiguqing Pier. At the same time, the Hagia Wharf had become a mess. In the violent explosion, Park Zheng-tai was hit in the thigh by flying deck debris. Dragging his injured body, Park Zheng-tai looked desperately at the Goryeo Navy ship in the Sea of Flames. In the war with the Japanese kingdom, their navy suffered heavy losses, and the only warships were all in this ancient city. Now, he can only watch these warships sink. "General, withdraw. If you don't leave, it will be too late." A general ran over embarrassedly, his eyes full of fear. Park Zheng-tai glanced at the general and sneered, "We have to pay back what we owe." In the past few years, our Korean Navy master killed so many Baksons from Great Yu. Now Great Yu is going to beat us. Isn't that retribution? The old general should leave quickly. It is too late to say this. In those years, the country of Chongqing was weak. Who didn't want to grab something to come back? Many aristocrats still wanted to carve up the land of the country with the Golden Horde, said the general. Park Zheng-tai sighed when he heard the words. Indeed, as the general said, the country of Dau is rich in resources and wealthy. Who doesn't want to grab some things and come back to live a life of fine clothes and food? As far as he knows, many pirates who looted were backed by the nobles of Goryeo, which shows that looting Great Yu has become the consensus of the powerful. This time the king of Goryeo suddenly decreed to plunder the country of Dau. I am afraid it was also affected by these people. Thinking of this, Park Ching-tae sighed. War has never been justice, and generals can only shroud his country's horse leather. Regardless of whether these nobles looted first, now that the war is together, this Great Yu country is his enemy. Looking at the warships that were not affected by the explosion, he immediately reorganized the soldiers to board the ship and prepared to fight against the fleet of Dau. At this time, the warships of Dau Kingdom had been copied from Sanbread, and they lined up in combat formation on the sea. 3 arrays that stretched for several miles completely sealed off Haegu Pier like making dumplings. On the battleship Emperor Wang, Yan pulled out his saber, and then he raised his saber to the sky. Fire! The saber slid down suddenly, and Yan shouted. As soon as his voice fell, the artillery on the 48 battleships blasted in unison, and the white smoke enveloped the hull. In the rumbling sound, the artillery shells went to the remaining Korean battleship. Kaka, kaka. The shell hit the Korean battleship with a crisp impact. The hull of the Korean warship was directly pierced by the shells, and the power of the shells was undiminished. They continued to rampage. In the cabin, the whole cabin was filled with flying sawdust and rolling shells, which caused the oarsmen to die suddenly. Boom! After one round of firing, the gunfire was loaded and continued for the second shelling, followed by 3 shells from my brother. Under the fierce shelling, the Goryeo Navy was in chaos. The soldiers could not find the generals, and the generals could not find the soldiers. Park Zheng-tai looked in his eyes, and was anxious. Standing on the deck of the battleship, he shouted, "All board the ship and rush towards the enemy, kill." Before he could say anything, suddenly a black projectile directly hit Park Zheng-tai, and the black projectile directly hit his chest. In an instant, Park Zheng-tai's chest collapsed, and his whole body flew backwards. Seeing that he could not survive, other soldiers and generals saw this scene completely collapsed, and they climbed off the battleship and fled to the ancient city of Hai. Once the rout occurred, it was impossible to stop it. More and more soldiers began to flee, and there were scattered Korean soldiers on the pier. On the battleship, Yan watched all of this with a telescope. This sneak attack had reached his war goal. Now the Goryeo Navy was completely destroyed by him, and perhaps it will not be able to recover for a long time in the future. Of course, he will not give the Goryeo Navy a chance to recover. The sea is indeed very big, but for him, he only needs the warships of the Great Yu Kingdom. The shelling continued for a while, and after confirming that the Korean Navy had completely lost its threat, he ordered the Marine Corps to land. The purpose of destroying the Goryeo Navy was only to eliminate Goryeo's ability to counterattack at sea, and their real purpose was to establish a trading port and sign various treaties with Goryeo. Therefore, it is necessary for the Marines to land because the ancient city of Haegu is only 100 miles away from the city of Liujing in Xijing, Goryeo. He doesn't mind taking the army to visit Liujing. Following his order, the boat was put down, and the Marines on each battleship descended into the boat along the rope, and then they went to the pier of Haiguching to prepare to seize the pier. At this time, the movement of the wharf has long attracted the attention of the people of Haiguching. As the deserters entered the city, horrible rumors began to spread. and the country of Dau came over Dau. Li Chengzai had just arrived in the ancient city of Hai, and he was shocked to hear the news. His mother was in this ancient city of Hai, and he had to take her along with him. Thinking of this, he rode a horse against the flow of people into the ancient city of Hai. He knew well about the ancient city of Hai. This city was located between Bisha City and Liujing City. Because it no longer resists the front lines of the Japanese kingdom, there are very few garrisons in this ancient city. Although Hegyu Castle became the home of the Goryeo Navy after the war in the Wa Kingdom, looking at the chaos of Hegyu now, the Goryeo Navy might have been defeated. Because of this, the city is so chaotic. Thinking about it all the way, Li Cheng suddenly had an idea that shocked him. Now he was kicked out of the Li family, humble like a dog, and now he has lost everything except his mother. Why didn't he give it a go? With the support of the barbarians, the Jin family can become the king of Goryeo. Why can't he take refuge in Dau and become Daus in Goryeo? Chapter 724 Break the City. The roar of artillery is like spring thunder. A year ago, the Koreans might not know what artillery is, but they finally realized the great power of this weapon during the war with the Japanese country. Their army was retreating under the attack of the Japanese artillery and muskets, and they were unable to fight back. If it weren't for the aid of the Golden Horde, Goryeo has now been destroyed. The people of Dau have come here. The Korean people in the chaotic Haiguching were panicked and fled in all directions, for fear that the people of Dau would rush into the ancient city to avenge the insults that Jaoli had done to the kingdom of Dau over the years. As the big city of Korea by the sea, most of the Korean people who have gone to looting the country of Dau over the years set off from here. When these Goryos returned from the sea with a boat of wealth, many Goryos in the ancient city of Hai were blushing. So many people in the ancient city of Hai joined in the act of pretending to be the Japanese country and looting the country of Greatu. When these people returned with gold and silver treasures, more people from the ancient city of Hai participated in. It can be said that every Haiguching from top to bottom, every Goryeo person knows the sins they committed against Goryeo. It is for this reason that the people in the ancient city of Hai are so scared when they call in the country, because their hands are covered with the blood of the people in the country. Li Cheng was running against the flow of people into the city. He knew very well why the ancient city of Hai was so chaotic. In the past, the country of Dau was weak, and the Koreans had no scruples. After all, at that time, the country of Dau was like a merchant without the power of a chicken, who didn't want to go up and grab one. But now the wealthy businessman is suddenly armed to his teeth, vowing to recover the stolen wealth, and one can imagine what will happen next. Boom boom boom. The sound of artillery outside the city continued. Li Chen ran towards an alley after arriving at the northern city of Haiguching. His mother lives in the courtyard at the end of the alley. When he was young, his mother was driven out of the capital by his father because it was a shame for him in his father's eyes. But although he did not want his mother to stay, his father did not allow his mother to stay in the Jiufang division. So his father sent his mother to Haiguching, let her live here, away from Liujingqing. In these years, Li Cheng would come here every time he missed his mother, but he never thought that he would encounter the bombardment of the dock by Dau State. When he came to the yard, Li Cheng was pushing the door and entering. At this time, his mother was embroidering. Seeing her mother, Li Cheng was walking a few steps to the front. "Shengzai, why are you here? What is so blunt outside the city?" Li Chengzai's mother is dressed in shabby clothes, and she knows the evidence of life at a glance. Seeing his mother like this, Li Cheng's heart is cut. These years, he has worked hard and cautiously in front of his father, but now he has nothing left with his hands. He is really unwilling. "Mother, it's from the Dau country who came here. You should pack your things out of the city now." Li Chengzai didn't say much, and immediately packed up things for his mother. Liu Keying said anxiously, "Why are you here so dangerous? Don't leave soon." Li Cheng is still silent. Now he has no time to argue. At this time, the pier outside the ancient city of Hai was already occupied, and the marines continued to arrive at the pier from the sea. On the emperor, Yun watched all this, and he said, "Dock the ship at the pier, and send the artillery to them by the way. While speaking, Yan glanced at the field guns on the deck. These were Marine Corps equipment. These big guys were hoisted onto the ship before they set off, and now they should be handed over to the Marine Corps to attack the city. Yes, the lieutenant ordered the warship to sail to the dock immediately. Seeing the semaphore from the Emperor, the other warships also moved towards the dock at the same time, but now they must be cautious. After all, the attack just now turned this place into a sea of flames. The battleship dexterously passed through the silent battleship group of the Goryeo Navy. Soon after Yan arrived at the dock, Liu Chen, Xi Yuan and others also arrived. "General, the dock is now completely controlled by us. What shall we do next?" Liu Chen asked. He hadn't enjoyed the naval battle yet, and the Korean Navy master was beaten 7 or 88. Yan pondered for a moment. In his plan, the annihilation of the Goryeo Navy was only one of the steps. The second step was to occupy the ancient city of the sea and force the king of Goryeo to open the port. So he said to Liu Chen, "When the field artillery comes off the ship, you immediately attack the city and take down the ancient city of Hai." "Yes, the last general will take the command." Liu Chen licked his lips excitedly. What he thinks now is different from Yan's. Yan thinks about how to force Goryeo to open the port, and he has a strong hatred of Hai Guqing. The pirates who looted the coast and killed the fishermen all these years came from this ancient city. He has been waiting for this day. The excitement on his face was beyond words. Liu Chen immediately assembled 6,000 Marines, and this number was almost all of the Marines. However, although the number is small, the Marine Corps equipment is not bad. They are indeed using the rifled rifle shipped from the military workshop not long ago, and they are only a team of 6,000 people. They are also equipped with 36 field guns. The level of excellence is not lost to the King's army. It can be seen that Xiaoming attaches great importance to the Marine Corps now. After 6,000 people gathered, they immediately rushed towards the ancient city of the sea. At this time, the guns were in the front and the field artillery was in the back. It only took them 10 minutes just arrived at the ancient city of Hai. Because the ancient city of Hai was built close to the city, the ancient city of Hai was built almost close to the ocean, and the distance between the two is very short. Boom boom boom. As soon as the Marine Corps arrived under the city, there were sporadic cannons on the walls of Haegu City. Liu Chen looked at the ancient city of Hai, and was surprised that there were artillery in the ancient city of Hai, but he was no longer worried when he glanced around. Because there are only 2 cannons in this city, and they were made by the Golden Horde from the appearance. Kill those 2 cannons. Liu Chen's eyes were firm. Although he had not seen the barbarian artillery, according to the intelligence, the barbarian artillery had not been improved in technology in the past few years, and it remained at the current battle of Jizu. And 2 cannons are not to be feared. The artillery got the order, and immediately lined up the field artillery. After the angle was corrected, he gave the order to fire. In an instant, 36 field guns spewed out flames, and the black projectiles hit the walls of the stone fragments. After firing the artillery here, the barbarian artillery on the wall suddenly stopped. At this time, Liu Chen ordered to blast the ancient city gate. As long as this is broken, there will be no more suspense about victory. Boom boom boom. The ancient city gate of Songhai City suddenly turned into a hornet's nest when the explosion sounded from the distance. During the second shelling, the gate suddenly faltered and fell down. At this moment, the charge horn resounding outside the city began to circle over the battlefield. Chapter 725 Brandon's New Trend. Boom boom. In the sound of the charge horn, the Marines rushed in through the gate of the ancient city of Hai. At the gate of the city, the soldiers guarding the ancient city of the sea and the Marines met in hand, and they rushed towards the army of the Great Chongqing that had no armor on them. With knives, the Marines with muskets were not afraid. They lined up in a neat line and rushed forward. At a distance of 50 meters, they fired a volley of muskets, and then they took up bayonet muskets and rushed towards Dayu National Army. The distance of 50 meters was too short for them, and when they finished reloading ammunition, the other party rushed over. So in the process of fighting with other troops, The army of Great Yu State gradually developed a habit of shooting at a distance of 50 meters for the final round, and then directly bayonet. With this method, they have defeated many enemies. The Korean soldiers in the ancient city of Hai have never seen such a way of fighting. Looking at the dark green uniforms, the soldiers of the Republic of Chongqing who rushed over with their bayonets, the Korean soldiers who had lost 1/3 of the shooting collapsed directly. When the Marines contacted them, they ran away. The crowd of mobs. Wei Yan looked at the battlefield from a height with a telescope. It seemed that the defeat of the Korean soldiers was in his plan. Xi Yuan smiled. This ancient city of the sea is easier to win than we thought. It's not that Haiguqing is easy to win, but this time we caught them by surprise. I have to say that the information provided by Wang Xuan is still very important, Yan said. What the general said. Xi Yuan looked at the ancient city of Hai, and then he replied, "Don't the general want to go to the ancient city of Hai to see what happened?" Yan nodded, and went to Hai ancient city with Xi Yuan. This time, Wang Xuan not only provided the news of the Korean Navy master, but also gave him the map of the ancient city of Hai. It can be said that because of the information provided by Wang Xuan, they know the ancient city well. After entering the city, the Marines did not appear to be flustered. According to the information provided by the drawings, they began to quickly clear the rebels in the city. Entering Haiguqing with gunshots, Yan said to Xi Yuan, "Capturing Haiguqing is not our ultimate goal. Now we need someone to bring the news to the king of Goryeo to fulfill our requirements." Xi Yuan frowned. The final officer will go to catch a Korean man now and ask him to go back and bring news to the king of Goryeo. The two were talking, and suddenly they saw a well-dressed youth approaching them, and the soldiers who noticed the youth immediately surrounded the youth. The youth is not someone else, it is Li Chengzai. He knelt down when he looked at the two generals, and said in the language of the country of Great Yu, "General, please be forgiving." Yan asked in doubt, "Are you from the Great Yu country?" Li Cheng said honestly, "I have half of my ancestry from Dau." After a pause, he continued, "My mother is from Dau." Yan nodded. He looked at the youth a little strangely. "Why are you kneeling in front of the general?" Li Cheng was saying, "General Rameng will not give up, and I want to help the general." "Help me?" Yan laughed. This young man was strange. Xi Yuan heard something at this time. He said to Yan, "General, if this person knows the Great Yugo, and if he knows the Goryeo, wouldn't it be the most appropriate for him to spread the word this time?" "Ah, you said it was good." Yan also suddenly realized this problem. He was just thinking about finding someone to go to the Liujing city of Xijing in Korea. But even so, this young man was really incredible, so he asked, "Why do you want to help this general?" Li Cheng didn't shy away from his true purpose, so he told his own experience, and even dragged out his looting in Dau. Speaking of this, Yan and Xi Yuan both understood. It turns out that this Li Cheng is ambitious and wants to use them to become the hero of this troubled time in Goryeo. "HMPH, you went to Dau country to rob my people, but now you dare to appear in front of the general. Didn't you look for death?" Even though Li Cheng was telling the truth, Yan suddenly became wary of this person, because in his opinion this was an ambitious person. But from the other side, he does need an ambitious person to disrupt Goryeo. This matter is irrefutable. Please be punished. Li Chengzai still knelt on the ground. Yan rolled his eyes, and he said, "However, Ben will be at the time of employment, so I won't hold you accountable for the time being. If you want to prove your sincerity, you only need to do one thing now." "General, please." Li Cheng secretly rejoiced in his heart. This time he took the risk and took the right way. "I would like you to tell King Goryeo about this ancient city of the sea and bring him the conditions of the general," Yan said. Li Cheng nodded. "General, this is no problem." Although Jixia was kicked out of the house, he still has a few friends in Liu Jingqing. "In that case, you are now acting as a messenger between me and King Goryeo," Yan said. Then, he told Li Sang all the requirements for the king of Goryeo this time to let him return to Ryu Kyungseong after Li Sang left. Xi Yuan said, "The general believes him so easily? Wouldn't it be so simple to believe him? I always have to find someone for this matter, and he is very suitable." Yan groaned. "King Zu, Imperial Study Room. Xiaoming received the news that Yan was going to Goryeo. This time in the memorial, he had clearly mentioned the purpose of attacking Goryeo with Yan. According to the current time, Yan must have launched an attack on High Ancient City, and now his only worry is whether Yan can bring him good news. After all, this matter has a bearing on the border security of the north and the export of trade from Great Chongqing. At this time, Pang Yukan was also there, and he also learned of the matter. At this time, he said, "The Emperor, since the establishment of the private workshop, the output of both cloth and white sugar has increased a lot. These things have been sold to Korea and War." Xiaoming nodded. "That's why I can only plan." Then he asked, "By the way, what are Brandon and his party doing now?" "The Emperor, Brandon now asks to buy our steam engine, you see." Pang Yukan hesitated. He offered a high price, and he is willing to buy one at the price of 500,000 taels of silver. Hearing this, Xiaoming smiled, and since Brandon saw the steam engine in the workshop area, he has thought about it, especially after discovering technology that is not available in Europe. This guy rushes over like a cat seeing a mouse. It shows that this Brandon is shrewd. They will inevitably use this one for copying when purchased. Xiaoming sneered. Chapter 726 Boost Domestic Demand. The golden sunlight poured into the Imperial Study Room, bringing a touch of warmth. Pang Yukan groaned for a while and said, "In this case, this steam engine cannot be given to the Dutch, but it is a pity. 500,000 taels of silver is not a small amount. Don't worry, you can't sell it now. Maybe it will be sold in a few years." Lin Wentao has been improving the steam engine, and it will not be too late to sell this to them after the steam engine of the country is replaced. Xiaoming smiled lightly. Brandon's eagerness to buy steam engines gave him a preliminary assessment of the level of Western steam engines. At least this shows that the steam engines in DAU are more advanced than those in the British. The Emperor said that if this is the case, the next official will go back and beat him. Otherwise I don't know how long Brandon will stay in Kingzhou. Pang Yukan frowned. According to Brandon's plan, he should have left Kingzhou long ago and returned to Roland City, but now he obviously regards Kingzhou as a treasure, and he is interested in hunting treasures in Kingzhou. Speaking of this steam engine, Xiaoming remembered the last auction, and he said, "By the way, the last auction did not add a lot of money to the treasury. A full 18 million taels of silver." Upon hearing this, Pang Yukan showed the look of the miser when he saw the treasure. Xiaoming nodded. It is no wonder that Pang Yukan was a little shaken to Brandon's suggestion. This steam engine is a cash cow. In that case, the government office now has the money to lay the cement roads and improve the farmland. Xiaoming said, "Now that the country is full of waste and needs a lot of money to resume production, plus the construction of the royal workshop, this money is everywhere." But he asked Pang Yukan to spend a lot of money in order to stimulate domestic demand and promote the circulation of the country's silver, so as to revitalize the country's business. After all, people need money to buy things, and their money is usually only obtained by selling food and coolies. This infrastructure is booming. People can make money by relying on coolies. With money, they can buy industrial products. The sales of industrial products can promote industrial development, and industrial and commercial exhibitions can provide more tax revenue for the country. This is a virtuous circle. Because of this, Xiaoming asked Pang Yukan to spend the money from the treasury. The Emperor, the next official, and the Olf have already drawn up the amount of money needed for each state. When this money goes down, the roads, schools, and government-run workshops in each state will be established. Pang Yukan said, bowing, and he couldn't see it in the Bowen Academy. With few books on government affairs, Pang Yukan can now understand the causality. That's good. Now the barbarians are ready to move, and we don't have much time left. Once the barbarians wake up and abandon Goryeo and directly attack the Great Yu country, then it will be a fierce battle. After a pause, he continued, in addition, you leave 1 million taels of silver to Lin Wentao and 6 tongs, so that they can have enough silver to study crafts. Yes, the Emperor. Pang Yukan replied very simply. He didn't understand the role of these crafts before, And now these crafts have brought such a big change to the country, he has no reason to object. In fact, it is not only him. More and more officials are beginning to attach importance to the exhibition of industry and commerce. Of course, the fact that officials can think this way has a lot to do with Xiaoming, as the so-called one is the emperor. One courtier, Xiaoming attaches so much importance to these things, and the ministers naturally choose what they like. Pang Yukun made a decision on these two things, and Brandon is still relying on his official office and refused to leave. Back to the government office, Brandon immediately eagerly leaned forward, and he said, "Dear Pang Fu, what did your majesty the emperor say? Can we bring a steam engine back?" Brandon said, and Rod translated the words again. Shook his head, and Pang Yukun said, "The emperor ordered the officer not to sell the steam engine to you, because this is the highest secret of our country. Brandon messenger, you should go back." Brandon showed a trace of unwillingness. He said, "Pang Fu, now this steam engine is sold by you to merchants in the country. How can this be a secret? Since we can't buy a steam engine from the government office, it can buy from other merchants. This is not okay. Every steam engine sold in the country is registered. No merchant can take the steam engine out of the country. Otherwise, the government will severely punish both parties who sell the steam engine, and hope that Brandon's messenger will not violate the emperor, your majesty's order. Otherwise the official will have to drive you out of the Great Yu Kingdom," Pang Yukun said sternly. Brandon still refused to give up. He spread his hands. "Pang Fu, Dayu and the Dutch are not enemies. I think we have a lot of places to collaborate." Faced with Brandon's death hammer, Pang Yukun shook his head, and simply found an excuse to go out. "Earl, what do you do now?" Pang Yukun disappeared, and Brandon and his group could only stare at them. Looking at Rod, Brandon no longer has the arrogance he had when he first came to King's. He said angrily, "What else can we do now? It is obvious that the people of Dayu have never believed us, just like we did to them." Rod said, "Master Earl, what I mean is that the steam engine of the country is not important. It is who gave them the technology of the steam engine. In short, I don't believe that a backward indigenous country will have such a high level in such a short time." "Technology? You don't believe it?" "Of course I don't believe it either, but now the facts are right in front of us. This emperor of the Great Yu Kingdom is really not a simple character," Brandon said. "Yes, according to what we know." The emperor explained the source of these techniques when he was still the king of Qi. He said it came from a missionary, but a missionary can't know the craftsmanship that we don't have in Europe, so I have always suspected all these technologies come from the emperor, but the emperor is aloof. No one dares to ask him this. Rod said. Brandon nodded slowly. "Yes, it's a pity that he is the emperor of the Great Yu Kingdom. He doesn't want to say it. No one can force him to say it." He sighed and said again, "But in this way, we must maintain the current good relationship with Great Chongqing. When I return to the Netherlands, I will tell the Congress about this in detail, so that the Congress will finally decide how to communicate with Great Chongqing. In addition, during your stay in Kingzhou, you should learn as much as possible about the various technologies in Kingzhou. Even if you get one, you can make money in Europe." Brandon's enthusiasm made other people enthusiastic. Didn't they come here all the way to get rich overnight? At this time they suddenly realized that in addition to commodities such as porcelain, they had another way to make money. 8. Chapter 727 King Goryo's decision. After 3 days, Li Chengzai returned to Liu Jingqing again. It's just that this time he didn't come back to beg for mercy, but to report the news of the fall of Hai Ancient City to the King of Korea. What? Hai Guqing was occupied by the Great Yu Kingdom? King Goryo almost stood up from the throne in shock. He pointed to Li Sungji in disbelief and said, "Do you know the fate of deceiving this king?" The palace of the King of Goryo is located in the center of Ryukyu Castle. After arriving at Ryukyu Castle, Li Sungji came directly to the gate of the palace. This time he came back with Park Zhengtai's body. The guards of the palace may not know him, but they will certainly recognize Park Zhengtai. After all, Park Zhengtai is the famous person in front of King Goryo. The King of Goryo has been counting on Park Zhengtai to lead the Korean Navy Division to defeat the war country, but now Park Zhengtai has died in the hands of the people of Dau. Your Majesty, Park Zhengtai's body is outside the palace gate, and the grassroots dare not deceive the king. Li Chengzai lowered his head and said. The king of Goryeo immediately slumped on a chair when he heard this. It was his order to rob Dau Kingdom. He did not expect that this order would bring such serious consequences. King, the ancient city of Hai is only 100 miles away from the city of Yujing, and the army of the kingdom of Great Yu can arrive in 2 days. If Li Chengzai said, now the city of Yujing is in danger, said a minister bitterly. King Goryeo's face was uncertain. He looked at the other ministers and asked, you all talk about what should be done now? Another minister said, my lord, now we can only ask the Golden Horde to send troops to regain the ancient city of the sea. If, as Li Cheng said, the soldiers of Great Yu are now using firearms, and our soldiers are probably not opponents. Yes, the Great Yu country defeated the army of the Golden Horde with firearms. Our remaining army is not its opponent at all, and in order to defend the Japanese country, most of the army is on the border and cannot be transferred back. The king of Goryeo wrinkled his brows deeper and deeper. He said, even so, is this king going to bow his head to Great Yu country? Great Yu country is also worthy. In the past few years, the country of Dau has been weak. There are few officials in the court who can value the country of Dau. Every time they mention the country of Dau, these officials have disdain on their faces. In their opinion, this big Yu country is nothing more than a fat sheep. Now this fat sheep has become a tiger that can eat people. They are obviously not suitable. Of course not worthy. A general said at this time, the kingdom of Great Yu is no longer the sovereign state of our Goryeo. Now our sovereign state is the Golden Horde. Your lord, this time, the kingdom of Great Yu has only taken advantage of the danger of taking down the ancient city of the sea that is not guarded by heavy soldiers. It's just a sneak attack. As long as the king gives the final 30,000 soldiers and horses, the final general will be able to knock down the ancient city of the sea. So why bother with the Golden Horde to send troops in person? General Choi is worthy of being a titan of Goryeo. In that case, he asked General Choi to lead his troops to the encirclement and suppression. King Goryeo said happily. The officials in the main battle suddenly became excited when they heard this, and they all agreed. Li Cheng has been observing the reaction of the officials. He discovered that a few officials who knew the country were opposed to it. Other officials despised the country. In his heart, it is clear to him that Korea has been bullying the country of Dau for the past few years, and has taken advantage every time. They will not accept the fact that the country has become stronger without paying a heavy price. This time, Li Cheng came back only to inform the king of Goryeo about the conditions of Dau, so he said, my lord, the purpose of the attack on the navy by Dau is indeed to retaliate for our looting of Dau, but their real purpose is for the sake of trade. The generals of Dau state said that if the king ceded the ancient city of the sea and established a trade port, they would stop the offensive, otherwise they would continue to fight Tuxijing, and they would also help us deal with the country at sea. To deal with the Japanese country? King Goryeo was startled. Now he hates not the country of Dau the most, but the country of Japan. He lost half of his country in a year, and now the Japanese country is burning, killing, looting and doing all things in the south, which made him sweep the ground with majesty. And he was most dissatisfied with the decision of the barbarian to divide Korea into two. Yes, they said they could cut off the sea supplies of the Japanese kingdom, but it all depends on the king's sincerity. Li Chengzai said. As soon as his voice fell, an official suddenly pointed to Li Cheng and said, traitor, how much money have you collected from the people of Dau, and now you are making a noise for them? Li Chengzai looked at the minister and sneered 3 times. He said, the Koman was only selected by them to pass on the news if they would meet the Great Yu kingdom. Where is the traitor? Han Daran doesn't know how much money he received from the Golden Horde. Silver treasure speaks for them wholeheartedly. Bold untouchables, Master Han is also something you can blame. Come here, don't drag on and kill. Some officials immediately murmured. The king of Goryeo has a gloomy look. He was able to become the king of Goryeo because of the support of the Golden Horde. Naturally, He cannot compromise with the kingdom of Dau at this time. Otherwise, his fate might be the same as the last king of Goryeo. But at the same time, he was worried that the country would continue to harass. When he was angry. Thinking of this, he looked at Li Chengzai. In his opinion, this person could not be killed. He still needed to deal with the country, so he said to the ministers, "This person still has some usefulness. It is a pity to kill." Pondered for a while, he said to Li Cheng, "Go back and tell the people of Dau that this king needs 3 days to think about it." Li Sung was frowning. King Goryeo's words were obviously a slow-down strategy. If he used to say, he would have clearly stated the pros and cons, but now he is disappointed with Goryeo from top to bottom. His gaze was swept across all the ministers of Han and Choi, and he knew very well that these people were the minions of the Golden Horde in Korea. "Yes, online," Li Chengzai responded. The king of Goryeo felt the pleasure of having a trick in his heart, and he raised his hand to let Li Sungji leave. Watching Li Cheng disappear, King Goryeo said, "Now send an envoy to the Golden Horde to move rescue soldiers." "Yes," the officials said simultaneously. Here, Li Cheng went to the ancient city of Hai after he got on his horse. There was nowhere to go after he came back this time. The ministers in the palace accused him of being a traitor. "If I can't make use of the Great Yu country this time, I will die miserably in the future." Thinking of this, Li Chengzai has strengthened his belief, and the most important thing is that he believes that the Great Chongqing Congress defeated the barbarians, because he has seen the excellent firearms and equipment of the Great Chongqing army. Early the next morning, he arrived at the ancient city of He, and immediately reported the words of King Goryeo to Yun. "This king of Korea wants to delay waiting for the barbarians to rescue soldiers, right?" Yun's words hit the nail on the head. Liu Chen sneered and said, "It seems that I haven't beaten it hard this time. Why don't you go straight to the Liujing city this time and give them some color?" Chapter 728 Slavery Project. The sea breeze was blowing on Yun and the generals, and the sailing warships neatly moored in the pier of the ancient city of the sea, giving people a visual shock. Liu Chen's words made Yun frown. War is not a child's play. How can it be caused by a moment of indignation? The name of the river outside the city of Liujing is Datong River. Compared with the Yangtze River and the Yellow River in Dau, this river, the land river, is very narrow, and the water depth of the river is not suitable for our warships to sail in it. Otherwise, if the first ship ran aground, the consequences would be disastrous. At this moment, Li Cheng glanced at the huge battleship on the sea. He nodded and said, "The general is aware of the details. The Datong River is indeed not suitable for this kind of battleship course, and the Golden Horde has donated a lot of artillery to the King of Korea. If they will use artillery to sink your first and stern ships, then you will be the turtle in the urn." Liu Chen's face blushed. Like Luf, he is also a violent military commander, and sometimes he only speaks quickly. "General, it's simple for the Enid general, but what should I do now? I can't come here for nothing this time." Yun's eyes are deep, and his practical experience at sea over the years combined with the knowledge he has learned at Bowen Academy makes him not the fisherman who only relied on his brute force. After pondering for a while, he said, "Of course it can't come in vain. At least we have to hold this ancient city in our hands. In addition, from now on, we will block the coast of Goryeo and prohibit any Goryeo merchant ships and fishing boats from going to sea. This Goryeo land is barren and many things need to be taken from Dau. Go bought it and cut off their shipping and made him mess up." "Yes, General," Liu Chen answered. Li Cheng jumped in his heart. This Yun seemed to him not easy. At least he knew the current situation of Korea very well. Before the invasion of the Wa Kingdom, the situation in Korea was still in the past. However, after half of the Wa Kingdom's land was ceded and a large amount of money and food was lost in the war, life in Korea began to feel sad. Therefore, compared with the past, there are a lot more merchant ships going to sea in Korea this year. Now Yun directly cut off the trade route on the sea in Korea. I have to say that it will make the life of Korea even more uncomfortable. After talking about this, Yun looked at Li Chengji. When Li Cheng went to Liujingqing, he suddenly had an idea to control Goryeo. After looking at Li Chengzai carefully for a while, Yun said, "Li Chengzai, I knew that you came here to get ahead. I will give you this opportunity now. Now I will only ask if you dare order. General, Jiha has no way to retreat now. All the ministers in the Goryeo dynasty want to kill me. Lee Sungji couldn't help gritting his teeth when he remembered what happened to Ryukyong. Jeoli's respect and inferiority is more than that of dear Yugo. His status as a will be a stain on his life, and this stain will make him have no hope in his career. Because of this, he would desperately put his life to Yan. Wei Yan nodded. He asked Li Chengzai to go to Liu Jingqing to drive him to death. He smiled and said, "Then do you want to be the king of Korea?" King of Goryeo? Li Sung was taken aback. "Yes, it is the king of Goryeo. But there will be a condition. If you become the king of Goryeo in the future, you will incorporate Goryeo into the Great Yu Kingdom." Yan said loudly, "This is the current emperor's strategy." Li Cheng has no choice at all now. He doesn't care whether Goryeo is merged into the Golden Horde or the Great Yu Kingdom. Now all he wants is to live brightly, so he immediately said, "I agree to everything the general said." Yan smiled with satisfaction. He said, "In this case, I would have provided you with firearms to help you train an army. You took this army to the south to drive away the Japanese people. From then on, this southern land is yours." Li Chengzai's heart beat unconvincingly. Yan's remarks were a huge temptation to him. He dreamed of having his own army. If Yan can really train the army and provide firearms for him now, it can't be said that he can really make a difference in the south. "Thanks for the grace of General." Li Chengzai suddenly knelt in front of Yan, his body trembling slightly with excitement. Yan helped Li Chengzai up, and he said earnestly, "So this ancient city of the sea is particularly important and cannot be lost. Before that, you need to properly handle the affairs of this general." Li Cheng knew that although the people of Dayu had captured the ancient city of Hai, the people in the city were still wary and disgusted with the people of Dayu. It can be said that the people of Dayu had only occupied the city, but were unable to manage the ancient city of Hai. The purpose of Yan's remarks now is to stabilize his mind and train the army based on the ancient city of Hai. He said, "General, I have already questioned many people. They have seen most of the officials in Haigyu City escape, so as long as the general supports, I can take on this role." "Well, in that case, you will be responsible for the administrative affairs of this ancient city." Yan and the generals looked at each other. Rather than letting soldiers brutally suppress the people of Haiguqing, they are more willing to choose an agent to manage the city, because in this way, the cost of controlling Haiguqing will be greatly reduced. After all, in the military academy, Xiaoming once told them clearly, the cheapest cost of colonization is not participating in the internal affairs of colonial countries. After confessing the matter, Yan asked Li Chengzai to go back temporarily. Xiuan, who had already suffocated his words, said anxiously, "General, are you really going to train an army for this Li Cheng? Here is barbaric and unbelievable. If it is in the future, wouldn't it be worth the loss to hit us with the weapons we provided?" Yan said lightly, "This time, what I will provide them is only matchlock and export-type artillery, so you don't have to worry. Even if Li Cheng betrays us in the future, he won't be able to pose any threat to us. The real enemies of the country are the barbarians and the Japanese countries. If we can get the barbarians and the Japanese countries into the quagmire of the Korean War without a single soldier, we will have one half of this war." Xi Yuan was not as deep as Yan thought. He said, "But the matchlock and artillery also require silver. It is a pity to give Li Chengzai to Li Chengzai. After all, he doesn't know the year of the monkey until he becomes mature." Hearing that, Yan laughed, and he said, "Who said that Li Cheng would have been for nothing? Now that the railways in the 6 states are laid, the plantations require a lot of coolies, and there are many refugees in Korea. So let Liang, it is always okay to bring some refugees back to the sea." Liu Chen and Xi Yuan nodded. They knew who Liang Dahai was. This was a slave trader appointed by the emperor. No one knows how long this ancient sea city can be held. It is always good to catch some slaves and go back to repair the railway. Chapter 729 Steam Engine Replacement Rubber. King Zoot Brandon is still making the last effort to buy a steam engine. If this time is not successful, he can only return to the Netherlands with regret. So after begging Pang Yukun for a while, he finally got the opportunity to be the emperor of your kingdom in front of the Yush Hufang. Wake up this morning, Brandon put on his most luxurious silk dress and sprayed on perfume before heading to the imperial study room. At this time, Xiaoming was already waiting for Brandon in the imperial study room. The persistence of the Dutch envoy really made him a little helpless. The emperor, Brandon is here. Qian Defu's voice sounded. Xiaoming was sketching on a piece of paper. At this time, he said, "Let him in." In response, Qian Defu turned and left. Not long after, Brandon appeared in the imperial study room. Glanced at Brandon, Xiaoming said without waiting for him to speak, "Brandon Messenger, you are really obsessed with steam engines." "Your Majesty." The Emperor, "This steam engine is so charming, not only me, but every European will go crazy about it," Brandon said. "Today's Europe has set off a wave of technology craze. Even the kings and nobles are also very concerned about this, so the emergence of any new technology will arouse their pursuit." Xiaoming raised his eyelids. "But this is not the reason why I sold you the steam engine." Brandon fell into silence, and he hesitated for a long time. He said, "Your Majesty the Emperor, we have something in Europe that you must be very interested in. Maybe we can exchange it for this." "Oh?" Xiaoming raised his eyebrows, and he said, "I hope your words can change my mind." Brandon said sternly, "Rubber. This is a miraculous material found in Europe and South America. Maybe the Emperor will be interested." Xiaoming's hand holding the pen froze for a while. Brandon keenly observed this, which gave him confidence, and then he continued, "I don't know if the Emperor knows that there is a magical continent in the distant southern waters. It's called South America. The people of this place use rubber to make games and sacrifices. When a European navigator arrived in the Americas 200 years ago, he saw the local indigenous people playing with a black ball. The bombs are high on the ground, which are made from trees. Since then, Spain and Portugal have brought rubber to Europe in the process of conquering Herzegovina and South America. Now rubber is manufactured in Europe. There are many magical items. Rubber." I have to say that Xiaoming was very excited. In fact, rubber played a very important role in the Second Industrial Revolution. Without rubber, there would be no tires, seals and a series of products. In the history of human science and technology development, science and technology are constantly updated with the discovery of materials. Without coal, there would be no steam engine, and without oil, there would be no internal combustion engine. Although Xiaoming now masters a lot of technology, he has to be said that he is trapped on an island of civilization. Without rubber, many things with mature technology cannot be realized. Rubber is indeed a magical thing. Xiaoming made no secret of his knowledge of rubber. "So Earl Brandon can provide rubber for the country?" In the course of trading with Black, he had raised the issue of rubber with Black more than once, but Black refused on the grounds that rubber was so scarce that he could not provide it. Now that Brandon takes the initiative to bring up this matter, he naturally does not want to miss this opportunity, because Europe has blocked rubber for a long time. This is also the reason why Europe has been able to maintain technological leadership in modern times. They have controlled an important part of the science and technology tree, and they can naturally do so. "Yes," Brandon nodded, "we in the Netherlands have our own colony in South America, and we also have our own rubber plantations." Xiaoming nodded, thinking that rubber is more important than a steam engine. Now that he has technology spar, he can quickly improve the performance of a steam engine. But rubber is very deadly, because for a long time rubber was only available in South America. So it is really not easy for Xiaoming to get rubber. "Well, I have to say that I am very interested in this thing, but I not only want rubber, but also the seeds of the rubber tree," Xiaoming said. "I have to say that the Americas are far away. With the current level of science and technology in the country, it is very difficult to fight against Western powers in the Americas, and the supply lines will be too long. So, in order to prevent the West from imposing a rubber blockade on him, he felt it necessary to obtain some rubber seeds to plant on Hainan Island." Brandon suddenly laughed. "Your Majesty the Emperor, this is really a wise choice. So the steam engine and rubber trade is fixed." "Of course," but only if I need to see these things to give you the steam engine," Xiaoming said. "Even if the deal is concluded this time, Brandon will have to go back and forth for more than half a year. This is more than half a year for him to replace the steam engine, and to him, the steam engine is nothing at all. After all, he knows everything like internal combustion engines, which is really insignificant in comparison." Although Brandon wanted to take the steam engine home now, it was obviously impossible to look at the face of the Emperor of the Great Yu Kingdom. So he said, "I hope this trade can come true." It was agreed to. Brandon's knot was finally revealed. Although rubber is precious in Europe, in his opinion, it cannot be compared with steam engines. Each thought that they had taken advantage of each other. Both Xiaoming and Brandon were happy in their hearts. After sending Brandon away, Xiaoming could even imagine a series of modern industrial products such as bicycles, tricycles, and rickshaws. After thinking about it, Xiaoming gradually calmed down. At this time, he looked at what was written on the paper. After the new year, the weather gradually warmed up, and in another month it will be spring plowing. Since the introduction of potatoes and sweet potatoes, Xiaoming has used tuber seedling technology in the past 2 years to let Kuowu build a large seedling base. Every year the seedlings planted by the people are now purchased from the nursery base. With the successful promotion of potatoes and sweet potatoes in the 6 states, the number of people who plant these two things is increasing every year. It's just that, despite this, the output of potatoes and sweet potatoes from every citizen's home is not consistent because of the fertility of the land. So after the new year, Xiaoming specifically read the knowledge in the Science and Technology Library, and found the manufacturing method of Tujia fertilizer for promotion. After becoming the emperor, he paid more and more attention to the development of agriculture. After all, the food and clothing problem of Dayu has not been completely solved, and he has to pay attention to this problem. The people regard food as their heaven. This industry is important, and food is equally important. After all, transportation is troublesome in this era, and it is not reliable to buy food from outside. Chapter 730 Industrial Planning? Fertilizer? In the Imperial Study Room, both Pang Yukun and Fiji were puzzled. Yesterday, he and Brandon reached an agreement to replace the rubber steam engine, and Pang Yukun and Fiji sent Brandon away in the drizzle the next morning. The visit of the Dutch mission was also considered a diplomatic event. He also used corresponding etiquette to receive people. At the same time, he also gave some gifts back to Brandon. Of course, Xiaoming refused to suffer. Brandon brought a bunch of industrial products, and he also returned a bunch of industrial products, including perfumes, white sand beaches, silk, tea, pendulum clocks and a series of things. The reason for choosing these is actually very simple. He is to let the Dutch Parliament know the strength of the country. Brandon's arrival is only a diplomatic event. After sending Brandon away, he will still face the development problems of Great Chongqing. Now that the industry is booming, it has been able to provide some materials for the soil and fertilizer, so he called Pang Yukun and Fiji for this fertilizer. The Emperor, "What is this fertilizer?" Pang Yukun asked directly. After pondering, Xiaoming said, "This chemical fertilizer is a kind of fertilizer that can increase grain production." It turned out to be fertilizer. Fiji nodded. "There are people in this folk who pick up manure and make fertilizer, so it must be this." Old Fch said, "Very much, but this is only fertilizer, not chemical fertilizer." Xiaoming smiled lightly. This chemical fertilizer refers to the fertilizer that is made by chemical methods or mining minerals, and is also called inorganic fertilizer. The old man is talking about organic fertilizer. Organic, inorganic. Fiji and Pang Yukun were once again in the circle. With the development of industry, new terms have appeared one after another, making them a little overwhelmed. So much so that both of them are under pressure when talking to Xiaoming, because the Emperor's mouth will pop out some strange words from time to time. At the same time, in order to understand what Xiaoming said, the two had to go to King's University to supplement some knowledge. Xiaoming nodded, and became a teacher on the spot, explaining to them what is organic and inorganic. After the two understood, Pang Yukun said, The emperor meant that chemical fertilizers are more violent than fertilizers and can make crops more productive. Yes, this is also the reason why I am looking for you. Before, King Zhu did not have an industrial basis for the production of chemical fertilizers, but steam engines made this possible. The most important point is that King Zhu Prefecture's phosphate rock is scarce and cannot achieve mass production of chemical fertilizers. But now could it be Wangtu, the world's greatest, and I can easily get them. Xiaoming feels comfortable, and when he is in his current position, he feels that sometimes developing the country is like playing a strategy game. If you want to advance the technological tree of industry, you have to build various ore smelters, so that the corresponding industries can be developed, otherwise everything is in vain. So he didn't mention fertilizer before just because there were no conditions. Because according to the data in the Science and Technology database, Dayu is one of the world's major phosphate deposits. Phosphate resources are quite rich, with a total resource of nearly 50 billion tons, ranking second in the world. Moreover, the phosphate mines of Dayu are concentrated in 5 provinces: Yunnan, Guizhou, Sichuan, Hubei and Henan. These places are not only rich in phosphate mines but also of the best quality. It can be said that the phosphate mines of Dayu are mainly distributed in the southwest region. The coal mines in Dayu are mainly concentrated in Shaanxi. Because of this, Xiaoming was unable to produce fertilizer even if he wanted to. But it was different after the Northern War. Now these southwestern lands are basically under his control. That's it. Pang Yukun and Fiji suddenly understood. Xiaoming continued, simply speaking, as long as there is a phosphate rock, you can produce fertilizers, so this fertilizer workshop must be built in a place rich in phosphate mines. From my point of view, a fertilizer workshop will be established in Yazoo. They produce chemical fertilizers and then traffic them all over the country. Yes, the emperor. Pang Yukun nodded, and then he said, does this fertilizer workshop allow private workshops to be built? Personal mining of phosphate rock is allowed, but the fertilizer workshop must be run by the government. When the fertilizer is used on the land, you will understand that the people will cause trouble if they don't have the fertilizer. I don't worry about it by handing it over to profit-only merchants. Fiji and Pang Yukun should agree. After explaining the fertilizer industry, Xiaoming suddenly remembered something and said, I have heard about it during this period of time. It is said that many wealthy families have poured into King Zhu and turned into merchants. Fiji's affairs have always been supervised by Fiji, and he said, yes, the emperor, this is indeed a fact. Just as the emperor said that land is the foundation of the rich family, now the emperor has taken back the illegal land occupied by the rich family in various provinces and re-equalizes the land. The wealthy clan can only find another way to survive, so they become merchants with their rich family resources, which is a good thing in the eyes of the lower officials. The emperor, Mr. F said very much that the rich family originally relied on the local clan and the land. Now they are the rootless duckweed, which is easier to handle than in the local area. Xiaoming frowned. This time he easily won the north because he took a tolerant attitude towards the rich, but this does not mean that Xiaoming compromised with the rich and followed the old path of Great Yu. In fact, he has always been wary of these tycoons. Even though these tycoons are engaged in business, he believes that these tycoons still hate him from the heart. After all, he ruined the leisurely days of these tycoons as local emperors. Then he said, even so, we must be wary of them. Merchants are sometimes very dangerous. Fiji and Pang Yukun looked at each other. They knew what Xiaoming was worried about. They said in unison, yes, the emperor. The ministers remembered it. No longer mentioning the matter, Xiaoming asked the two about the reform, and he was slightly satisfied when he learned that private workshops and government-run workshops are now booming. At this time, he talked to the two about the industrial system. For Xiaoming, he is not blindly developing industry this time, but has his own set of plans. The source of this plan is the contemporary international industry classification in the Science and Technology database. This classification standard covers everything, from agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry and fishery to mining, manufacturing, to electrical appliances, gas, construction, transportation, information and other industries totaling more than 1,000 items. As long as all these industries are established in accordance with this standard, Great Yu can reach the level of the 20th century. And this is a complete national industry system, including the industrial system. Of course, Xiaoming has only completed a dozen of them now, and most of them have not been realized. After all, some things have to continue to advance in science and technology if they want to be realized. He has a long way to go. Chapter 731 Theory of Power. According to this order, you have watched me one by one, and you must not neglect. In the Imperial Study Room, Xiaoming gave Pang Yukan a black booklet on which he asked Pang Yukan and Fiji to establish some industries. Pang Yukan took the booklet and just glanced at it, and couldn't help being excited. This is what Xiaoming Luo has listed out now that Dau country lacks and needs perfection. In addition to industry, the aquaculture industry is also highlighted. The Emperor, with this minister, you can proclaim the department according to the script. Pang Yukan said happily. Xiaoming nodded and said what he should have said. At this time, he asked the two of them to go back separately and strictly follow the industry plan he provided to realize the country's own industry system. Sending off the two, Xiaoming relieved his laziness. Although Pang Yukan and Fiji had handled a lot of government affairs for him during this period, he was worried more than before. With all walks of life blooming everywhere in Dau, he had to go to battle personally to give more knowledge to the students of King's University. Although the Science and Technology Library is in his mind, he can't realize the rise of civilization alone. Only by cultivating more and more talents like Lin Wentao and Lu Tong can a complete industrial system be realized in Great Chongqing. Just as he was thinking about it, Qian Defu came over unwillingly and complained. The Emperor is already very tired. Why the Emperor has to ask the Emperor personally for this trivial country? Xiaoming suddenly laughed. This Qian Defu really felt sorry for him. The Emperor. After all, strictly speaking, the owner of his body was the one he watched grow up. After all, who is begging to see you outside the door? Every time Qian Defu complains like this, it must be something big or small. After sighing, Qian Defu said, it was Zhang Liang and his daughter who begged to see him. They were talking about the steam engine ship. In the eyes of the old slave, why should you come to the Emperor for such a small matter? If it had been before, Xiaoming might not have seen the two, but now he must be hands-on in science and technology, in order to let the Great Yu country catch up with Europe as soon as possible. After all, he is progressing, and European technology is also progressing, and Europe in this era is obviously more open than contemporary Europe. In the same historical period, the technological level of Europe at this time has surpassed contemporary Europe for half a century or more. The most important thing is that such Europe has extended its tentacles to Asia. Therefore, he needs the same weapon to defeat them at sea. This is the steam battleship. This is not a trivial matter. Let them in. Qian Defu complained and complained, but some things were still afraid to push away without authorization. In response, Qian Defu turned and left, and soon led Zhang Liang and his daughter to the royal study room. Xiaoguan, folk girl, see the Emperor. Zhang Liang and Zhang Kun said simultaneously, free gift. Xiaoming looked at the two of them. Did you encounter difficulties on the steamboat? Zhang Kun is a boring god. He doesn't like talking. Zhang Liang knows his daughter, so he proactively said. The Emperor, the old minister and his daughter tried to build a steam battleship at the Kingzhou shipyard when they returned from Dengzhou. Now they have some eyebrows, but what are they doing now? I am worried about motivation, so I am here to call on the Pope. Tell me about it, Xiaoming said with a straight face, and every time he discussed technical issues, he acted like a technician. Zhang Liang cleared his throat and organized a few words to say. After the old minister's experiment, now the steam engine plus the propeller can indeed make a battleship sail, but the old minister is not very relieved about the steam engine. If the coal on the battleship runs out, or the steam engine damaged, this steam engine ship is equivalent to a dead ship, so the old official thought that we should not only use steam power, but also keep the mast of the sailing warship. After a pause, Zhang Liang said, But this is just the idea of the veteran, and the daughter of the veteran insists on completely changing the structure of the battleship. For this matter, this girl fought the veteran with the Emperor's will for several days, and the veteran had no choice but to come find the Emperor. As soon as Zhang Liang's voice fell, Zhang Kun said, "The Emperor, the steam engine warship has its own suitable hull structure. Nowadays, to build the steam warship, it is natural to abandon the previous hull." "But how many cannons are on your hull?" Zhang Liang shook his head. "You are just a bottle of dissatisfaction, half a bottle of smash." Xiaoming smiled. Zhang Liang was saying that Zhang Kun did not learn thoroughly. He looked at Zhang Kun and said, "The main purpose of warships is to fight. So many times sailing warships would rather give up speed and ensure firepower. Now that my artillery positions are gone, how are my warships still fighting?" Zhang Kun frowned and was taken aback for a while, but she really didn't think about it. Zhang Liang showed a triumphant smile at this time, very proud of Jiang's old-fashioned pride. He had to say that when his daughter proposed steam power, his eyes almost fell off. For this purpose, he deliberately returned from Dengzhou to Qingzhou to try to produce a steam engine-powered ship. Now under preliminary tests, he and Zhang Kun have completed the experiment of the steam engine driving the propeller to move the ship forward. The experimental model will be officially started. The construction of ships. The Emperor, the old minister's suggestion is to temporarily use hybrid power, retain the power of the sailing warship, and the steam engine as the auxiliary power. After all, in the opinion of the old minister, it is difficult for the current steam engine to propel a large warship to sail, and without coal supply, the warship will be finished. Zhang Liang finally said. Xiaoming nodded. "You are reading www.uukanzu.com." Zhang Liang said that it is true that the steam engine is now being improved. The steam engine in this steam engine battleship is no longer an ordinary steam engine, but a high-temperature and high-pressure steam engine. Compared with ordinary steam engines, this steam engine is more efficient and more powerful. It is with this kind of steam engine as a guarantee that Lin Wentao dared to start producing steam locomotives, and now this kind of steam engine is used on warships. Just as Zhang Liang worries, his warships will be sailing far in the future. For this reason, the purely steam-powered warships need to be supplemented with coal and fresh water at each supply point. Now there is no problem in the waters of Dayu State, but he can't do anything outside of this range. Therefore, sails are needed at this time to ensure that the warship can move. Zhang Kun was originally very stubborn. Now that Zhang Liang and Xiaoming analyzed this way, she gradually remembered, but she was still a little unwilling. Doesn't the steam engine battleship become a joke? That's not the case. After the artillery problem of the steam battleship is solved, the iron-armored battleship can be officially built. At least it can be used in the surrounding area. Xiaoming said with a smile. He currently does not have the ability to make a steam battleship's rotating turret. Chapter 732 Upgraded Slavery Method. Liang Dahai had a cold face. It didn't take long for Yun to send back information from Haigyu City, and there was a lot of rumors in Qingzhou City about the arrest of slaves in Korea. Even some businessmen have gone to Dengzhou, ready to go to Korea to enjoy the bonus of this war. All this made Liang Dahai, the #1 trafficker in Dayu, naturally extremely unhappy, because when he got the news, he regarded Jiaoli as his slavery field. It's just that while he was angry, he also felt a bit weird, because such confidential information is generally not spread so easily. It was this kind of doubt that made him go to the line to ask a thorough question. "I asked Pang Shufu to release this news." In the Imperial Study Room, Xiaoming gave Liang Dahai an accurate answer, which made Liang Dahai's eyes widened. "The Emperor, why did you give the business of capturing slaves to these businessmen? They didn't support the money in this war?" Liang Dahai asked in confusion. Xiaoming squeezed his brows. 2 days ago, he had just dealt with the steamship, and Yun's battle report came from Haiguqing. In the battle report, Yun revealed his plans, and at the same time mentioned the plan to seize the opportunity to arrest slaves. He agrees with Yun's support for Li Chengzai as a puppet to manage the ancient city of the sea. Countless histories have proved that the easiest way to rule a strange country is to control the barbarian. Otherwise, it requires a huge war price. He also agrees with the arrest of slaves. After all, in this age, there is no justice at all. When Europeans continue to eliminate the indigenous people, there is only benefit, no mercy. But for him, arresting slaves is just the lowest level method of obtaining slaves, and this method is most suitable for merchants to use. The arrest of slaves at the national level is naturally not very glorious, so there are overseas laborers, so he said, every businessman can do the arrest of slaves. Why should you let Liang Dahai do it yourself? There is a more important thing to tell you. Liang Dahai scratched his head. Xiaoming's words made him a little confused, because he had been doing this business all these years, but now Xiaoming's meaning is about to change. Please make it clear from the emperor. Liang Dahai has a sense of crisis about losing his job. After pondering for a while, he said, at present, there are frequent wars in Korea and the people are displaced. Many people are starving and can't live anymore. If this time they are given a chance to go to Dau to build the railway, you say they would like it or not? Sure. Liang Dahai said without hesitation, people in troubled times are not as good as dogs. As long as you agree, at least they won't die of hunger. Yes, I think so too. So this time let you get out of the slavery and go to Haiguqing to recruit a group of Koreans to lay the railway here for the Great Yu Kingdom. Xiaoming said, railway repair is a very difficult task in this era. It can be said that there are blood and tears in every railway line. Now that the 6 states have to build the railway, this manpower is one of the problems, but it will be much slower to build the railway with the labor of the country. That's why he came up with the idea of recruiting the people of Goryeo to come to Dau to build the railway. He gave the people of Goryeo a bite to eat, and they were responsible for the railway. The deal was fair. Relatively speaking, the chance of dying on the railway line is much lower than the chance of dying in Korea. Liang Dahai suddenly enlightened, and he suddenly laughed. The emperor, this is not a slave trap, but it is better than a slave trap. Xiaoming tapped his left hand on the tabletop lightly. If you are still smart, this thing has been done more usefully than those slave ships. Yes, the emperor. The next official understands, and we will leave for the ancient city of Hai. Liang Dahai said excitedly. In fact, compared to the character who walks in the dark, the slave hunter, he also yearned for a glamorous identity, and the method Xiaoming now provided him undoubtedly gave him a change in identity. Nodded, Xiaoming gave Liang Dahai a few more words, and then he let him go back. This time Liang Dahai is in the light and the merchant's slave boat is in the dark, which will surely allow him to get the most benefit from Goryeo. And these interests will promote the Great Yu country to speed up on the road of industrial revolution. Chengdu. Golden account. The Korean messengers kneel down, and in front of them are the Golden Horde Khan Dolgo, and in the camp are Bishan, Washhagu, Anbar, Bodo, and Urkji Khan. That Great Yu country deceived so much. Now not only does it occupy the ancient city of Hai, but also threatens to attack Liujing city, hoping that Khan can send troops to defeat them. The Korean messenger Liu Shijing cried to Dolgo with tears and nose, like a little woman being bullied. There was a burst of laughter in the camp, and Bishan and others were not angry, but were amused by the humble appearance of the Korean envoy. Liu Shijing raised his head when he heard the sound. The happily this station was smiling, the more miserable he cried. Dolgo stopped Ji's laughter at this time. His face was serious. Dau is pressing harder. You can still laugh. If Goryeo is occupied by Dau, we will be flanked by the enemy. It's not that we attacked the Great Yu Kingdom, but that the Great Yu Kingdom can attack the Khanate at any time. Further, Khan is wise. Bishan smiled back, but he knew the crisis of the current situation. To him this Goryeo was indeed a dog, but if the dog was killed by the enemy, they would have no dog to guard the door. The country of Dau is not what it used to be with firearms. It is definitely not a joke that they captured Liu Jingqing, Father Khan. Now they really need to send a sweating team to help Goryeo regain the ancient city of Hai, said Bishan. After the new year, The atmosphere of the Golden Horde became more and more solemn. Living on the grasslands and the Qingbai Mountains keenly felt that a protracted war was about to come. Because in the more than 10 years of war between the Golden Horde and the Ottoman Empire, they have also experienced this kind of atmosphere. These days, the order that men over 13 years old must join the army confirms their thinking. Wu Shugyu continued, according to the news that the child received. In fact, the Great Yu Kingdom's siege was just that trick. It means to bomb the gates with artillery. We can do this as well, but this must be guaranteed by our artillery, not to be destroyed by the artillery of Dayu. As soon as his words fell, Santai Jayamba said cruelly, "This is not easy. This time let Goryo drive the people to walk in front of our artillery, and fire again when the artillery is close to the city gate, so that we can attack in one fell swoop. As long as the gate of the ancient city of Hai is broken, the soldiers of the Great Yu Kingdom and the ancient city of Hai are not our opponents." Sitai Jibojuo nodded and said, "If this method can conquer the ancient city of the sea, it will certainly be able to conquer the pass of the Great Yu country. This year, it may be able to race the Great Yu country." Chapter 733 Barbarian Reinforcements. Ha ha ha. There was a burst of laughter from the camp, and Dolgo couldn't help but a smile on his face. Now their westward road was blocked by the Ottoman Empire, and the plan of recuperation became impossible due to the increasingly cold climate. Now they only have the way to go south. This is not only a battle of feud between the Golden Horde and Great Yu, but also a battle for survival of the Golden Horde. If this tribal war is lost, the Golden Horde will be defeated by the cold and lack of food, and disappear into the long river of history. If they win, he will become the second grassland nation to rule Dayu. Therefore, now they have no retreat, and attacking Dayu has become the only choice for every Golden Horde. Bshan. Wu Shugyu smiled, and Liu Shijing shivered. These beast-like people actually let the Koreans act as human shields. Although he thought so in his heart, Liu Shijing didn't dare to show it at all. Now the Golden Horde is the sovereign state of Goryeo, and even the king of Goryeo has the right to live and kill. He is a little messenger. In that case, who is willing to lead the soldiers to fight this time? Dolgo looked at his sons. He can't remember how many sons he has in his life, but the best generals who can live to this day must be the best generals, because this is the rule of the Golden Horde, and only the most powerful Taji is qualified to inherit the position of Khan. Father Khan, let me lead the troops this time, Bodo said loudly. Bshan frowned. This Goryeo is within my jurisdiction. Bodo, when is it your turn to intervene? Hakata was not afraid, but said sarcastically, second elder brother spent a year in Goryeo and War Country, but in the end he ceded half of Goryeo to War Country. Isn't that shameful enough? Bshan's face was very ugly. He said, stupid, do you think I really can't win the Japanese country in this war? All I really want is the Japanese gun technology. Hakata, Bshan is right. Although he ceded half of Goryeo this time, he obtained the craftsmanship of the musketeers from the Japanese hands. Now we have a group of slave musketeers. Dolgo is Bshan argued, although for him, the price was a bit heavy. But Goryeo is only Goryeo after all. This lost land is not the Golden Horde after all. Wu Shugyu said at this time, Hakata has been stationed in the western regions, and there is excuse for not understanding the situation here. Dolgo nodded when he heard the words, you are my best son, and now the Golden Horde is at a critical juncture, you must unite. Yes, Father Khan. Bshan and others said. Satisfied that he swept around his sons, Dolgo said directly, let Bshan go this time, and also try the power of this gun. Bshan is also eager to try. The Golden Horde is not an ordinary grassland tribe, but a country with a complete system. There are many officials in this country who are full of poems and books, so the Golden Horde is not stubborn. They are willing to imitate artillery or muskets. Their purpose is only one, and that is to use these weapons to defeat his enemies. Thanks Father Khan. Bshan said excitedly. The humiliation of the Battle of Jizu always lingered in his mind. Every time he fell asleep, he would kill the Prince of Dayu Kingdom hundreds of times in his dream. After making this decision, Dolgo said to Liu Shijing, This time the Khanate sent 50,000 horses to the ancient city of Hai to help Yuri capture it in one fell swoop. When Liu Shijing heard this, he immediately bowed down to Dolgo and bowed deeply. The next day, he followed Bishan and headed for Korea. 5 days later, they arrived in Goryeo, and at the same time the army was preparing to march towards Hai ancient city. At the same time, when Bishan dispatched troops, Hai Guqing was also busy, and the secret guard quickly passed the news to Yun when the barbarian army was dispatched. In the occupation of the ancient city of the sea, he has taken into consideration the possibility of the barbarian going out to intervene, so both he and Liu Chen and others are psychologically prepared. The army of the general barbarian has arrived under the city of Liujing, and now the army of Goryeo is coming to the ancient city of He. Panting, Liu Chen told Yun the information he had just received. Who is the general leading this time? Yun asked. Bishan. Yun frowned. Is that Bishan who was defeated in Jizu? Yes, this time Bishan came here with hatred, and it is said that he also brought his own artillery and musket. Liu Chen said sternly. Fire gun? When did the barbarians have the firearm? Yun was shocked. Liu Chen said, the matchlock technology is no secret. Whether it is King Zhao, King Yan and others, they have mastered the musket craftsmanship. It is not surprising that the barbarians got it, not to mention the lack of muskets when they fought against the country. Fortunately, I brought rifled guns this time, and the range is 4 or 5 times longer than that of matchlock guns. Yan had a fluke in his heart, otherwise if it were ordinary flintlocks, they would suffer. Even so, I am afraid this battle will not be so easy. This time Bishan brought a full 50,000 horses, and with the Korean army, we may not be able to defend it. Liu Chen was a little worried. The two were talking. Suddenly Li Cheng appeared in front of them. When they got closer, Li Cheng said, General, the barbarian is coming. Li Cheng's face was obviously worried at this time, and now he can't go back. If the ancient city of He is broken, his end will be death, and King Goryeo and those officials will not bypass him. So now he can only form an alliance with Yun and others, so that his life can be guaranteed. This general already knows about this. How is the trench dug outside the city now? Yun asked. When he got the news, he asked Li Cheng to dig trenches outside the city gates. These trenches were equivalent to a moat and could delay the soldiers' attack. He didn't panic at all about the barbarians' attack, because now the strategy of the Great Yu Kingdom was to burn the flames of war in Goryeo. To put it simply, they are fighting against the barbarians on the land of Goryeo and consuming the power of the barbarians. If the barbarians lose in this battle, it means that they have withdrawn from the sphere of influence of Goryeo. From then on, Goryeo must live in the country of Dau under the shadow. Back to General. The trench has been completed and can be used at any time. Li Cheng told Yun the situation outside the city truthfully. Nodded. Yun asked Li Cheng to go back first, and he said to Liu Chen, the ancient sea city is not our ultimate goal. Bisha city is the flank of the barbarians. Taking advantage of the barbarians and Goryeo's aggressive attack, you lead a part of the warships. Take the opportunity to capture Bisha city. General, what should I do here? Liu Chen worried. Yun said confidently, reinforcements will be here soon. Chapter 734 Turbulent Slave Catcher. Bishan rode to the gate of Liujing city. Outside the city, the King of Korea led the officials of Korea to greet them outside the city. Bishan saw King Goryeo wearing a bright yellow robe at first glance, but his eyes only stayed on King Goryeo before turning to Princess Goryeo beside Goryeo. Suddenly, Bishan raised a smile on the corner of her mouth, and began to recall the charming woman on the bed in her mind. King Goryeo felt Bishan's gaze, and there was a strong humiliation in his heart. When the Golden Horde helped Goryeo to attack Wa, Bisun had been living in Ryukyungsung. At this time, Ryukyungsung said it was his royal capital, rather than Bisun's royal capital. During this period of time, Bishan went wild and even got mixed up with his princess. This incident naturally couldn't escape his eyes. But even so, what could he do? He could not resist, and he did not want the scandal to spread throughout Liu Jingqing, because no matter what it is detrimental to majesty. not to mention what a woman is relative to the right. Kshantaji, Xiao Wang has set a banquet in the palace and prepared Taji's favorite seafood. Please move Taji. The king of Goryeo was flattered. Nowadays, Jaoli is in a precarious state. There is a wolf in the front of the country, and a tiger in the back of the country. If he wants to keep his current status, he can only rely on the Golden Horde. There is King Lao Goryeo. Bshan showed a faint smile. In his heart, this Goryeo is just a slave of the Golden Horde, and there is no need to respectfully. After saying this, Bshan suddenly hugged Princess Goryeo on his horse, regardless of the horrified eyes of King Goryeo and the officials. Upon seeing this, the barbarian cavalry laughed wanton and wildly, urging the horse to follow Bshan to the Goryeo palace. The princess who was hugged by Bshan not only did not panic, on the contrary, she smiled like a silver bell. King Goryeo's face was extremely embarrassed, but he suppressed his anger. The ministers looked at each other, but no one dared to say a word. In fact, they have become accustomed to the brutal style of the Golden Horde. Every time the cavalry of the Golden Horde enters the city of Liujing, some Korean women will commit suicide in embarrassment. As for why, many people know well. After taking a deep breath, King Goryeo ignored all the officials and went straight to the palace. He knew very well that this time it must be the same as the last time he fought against the Japanese nation. During the war, Bshan was in Liujing city, and his army was in charge of attacking the ancient city of Hai, but he hoped that this alliance could recapture the ancient city of Hai. But this time his idea was wrong. After Bshan had enjoyed the beauties and delicacies in the palace, he left Liujing city and went to Xianghai ancient city. For Bshan, he has never regarded the Wa country as a real enemy, but Dau country is not. In the past few years, the humiliation of failure has been lingering in his mind, and it has also made him unable to lift his head among Yuchi. Now Dau's army appears on the territory of Goryeo. This is an opportunity for him to wash away his shame. After leaving the city, Bshan followed the mighty army to the ancient city of Hai. This time with the addition of 30,000 people from Goryeo. He had a full 80,000 attacking the ancient city of Hai. Moreover, in order to win the ancient city of the sea, he also specially mobilized a large number of artillery. It can be said that he is confident that he will win the battle. In the ancient city of Hai, Yun waited all night in anxiety, and the next morning he waited on the dock with dark circles under his eyes. According to the movements of the barbarian army, the army will arrive at the ancient city of Hai this afternoon, and by then his 6,000 musketeers will not be able to defend the ancient city of Hai. He admitted that firearms are powerful, but from the experience of fighting pirates at sea over the years, firearms are only an advantage. In some cases, the firearms troops would still be defeated, because many times his warships were almost taken by pirates. So in his view, the land is the same, and the risk is greater than the sea. General, the barbarian army is coming. Is this ancient city really going to be guarded? Xi Yuan came behind Yun with a trace of worry on his face. Yun nodded. This ancient city of the sea must be guarded, otherwise our efforts to open up the Jaoli trade port will be in vain. Xi Yuan stopped talking, but looked towards the sea with Yun's gaze, where there was nothing but nothing. Yesterday, Yun told them about the reinforcements. When he learned that the barbarians were helping Korea, Yun also got the order and led more than 20,000 people to the ancient city of Hai. This ancient sea city in Goryeo is also thick with high walls, and with Yun's men, it is not hopeless to block the barbarian attack. It's just that the barbarians are about to approach the city soon, and now their reinforcements are still missing. Just when the two were anxious, suddenly a mast appeared on the sea first, and then a merchant ship. Seeing this, Yun immediately took the binoculars and looked into the distance. He saw Yun on the leading merchant ship. Finally here, a stone fell to the ground in Yun's heart. Xi Yuan let out a sigh of relief. General, this ancient city of Xianghai can be defended. To be honest, he was really worried about the upcoming war. After all, the number of people is too large, and now reinforcements have arrived. He suddenly had confidence. The elite led by Yi Qinian fought from south to north and east to west. It was a great warrior. This time Hai Guqing is no problem. We have to take the opportunity to go to Bisha city again, let the Goryeo king and the barbarians taste our power. Xi Yuan said loudly. On the merchant ship headed at this time, Yi Qinian looked a little strange. The reason for this weirdness is not because they were on a merchant ship but because of the slave ship that followed them this time. When they set out, these slave boats followed all the way, seeming to want to get protection through their boats. What made him most strange was that none of these slave boats belonged to Liang Dahai. He used to actively catch slaves, but he was on the same boat with him, dressed like a businessman, not a slave trader. General Yi, this time the emperor told me to recruit a Goryeo from the ancient city of Hai to work as a coolie in the country of Dau. I can rely on the general if I can recruit this time. Liang Dahai smiled. Yi Qinian rolled his eyes. Although they were both working for Xiaoming, Yi Qinian still had something to look down upon the trafficker Liang Dahai. He snorted, and said, "The ability to fight war is as high as your ability to catch slaves. So you should worry about how to recruit 50,000 Korean coolies." Liang Dahai has long been accustomed to being looked down upon by others, and he also knows that slavery is a shameless business. He laughed twice. Liang Dahai looked forward, and in a blink of an eye the ancient city of Hai arrived. Chapter 735 Haze of War. General Yi, Hai Guqing, Wharf Yan and Yi Qinian gave each other a military salute. Looking at the soldiers coming from the merchant ship, Yan let out a heavy breath. He said, "General Yi, the barbarian army is expected to arrive in the afternoon. Whether this ancient city of the sea can be held is up to the general." General Yi is at ease. The emperor has a purpose, so Ben will do his best to preserve the ancient city of Hai. Yi Qinian said. Hearing this, Yan's expression loosened. Then he looked at the merchants on the pier looking around and asked, "What do these people do?" Before Yi Qinian said, Liang Dahai added, "These are slave trappers from King Zhu. They all want to take this opportunity to capture some slaves in Korea." He proposed this plan of arresting slaves. His original intention was to let Liang Dahai come to Korea to participate in the arrest of slaves. However, this situation clearly surprised him. Seeing Yan's confused look, Liang Dahai told Yan that Xiaoming had opened up private slavery, and Yan understood. It's a pity. Now the price of a young and strong slave in Kingsu is at least 30 tals of silver. As long as the slave boat captures 100 people at a time, the profit this time will be 3,000 tals. Yan said in a deep thought. Liang Dahai nodded. Even so, the supply is in short supply. Now Kingsu is not just the merchants and nobles keeping slaves. It is said that the wealthy people are also starting to keep slaves and cultivate land. Perhaps it is for this reason that the emperor will allow private slave capture this time. Yi Qinian looked at the slave trappers at this time. All of them were wearing armors and holding bright weapons in their hands, just like a small army. Slave hunting is a dangerous job, so many merchants will hire some wicked people to do this, and they only need to provide ships and weapons. While talking about the slaves, the group walked towards the ancient city of Hai. When he arrived in the city, Yan introduced to Yi Qinian the situation of Hai Guqing and the current situation of Korea. "It's this Bishan again, and it's really lingering. It was a pity that the gun in Jizu back then didn't kill him," Yi Qinian said regretfully. "No, this Bishan hates the Dayu kingdom the most. Now he can do anything for revenge." Yan said, "There is a person in this ancient city called Li Chengzai. He told us that this time the reason for the truce with the war is that Bishan asked for the matchlock craft of the war." Li Chengzai, is that the Korean man who surrendered to you? Yi Qinian asked. He also read a lot of information before coming. Yan nodded. Yes, it's him. His father holds an important position in Liu Jingqing, so what he said should be true. The secret guard doesn't even know about such an important thing. It seems that the secret guard can't do it. Yi Qinian smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's terrible if they can know everything. Yan could see clearly. Yi Qinian chuckled and said, even if the barbarians have matchlock guns, they have not encountered them on the battlefield. King Yan, King Zhao, and King Liang all have a group of matchlock troops. The muskets fired from the guns, and we also brought some heavy muskets just made by the military workshop. This time we came to High Ancient City." Yan showed a look of interest. Now both the army and the navy are very sensitive to new equipment. After all, the war advantage brought by weapons makes them bigger and stronger. He couldn't help but said anxiously, "Let me see what this heavy musket is." Yi Yan looked like a urchin eager to show off. He took Yan outside, and then called a soldier to let him transfer the heavy musket. After a while, two soldiers ran towards them. One of them was carrying a huge flintlock, and the other was carrying a wooden box. The two stopped in front of Yan. At this time, Yi Yan said to Yan, "This is a heavy musket. For this battle, the emperor personally allocated 100 such heavy muskets from the military workshop." Yan's gaze was dull. In his opinion, what he saw in front of him was an enlarged flintlock, but besides the big one, the heavy musket was a little different. This was that there was a support in the middle. The heavy musket can be rotated up and down, left and right through this support, so that the heavy musket can hit any direction. "How powerful is this?" Yan sighed. "It's more powerful than a musket. It's good for both cavalry and infantry. Setting up this thing on city walls and gates is enough to cause a lot of casualties to the enemy." Yi Yan believes. The two were talking, and suddenly a scout came to report and said to Yan, "General, the barbarian striker has arrived under the ancient city of Hai, and they are now waiting for the follow-up army to arrive." Upon hearing this, Yan and Yi Yan looked at each other, their expressions a little more solemn. At this time, Yi Yan said to Yan, "Generally, let us do the matter of defending the city. This time, I was going to let Bishan stay here." Having said that, Yi Yan led the soldiers to the north gate without turning his head, and went up the city wall. He took out her binoculars and looked at the surroundings of the ancient city of Hai. His heart suddenly relaxed. This ancient city of the sea faces the sea, and the mountains on the east and west are in love with each other. The barbarians only have to attack the ancient city directly. Discovering the characteristics of Hai Guqing, he decisively deployed soldiers and weapons on the northern wall, and at the same time transported heavy muskets and field guns to the wall. While Yi Yan was preparing, the barbarian army successively arrived under the ancient city of the sea, and the stretching barbarian army stretched across the ground into a long black dragon. In the evening, all the barbarian army seemed to have arrived. Yi Yan also completed preparations for the war, waiting for the barbarians to attack the city. This time the barbarians brought a lot of artillery. It seems that they are going to use our method to open the city gate. With the color of the evening, Yan saw the artillery in the barbarian army. There were 100 artillery pieces, which made him feel a layer of pressure. For artillery, this gate is basically useless. As long as the gate is broken, the barbarians will drive the slaves into the city and defeat them by virtue of their number. So after hesitating, he said to Yan, "You immediately ask Li Cheng to find some sand to put in a bag and pile it up at the gate of the city. As for how to pile it up, I will send someone to tell him personally." Yan's expression was heavy, and Yan's expression made him understand that this battle was not so easy. He nodded and walked down the city wall to find Li Chengzai himself. He is much stronger than Yan on the sea, but he still has to listen to this experienced veteran in defending the city. He only hopes to be able to defend the ancient city of Hai. Chapter 736. The gate is broken. The moon is bright. There is no light on the ancient sea city in the dark night, and the darkened huge figure is like a monster in the night. Bishan looked at the ancient city in front of him, and suddenly his heart palpitated, and the tragic scene of the Jizu battle appeared in his mind again. The former Blood Wolf Guard was almost wiped out because of this battle, and his status also plummeted in the Golden Horde. The invincible he is now a joke in the eyes of all. Clenched his fist fiercely, Bishan punched the artillery beside him. Dau destroyed him with artillery, and he wanted to destroy Dau country with artillery. The next day, a loud horn broke the original tranquility of Hai Guqing, and the barbarians attacked Hai Guqing after burying the pot for cooking. Yi Yan stood on the city wall and watched all this coldly. After last night's preparations, this ancient sea city had been deployed by him as a fortress, especially after the city gate was laid out overnight. Trenches made of sandbags are now piled up. If the city gate is breached, it will become the second line of defense against the barbarians. General has gone to Bisha city. As Yi Qinian was watching the battlefield, a soldier came to report. Yi Qinian nodded. The emperor had expected that the barbarian would assist Goryeo for a long time. This battle was to preserve the ancient city of the sea and to attract the attention of the barbarian and Goryeo and take the opportunity to take the city of Bisha. Once the city that can reach the barbarian hinterland is controlled, Great Yu Kingdom will no longer be just a defensive, but an offensive against the barbarian. Thinking of this, Yi Qinian's heart was agitated. In these years, the country of Diaoyu was bullied by the barbarians too badly. Now every general is holding a sigh of relief and wants to wash away the humiliation of the country. What's more, the barbarians threaten the security of the Great Yu country all the year round in the north. If the barbarians are not completely destroyed, there will be one more security threat in the country. Ready to fight. Yi Qinian spit out 4 words lightly. Yan was originally a navy general, and they had their own division of labor this time. If Yan stayed here, he would be a little restrained. Upon receiving his order, the soldiers on the wall immediately aimed their muskets at the barbarian slave soldiers approaching outside the city. The artillery is also loaded with shells, ready to bombard the barbarian artillery positions. It was just a scene that shocked them at this moment. Just as the barbarian slave soldiers rushed towards the city gate carrying the ladder, a group of unarmed Korean people stood in front of the artillery, driven by the barbarian. Every time the barbarian artillery approached the wall, they took a step forward to block the barbarian artillery. General, the barbarian artillery is blocked. Artillery Lieutenant Zhu Cheng said anxiously. He was once a general under Liu Oxin. After the military reform, he was assigned to Yi Qinian's army from Liu Oxin's command. Yi Qinian also saw this scene. He is not surprised. This is the habitual tactics of barbarians in wars. To the barbarians, people other than them are like pigs and dogs, and they are not worth money. Hit. Yi Qinian spit out a word. Being a general is not benevolent. After experiencing so many wars, he deeply understands this principle. The kindness to the enemy is the cruelty to his own soldiers. As for these Korean people, they can only say that they are taking the blame. Since they have abandoned the sovereign state of Daewoo State and have fallen into trouble these years, they have to bear the consequences. Yes, General, Zhu Cheng replied, shouting, "Fire!" Boom boom boom. The artillery roared. 96 guns spewed out smoke and flames at this moment, and the black shells rushed straight in the direction of the barbarian artillery. A scream sounded, and the Korean people who stood in front of the barbarian artillery fell one after another. Blood and stumps scattered all over the ground. Under such a horrible scene, the people of Korea were in horror. They ran back, but the barbarian butcher knife greeted them. All the Goryeo Baeksan who escaped were killed by the barbarian scimitar. Li Chengzai was also on the city wall. Seeing this scene, he gritted his teeth. His palms burst into cold sweat, and at the same time a burst of strong anger burned in his heart. The barbarians have never regarded the people of Goryeo as human beings. In Liu Jingqing, he witnessed the brutality of the barbarians in the city. This is not the first time that this scene has appeared in the land of Goryeo. The barbarians also dealt with the country in the same way when fighting against the country. There was a sorrow in his heart. Li Cheng looked at the soldiers of the Great Yu State who had a strict military capacity. Although the Great Yu State was also an intruder, at least he did not drive the people out as a physical shield. The roar of the artillery continued, and the barbarian artillery finally entered the shooting range under the protection of the meat shield. At this moment, Yi Qinian's heart was twitched, and the battle this time was probably more difficult than he thought. Under the city wall, the barbarian slave soldiers continued to rush over with muskets, leaving large corpses on the ground. Seeing the barbarian artillery from 500 meters to 400 meters, then to 300 meters, Yi Qinian sneered at the corner of his mouth. Obviously, the artillery of the barbarians has not improved at all in these years, and the range is still about 500 meters. In order to make the shells powerful enough to cause damage to the city wall, They must bring the artillery closer to the city wall. But in this way, they will enter the range of the rifled gun, and the artillery will be the target at this moment. So he said to a general, "Let the rifle team shoot at the artillery and get the order." The rifle team immediately fired in the direction of the barbarian artillery, and now the barbarian artillery has entered the firing range of the rifled gun. Boom boom boom. The rifled gunmen lined up on the city wall and fired at the barbarian artillery. The dense bullets suddenly caused the Korean people who were blocking the barbarian artillery to fall down. Then the first row of soldiers squatted down, and the second row of soldiers continued shooting. At this time, the barbarian soldiers did not have time to drive the people and immediately filled the gap, and in the second round of shooting, the barbarian artillery fell one after another. The dense bullets kept making ding-dang-dang-dong metal clash on the barbarian artillery. Bshan was taken aback when he saw this scene. He looked at the white smoke and flames on the city wall. When did the musket of Daewoo country hit people 200 or 300 paces away? Seeing the artillery can blast open the city gate immediately, Bshan hysterically yelled, "Cause all the Koreans over, and you must blast open the gate of High Ancient City anyway." Under his order, the barbarian general once again blew the melodious horn. At this time, the barbarian cavalry hurried thousands of Koreans to the artillery like a sheep with a saber. The dense meat shield once again blocked the artillery. Taking advantage of this moment, the barbarian gunner immediately loaded the artillery shells and bombarded the gate of the ancient sea city. Boom boom boom. More than 60 surviving artillery pieces out of 100 artillery dumped their shells on the gate of Haegu City. In an instant, the gate collapsed. Yi Kinyan almost broke a steel tooth in his mouth, and the ancient city gate of Haegu finally broke. 8. Chapter 737 Violently Beaten Kill. Bshan saw the smoke and dust from the collapse of the ancient city gate of High. E. Small said www.1xyazuo.com. There was a burst of ecstasy in his heart, and the opportunity for him to wash away the humiliation was right in front of him. At this moment, he let out a roar and ordered the army to rush towards the city gate. Yi Kinyan's expression was solemn, but still calm and free. At this time, the calm and composure of a general appeared on him. After the city gate collapsed, some barbarian slave soldiers and Goryeo soldiers who tried to use the ladder to climb started pouring in from the city gate. At the same time, not most of the soldiers are still carrying the ladder to attack the city. They are trying to contain the forces on the wall. At this moment, Yi Kinyan said to the deputy general, "The city wall will be handed over to you." "Yes, General." The lieutenant looked firm. Relatively speaking, the wall was much more stable now, and there were not many enemies that could climb up under the musket and bayonet. Yi Kinyan arrived under the city wall. At this time, a sound that was lower than artillery and brighter than guns suddenly sounded, and the barbaric slave soldiers pouring in from the city gate immediately fell. Yi Kinyan had anticipated this situation last night, so he arranged 50 of the 100 heavy muskets at the gate of the city, and built a sandbag he learned from the 6th Army Academy at the gate of the city. Trenches. This kind of sandbag trench can protect the soldiers from being fired by bows and arrows and the opponent's musket. Secondly, the stacked trenches can also hinder the actions of the opponent's soldiers. At this time, the barbarian soldiers rushed into the city gate and saw a strange scene in front of them. Horizontally in front of them was a wall stacked with rows of linen bags, and on the inside of the wall stood densely packed soldiers of the Republic of Chongqing. There are also some huge muskets sticking out of the wall. This kind of muskets can cause damage in a single shot. Soldiers, the dignity of the Great Yu country cannot be lost in our hands. Even if we are the last person in the battle today, we must defend the ancient city of High and kill. Yi Kinyan came to the battlefield. The morale of the soldiers in front of the city gate was high. They placed bayonets on the muskets, ready to fight hand to hand with the barbarian soldiers at any time. At this moment, they are fighting for the glory of Great Yu country. Boom boom. Heavy muskets and rifled guns blasted flames wantonly. In order to guard the city gate, Yi Kinyan arranged rifled gunmen at the gate. Under the fierce shooting, the barbarian soldiers who entered the city gate fell one after another, and the city gate was soon full of corpses. Time gradually passed. From early morning until noon, the barbarians did not make any progress under the fierce firepower. With the sound of a soft horn, the barbarian siege army, which had left 8,000 corpses, began to retreat. In the barbarian camp, Shan's face was gloomy and water-dripped. He thought he would be able to rush into the city and fight the Dayu team to the death. But he was wrong. Up to now, he had only dropped a pile of corpses at the gate of the city, and the siege army was disintegrated because of a desperate attack. As a last resort, he could only order a suspension of the attack. The muskets of the people of Dau were shot too far. Many soldiers were killed 200 steps away, and the gunners of our artillery were also severely injured. Gilduo said. Shan's knuckles squeezed pop, and he said angrily, "Why does the Dayu Congress have so many strange firearms?" Gilduo's eyes were dim, and he said, "This is not the scariest firearm behind the city gate." The soldiers who escaped said there was a large musket that killed more than a dozen people with each shot. Shan's face was ashen when he heard that. The slave soldiers and the Korean soldiers fought fewer and fewer. But now the ancient city of Hai has not been torn apart at all, and if this continues, the soldiers of the Golden Horde will be the only one to go. Although the soldiers of the Golden Horde were not afraid of death, if the losses were too much, he would still be ridiculed by other Ji. After all, the Golden Horde will likely lose a lot of tribesmen in the battle against the enemy over the years. At this moment, Shan suddenly regretted his persistence this time. If he loses again this time, there will be no hope for his sweat. When Shan was anxious, the soldiers of the Great Yu Kingdom in Haegu City were relieved, and they immediately ate to replenish their energy when they truce at noon. "General, this heavy musket is powerful. This thing can shoot faster than artillery, and 2 people can carry it around. The support is very convenient." This time the barbarians have suffered enough. Yi Kanian and the soldiers sat together eating scallion pancakes. This is the ration they brought from Dengzhou. The ingredients are flour, oil, salt, and green onions. It is said that the emperor personally taught the king's army kitchen to make it. This kind of cake is very fragrant and soft when it comes out of the pan, but it becomes very hard after it is cold. When the weather is not hot, it will not be moldy even if you carry it with you for a month. They came to Haiguching. Every soldier carried enough scallion pancakes for half a month, which greatly reduced the logistics pressure. For this reason, flour pancakes and scallion pancakes have become the staple food for fighting outside. This is the emperor's foresight. This kind of thing is dedicated to dealing with the barbarians. Yi Kanian looked relaxed. According to his observations, this Korean soldier was basically scared of being beaten all morning, and he would definitely not attack the city desperately in the next battle. The barbarians' artillery was basically destroyed by them, and the barbarians can only fill this hole with human lives. While they were eating, suddenly Liang Dahai appeared with a group of merchants, and each of these merchants was followed by 7 or 8 servants. These servants were carrying baskets one by one, steaming in the basket. Seeing Liang Dahai, Yi Kanian frowned. "Liang Dahai, there is a war now. What do you mean by this?" Liang Dahai was not angry either. He smiled and said, "General, this is the kindness of the merchants. This time from Dengzhou their merchant ships are full of potatoes, chicken, duck and fish. Now in order to reward the soldiers, they specially cooked some for you." With smiles on the faces of the merchants, they lifted the cloth on the baskets, and it turned out that there were hearty meals, boiled potatoes, boiled chicken, pork and so on. When the soldiers saw this, their eyes were greedy. Looking at the deliciousness, the scallion pancakes in their hands lost their taste. Zucheng licked his mouth and said to Yi Kanian, "General, there are still fierce battles to be fought in the next few days. The soldiers will have strength only when they are full." Yi Kanian glared at Zucheng fiercely. He didn't let go, but said, "No matter what you do, you will steal if you are not rape. What do you slave traders want to do?" A businessman rushed and said, "It's actually very simple. Hope the general will allow us to take away the wounded barbarians and Korean soldiers." Yi Kanian suddenly understood the intentions of these merchants. Now there are wounded barbarians and Korean soldiers everywhere outside the city gate. Some of them are not seriously injured and can be cured by raising them. After these people have healed their injuries, they can be sold. This is 30 tals of silver. Chapter 738 Courage to Peshawar City. You are smart. E-novel www.1xiaozuo.com. Ye Qian said lightly, in his opinion. The wounded soldiers of these barbarians and Goryeo were also dead in the next battle. After all, the trampling on them by the siege soldiers at that time was enough to kill them, and there was nothing to do with these merchants. After thinking for a while, he said, "This matter should have been allowed, but the soldiers will not provide you with protection. It is up to you how many wounded you can bring back." Ye Qian's words made the merchants ecstatic. They distributed the food to the soldiers, and then rushed towards the city gate. Taking advantage of the truce between the two sides, they were able to make a fortune. After all, this slave hunting was a lucrative business, enough to allow the merchants to risk their lives to search for wounded soldiers. However, the truce lasted only 1 hour, and the barbarians moved a more violent siege in the afternoon. The soldiers from Dayu State who had eaten a full meal returned to their positions at this time. Throughout the afternoon, the ancient city of the sea has been staged a barbarian charge. Cannons and muskets fire on the wall. The barbarians retreat, then charge again and retreat. In this seesaw, the barbarian army loses more and more soldiers. Peshawar City. The battleship led by Yun had already joined Liu Chen and the others, and he frowned when looking at Bisha City on the mountains. This city, like Haiguqing, is also an easy to defend and difficult place to attack. If it weren't for them to attack from the sea, this city would be difficult to win so easily. And this Bisha City is even more troublesome. General, this Bisha City is also known as Daishan Mountain City. The entire city is located on the southern two peaks and adjacent ridges of Dai Mountain in Liuqing Prefecture, the former land of Dayu Kingdom. The entire city stretches for more than 10 miles. According to historical records, this city was built by the Koreans in Daishan 100 years ago. It is surrounded by cliffs and faces the sea on 3 sides. It is easy to defend and difficult to attack, Liu Chen explained to Yun. Hearing that, Yun nodded. He picked up the binoculars and looked at Dai Mountain 5 miles away. Bisha City is sitting on the top of this mountain. According to his visual observation, the highest point of Dai Mountain is more than 600 meters. From above, you can see the surrounding sea clearly. It's really a steep city in the world. At this moment, Yun had to say that he admired the people of Korea for really choosing a place. If they win this city, relying on the great power of the ships of the Kingdom of Great Yu, the barbarians will have nothing to do with Bisha City. He didn't understand before, but now he finally understands the Emperor's will. With such a fortress, it is simply a knife in the heart of the barbarian. Only in this way, they will also be extremely difficult to attack this city. Get the mortar ready, Yan said at this time. No matter how difficult it is for him, he must also gnaw off. The Emperor gave him this important task because of his trust in him. Upon receiving the order, the accompanying Naval Battalion 6 immediately lifted the mortar. This type of artillery is most suitable for mountain operations. The fleet docked in the waters east of Bisha City, and Team 6 was rowing to the shore in a small boat. From the coast to Bisha City, there was a large deserted beach, without a single person. Leaving from Haiguqing this time, he took away all the soldiers of Navy Team 6 and left a few soldiers to guard the fleet. He and Liu Chen led 5,000 people to Peshawar City. When the battleships of the Great Yu Kingdom gathered on the sea, the Korean generals of Peshawar City had already spotted them. This person is like breaking Bisha City, which is really whimsical. Bisha City guard Jindong glanced contemptuously at the soldiers of the Dayu Kingdom who had come ashore. Standing on the Dai Mountain at this time, he could clearly see the actions of the Dayu team. General Jin, the ancient city of Hai has already fallen, so don't be careless at this time, Park Zhengao advised. Jindong glanced at Park Zhengao lightly. When Pshan was in Bisha City last time, Park Zhengao didn't catch abalone, but lost several battleships. Because of this, the king of Goryeo was displeased and demoted Park Yung-ho to the deputy general and made him the chief general of Bisha City. This Bisha City is not an ancient city of the sea. Daewoo's army can enter the city directly from the sea, but this Bisha city is built on Daewoo Mountain, and they can't fly up. Jin-dong is confident. Not to mention that Peshawar city is very dangerous. But there are 20,000 garrisons in this city. During the War of the Kingdom of Japan, King Goryeo tried to move the royal capital here several times. If it weren't for the king of Goryeo's greed for the prosperity of Ryukyong, it would have been a long time ago. Make a trip. Park Zheng-o frowned. For ordinary troops, this Bisha city is naturally easy to defend and difficult to attack, and even 100,000 people can hardly break it with the ladder and sword. However, the people of Daewoo use firearms, and all this cannot be inferred according to common sense. He just opened his mouth, and in the end he didn't say anything. Jin-dong had always been prejudiced against him, and he knew that this Bisha city guard would not listen to him. Moreover, he currently has no choice. The army of Daewoo has already come up, and any preparations are too late. Below the Great Black Mountain, Yan and Liu Chen walked up the winding mountain road, and the soldiers followed behind them with their guns on their backs. Seeing the ruggedness of Peshawar city with his own eyes, the more he understood why he had to use mortars that could be lifted by two people instead of field artillery. Because field artillery of hundreds of catties was difficult to get up. After walking along the mountain road for half an hour, the gate of Peshawar city soon appeared in front of them. The gate of Peshawar city is 5 meters high and about 20 meters long. It is made of stone and is flanked by vertical cliffs. The expressions of Yan and Liu Chen changed when they saw the gate of Bisha city. This is the only mountain road leading to Peshawar city, and they can only occupy Peshawar city by breaking through here. General, what should I do now? Liu Chen frowned as he looked at the Korean soldiers on the gate. Yan frowned. In this case, there was no strategy to use. The only way was to attack. Thinking of this, Yan said, "We don't have much time. Once Pashan knows that we are in Bisha city, he will definitely rush here to help. The only solution for this is to attack." "Yes, General." Liu Chen looked solemn, and then he immediately asked the soldiers to lift the mortar to the front, load the lime bomb. Under his order, the soldiers stuffed the lime bombs into the mortars and threw them at the Bisha gate in front of them. Boom boom boom, with a few explosions, the white lime powder enveloped the gate of Bisha city. At this time, Liu Chen immediately called 2 soldiers and asked them to carry the gunpowder keg to the gate. When the Korean soldiers lost their sight, they lit the powder keg. Boom! With a loud bang, the Peshawar city gate, which was piled up with stones, was directly blown up, and the rocks fell from the sky to the ground. When the lime powder dissipated, Yan and others saw the scene behind the city gate. The narrow passage behind the city gate was crowded with Korean soldiers holding swords. Chapter 739 Rolling Kill. In the narrow valley, the 2 soldiers shouted at the same time after staring briefly. Small said www. 1 Xiaozuo.com. Team 6 immediately lined up in a line on the 20-meter wide mountain road. Smoke and fire came out of the rifled guns in their hands. In an instant, the Korean soldiers rushing over fell in a pool of blood. Encountered such a dangerous situation, Liu Chen immediately asked the soldiers to protect Yan and retreat, and at the same time asked his gunners to continuously throw lime bombs into the Korean army. In this case, lime bombs are the most suitable type. The white lime powder exploded in the Goryeo army, and the Goryeo soldiers whose eyes were burned by the lime covered their eyes and bumped everywhere in the narrow valley. The originally tight formation was suddenly stuck in the narrow passage under the chaos of the soldiers. Boom boom. Each of the Navy's 6th fighters sullen their faces, continuously shooting Korean soldiers under 3-stage shooting. The Korean soldiers rushing in front had never seen a firearm. Seeing their companions fell to the ground just a few steps out, they instinctively wanted to avoid danger, but it was too late. They just fell down after feeling a sharp pain, gradually becoming aware of it. Die out. The soldiers in front fell down, and the Korean soldiers who didn't know what was born still pushed forward. But because of the corpses and lime bombs on the ground, the entire Korean army looked a little messy. The distance or several hundred meters was there in no time, and the Korean soldiers who had paid a lot of casualties took up their swords and slashed at the soldiers of Daewoo. This time the attack on Bisha city, The Navy Team 6 was ready to fight a tough battle. They bayonet the gun and rushed towards Gao Li with a loud kill. The faces of the soldiers were determined and bold. They wanted these Koreans to understand that the soldiers of the Great Yu Kingdom relied on more than just firearms, and they were still able to beat them down even with hand-to-hand combat. The Goryeo general who thought he could defeat the Daewoo team by virtue of the number of people was immediately dumbfounded, and the soldiers of Daewoo State carried bright bayonets like a tiger into the flock. They used skilled bayonet techniques to fight with the Goryeo soldiers, and every move of the bayonet could take away the lives of the Goryeo soldiers. The Korean soldiers were desperate at this moment. The soldiers behind couldn't keep up because of the chaos, and they had to face the strict bayonet charge of Daewoo. After dropping a pile of corpses, the Korean soldiers retreated desperately, while the soldiers behind were still squeezing forward, which made the war in the narrow valley more chaotic. Liu Chen decisively seized this opportunity. While letting the gunners shoot at the Korean army, he commanded Navy Team 6 to continue the charge. There were more and more corpses in the valley, and Navy Team 6 crossed the gate and started rushing towards the inside of the valley. The fierce battle had already overwhelmed the will of the Korean soldiers at this time, and they finally broke up to Bisha City. Liu Chen was panting. The battle lasted for more than 2 hours. He and many soldiers had collapsed, but after looking at the soldiers of the Navy Team 6 who fell on the ground, his eyes reddened and he said loudly, "Kill, dead brother." As soon as his voice fell, the sound of the charge horn sounded, and the soldiers rushed out of the narrow valley into Bisha City with passion. Yun, who was in the army, heard the news for a while. He no longer cared about his safety, and broke through the obstacles of the two soldiers and headed towards Bisha City. When the soldiers collapsed, Jin Dong fell into despair. At this time, no matter how he yelled, the collapsed soldiers only flee for their lives, and no one obeyed his orders. Along the circle of Bisha City is a low city wall. Korean soldiers climbed over the city wall and fled to the west. The direction of the soldiers from Daewoo State was the east gate, and this west gate had a road leading down the mountain. The Goryeo soldiers who lost more than 4,000 people in the valley have been frightened. They use swords to deal with the Daewoo team armed with firearms on their teeth. This is no longer a question of bravery, and the sadness of dying before encountering the enemy. Not everyone can afford it. General Jin. At this time, Park Zhengao appeared behind Jin Dong. Jin Dong, who was packing up the gold and silver jewels to escape, turned around, only to see Park Zhengao staring at him. "It's your lieutenant's weak command that caused this defeat." Jin Dong instinctively shrugged off his own blame. He knew very well that the guilt of losing Bisha City was more serious than that of Piao Zhengao for losing several ships. It's just that his voice stopped abruptly, and Park Zhengao with a grim face drew out his sword and pierced it directly into his chest. "Do you think I will let you frame it again?" Jin Dong looked at the sharp sword in his chest in disbelief. He wanted to say something, but his eyes went dark and he was completely out of life. Pulling out his sword, Park Zhengao fled down the mountain. He was tired of King Goryeo's dark reign, and had no intention of loyalty to King Goryeo. For him, the internal and external troubles of Goryeo were caused by King Goryeo alone. The ancient city of the sea. The fighting here is equally tragic, and Bishan has been besieged for 3 days. Within 3 days, Bishan kept sending soldiers to attack the city, and now the bodies of barbarian soldiers were everywhere at the gate and outside the city. This is the 4th day. Yi Kinyan was a little tired, and the soldiers were also tired, but Bishan didn't seem to stop the siege. "This Bishan is really persistent." Zhu Cheng frowned, and he continued, "But Bishan has been using barbarian soldiers to attack the city since yesterday." "Yes, these barbarian soldiers are not afraid of death. At first glance, they are not slave soldiers and Korean soldiers." Yi Kinyan's mood is better. "At least this shows that Bishan is also the end of the force," Zhu Cheng said. "If this is the case, Bishan won't be able to hold on for much time. The ancient city of Hai is still strong and he can't win." "It is true, but he has been besieging the city. The emperor forced the king of Goryeo to sign an agreement, and the plan to open the trade port has to be delayed. This time we must let the king of Goryeo understand that the barbarians cannot keep them. Zucheng smelled a hint of gunpowder in Yikinian's words. He said, "General, are you going to go out of the city to fight? Otherwise, you can't defeat Tabshan. Take a half-day rest, and attack the barbarian camp in the afternoon." Yikinian said, "Now this situation is the time to compare the endurance of both sides." If he hadn't dared to do this before, but now he has confidence, because the food in the army in the past 2 years has been very good. The soldiers serving in the army are all fat and strong, and with regular training, the soldiers' bodies are stronger and no longer skinny and bony. At noon, amidst the melodious flute sound, the soldiers gathered outside the city in the rhythm of marching music. Yikinian rode a horse and stood on the left wing of the array. When the array was completed, he ordered the soldiers to go to the barbarian camp. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. As the soldiers marched, the drums and flutes sounded at the same time, and the soldiers in an array of 200 people, armed with flintlocks, walked unhurriedly. Chapter 740 Beshan's Waterloo. The melodious music lingers in front of the ancient city of Hai. E-novel www.1xiozuo.com. For Beshan, this is not a kind of enjoyment, but a kind of despair. The 4 consecutive days of siege made most of the army he brought this time lost. The Korean army was directly destroyed. Now he is isolated and helpless, and can only face the army of the great Chongqing. Let's withdraw. Gyuduo looked at the camp and came to the Dayu team. If it was before, they would definitely lead the cavalry to charge, but after tasting the hollow square formed by the Dayu team, they no longer have absolute confidence, not to mention that his current soldiers are very tired after 4 days of fierce fighting, and they are very tired. He has no advantage. The marching music of the Dayu team got closer and closer, and Beshan frowned deeper and deeper. He really couldn't understand why an army had to beat the gongs and drums when fighting. But he understands that this is a dangerous signal. Looking at the 20,000 cavalry behind him, Beshan's eyes flashed a fierce fierceness. He said to Gyuduo, "If I retreat, I will never be able to raise my head in front of Father Khan, and other Chi will laugh at me. Only the heads of the generals of Daeguo can wash away my shame." After that, he yelled loudly, "Kill these of Great Yu country." Under his order, the horn suddenly sounded, and the barbarian cavalry frantically urged to sit down on their horses and rush towards the Dayu team in front of the ancient city. Upon seeing this, Yikinian looked solemn and ordered the army to transform into a hollow phalanx. Before, the Dayu team had never clashed head-on with the barbarian cavalry in open areas, and some only relied on the advantage of the chariot to offset the advantage of the cavalry. This time he boldly chose to rely on a hollow phalanx against the barbarian cavalry. This was not Yikinian's recklessness, but the trust in the current Dayu team. Excellent training, perfect food, and experience of hundreds of battles, all of these have gradually transformed the Dayu team from a poor team into a tiger wolf team. Under Yikinian's order, the array that was already moving suddenly changed quickly, and the soldiers who had been moving in a short period of time formed 5 hollow square arrays. In front of each hollow square, there were 20 heavy muskets. At this time, they pointed their guns at the cavalry who was charging. Amid the rumbling of horseshoes, the dust of the earth was rolled up, and the barbarian cavalry wearing silver armor raised the saber in his hand, glowing coldly under the golden sun. At this moment, the soldiers of Dayu State held their breath, and the soldiers in the front row held the flintlock in their hands tightly as if they were holding their own lives. This was the first confrontation between them and the barbarian cavalry, and there was a little more boldness in their hearts. Boom boom boom. Before the barbarian cavalry approached the hollow phalanx, the artillery on either side of the hollow phalanx began to pour gunfire. As the soldiers proceeded, the artillery also pushed the 6-pound field gun to follow the soldiers forward. This 6-pound field gun was light in weight and 3 men pushed forward. When field artillery bombarded the barbarian cavalry, the soldiers carrying the mortar also used lime shells to shell the barbarian cavalry. Under the attack of the artillery, the barbarian cavalry suffered casualties 400 meters away. This time, In order to attack the idle phalanx set up by the country of Dau, Shan chose to charge intensively, because only in this way can he break through this array in one fell swoop. Once the formation is broken, the following will be their massacre of the soldiers of Dau Kingdom. But the dense formation immediately became the object of artillery attack at this moment, and the solid bullets took away more than a dozen barbarian cavalry lives like a string of gourds. These cavalry fell to the ground in their eyes and hindered the actions of the cavalry behind. Some cavalry could not dodge as long as they were tripped over by the fallen cavalry. And those cavalry who avoided the past suddenly messed up the formation. The lime bomb is more terrifying than the practice bomb. This bomb has no lethality, but it is enough to blind the cavalry. The barbarian cavalry and horses that lost their sight rammed like headless flies, and the formation that Bishan organized quickly became chaotic and was completely disrupted. Yi Qinyan watched this scene with satisfaction. The purpose of the artillery was to disrupt the enemy's formation. Fighting with the cavalry in such an open space is terrible, but if the cavalry becomes chaotic, it is easy to deal with. However, despite the chaos, the barbarian cavalry rushed toward the hollow square. At a distance of 200 meters, the heavy musket in front of the hollow square fired at the barbarian cavalry. Groups of steel rushed towards the barbarian cavalry along the muzzle, and suddenly the barbarian cavalry fell one more, further disrupting the formation ratio. The distance of 200 meters is only a short time for the cavalry, and the heavy musket also has a chance to shoot. The soldiers immediately filled the bullets for a second shot. After completing the shooting, the heavy musketman retreated to the inside of the hollow square. While the heavy musket is shooting, the rifled gunner is also designed at the same time. With the advantage of range, they can shoot at a distance of more than 200 meters. After one round of firing, the barbarian cavalry rushing to the hollow square was in chaos. When they entered the 100-meter range, the flintlock fired one last time. Immediately afterwards, the first row of soldiers in front of the hollow phalanx immediately squatted down and tilted the flint to the direction of the cavalry. The second row of soldiers continued to shoot, followed by the third row. Under the fierce firepower, the barbarian cavalry left a corpse on the ground, and the remaining sparsely grounded cavalry rushed into the hollow square like moths fighting the fire. The horse was pierced by a bayonet, and the barbarian cavalry slammed into the soldiers of the country of Dau. Under the huge impact, the soldiers of the country of Dau suddenly fell back, and there was a hint of chaos in the place where they were hit. But the soldiers behind immediately withstood the impact of the cavalry to prevent the cavalry from breaking through the square. Under the constant blow of firearms, the barbarian cavalry rushing over are nothing but splashes of water hitting the stone, and the space array is still as stable as a rock. The first wave of 5,000 people failed. Shan's face was pale, and the soldiers of the Great Yu country in front of them seemed to be an insurmountable obstacle. He was surprised that the army of Great Yu had become so refined once before. Retreat. Our people are not afraid of death, but they can't kill their lives in vain. It's not worth it for Goryeo, Gyuduo said anxiously. Shan's eyes dimmed, and the army of Great Yu State moved closer again at this time. Every time it passed by a wounded cavalry, soldiers of Great Yu State would use bayonets to end the lives of soldiers of the Golden Horde. This round of shock made Bishan understand that he could not beat the Dau team as easily as before. Turning his horse's head, Bishan headed towards Liu Jingqing. At this moment, he suddenly understood that the Golden Horde needed time to train a firearm army. Otherwise it would never be able to defeat the Great Yu Kingdom. Perhaps he should follow the advice of the Japanese and meet the British. Chapter 741 Diamond on the battlefield filled with gunpowder. The soldiers of the Great Yu State cheered for victory. E. Small Ohms said www.1xiozuo.com. After the barbarian cavalry evacuated, they successfully occupied the barbarian camp, and the Battle of Haiguching was finally won with difficulty. Yi Qinyan smiled very happily. For him, this was more proud than defeating King Wei, King Yan and King Zhao. Decades of humiliation have been vented in this battle. It's a pity, if Qi Guangyai is here, these Bishan won't be able to escape. Yi Qinyan looked around the war and realized it was a pity. After hearing this, Zhu Cheng said, The Emperor's will is to force us to force the King of Goryeo to submit to submission, but Beshan is second. Yi Qian nodded. In any case, the ancient city of Hai was guarded, and their purpose of coming to the ancient city of Hai has been achieved. Then he asked, by the way, where is Li Cheng? General, I am here. Li Cheng's voice sounded. At this time, Li Cheng had a sense of awe in his eyes. In the past 4 days, he and the soldiers of Dayu had experienced this battle together. He saw with his own eyes how Dayu Kingdom repelled the barbarian attack step by step, and finally defeated the barbarian cavalry outside the city. This shocking experience made him humble. Great Chongqing is no longer the former Great Chongqing. This is a rising and prosperous country. And this strengthened his idea of following Dayu. Maybe the next king of Goryeo will be him. At this moment, his ambitions are infinitely expanding. Yi Qian looked at Li Sungzai, and he said, if you go to Ryu Jingxiang, this king of Goryeo should understand what he should do now. Yes, General. Li Cheng was excited in his heart. When he went there for the first time, he was still worried, but now he is full of confidence. The barbarian is defeated. What can the king of Goryeo have to rely on? At the same time, Yan took control of Bisha city at the same time that Hai Guqing achieved victory. After the defeat, the Korean soldiers ran around and were unable to attack the Navy Team 6 again, and he also found the body of Kim Dong in a mansion in Peshawar city. According to the confession of the Korean soldiers, this Kim Dong was the leader of Peshawar city. Unexpectedly, they would fight in their own nests before we came in. Liu Chen's expression was relaxed, and the war became easier after the defeat of the Korean soldiers. Yan glanced at Jin Dong's corpse, then glanced at the gold and silver jewelry beside him with disdain. It must be that he escaped and was killed by other generals. This general is a man. Liu Chen didn't care what happened to Jin Dong. He suddenly looked at a transparent stone in Liu Chen's box. He picked it up and said to Yan, General, what is this? Yan glanced at the transparent stone in Liu Chen's hand. This thing was a bit like glass. At this moment, he suddenly heard something and said, by the way, didn't the minerals department send a person this time? Liu Chen also remembered. He said, yes, people from the minerals department may know this thing. He came to Bisha city with us on purpose. After all, Liu Chen immediately sent someone to find someone from the minerals department. After a while, a young man wearing the costume of the minerals division arrived in the room, and Yan gave him this thing. This is diamond. Li Tai said, he was the person sent by the minerals department this time. Yan and Liu Chen suddenly laughed when they heard this. They had never heard of this thing before. He said, what kind of stone is this? It can be matched with the word King Kong. Li Tai said naturally, because this kind of stone is very hard, it can even be used to cut glass, and it can be used as a knife. King's University's books clearly record that there are many such things near Bisha city, so the minerals department sent me to the field. Look for it. Now it seems that this place really exists. Yan and Liu Chen were only in charge of fighting. Although they couldn't understand things like knives, they still felt that they were very powerful. So this Bisha city is really a treasure. Yan sighed. Li Tai's expression was a little excited. He was like a few treasures, whereas this, there are limestone, silica, asbestos, magnesite, talc and other mineral deposits near Bisha city, and there are also large iron ore and placer mines, copper ore, and lead. There are also some zinc mines, but the amount is less. Liu Chen was dumbfounded. He was a little bit sour. After all, the soldiers and the students have never dealt with each other. He said, how can you know everything before you go to sea? There is everything in the book. Li Tai didn't care about Liu Chen's attitude. Yan smiled. He had never read books before, but since joining Xiaoming's command, he first learned to read from Xiaoming, and then began to read various military books, because he was not as prejudiced against scholars as before. He said, in this case, you have found these mines these days. Since the emperor sent you here, it must be for these minerals. Li Tai nodded. The minerals department naturally had plans for Bisha city. Of course, the premise was that Yan could attack it. Naturally, it's just that General will also cooperate with our minerals department to establish a royal mine here. Li Tai said. Yan was a little strange. He said, How would I help you? It's very simple. The Emperor will not allow the Department of Minerals to recruit artisans from the country of Dau, so he can only let the Koreans from Bisha City mine the ore in the mine and transport them back to the country of Dau. Yun nodded. This is the strategy of Dau country now. Their goal this time is to make Jeoli a material supply and commodity market in Dau country. Liu Chen felt refreshed when he heard the words. He said, "This Korean man caught the fishermen from the country of Dau and sent them to the mine to perform hard labor. Now they can finally take revenge." Yun has no sympathy for the Koreans for decades. The barbarians, the Koreans, and the Japanese people have bullied the Great Yu Kingdom so that they understand that their cheap sympathy for the enemy will only be exchanged for the powerful humiliated in every possible way. For him, what they have to do now is to make the country stronger at all costs, and only in this way can the country avoid being bullied again. We will cooperate with the Minerals Department on this matter, Liu Chen. Now you go to count the number of Koreans in Bisha City, and register the strength of them in the register for emergencies. Yes, General. Liu Chen nodded, and then he said, "Then how to deal with the remaining Koreans?" Yun pondered for a moment, and he said, "Although we want these Koreans to mine for the Great Yu country this time, we don't need to be overly persecuted. At least we must let them eat, otherwise the dog will jump over the wall and it will not be beautiful." General Yu is a sensible person, and it is true. Dau country needs ore. As long as they can mine in the mines, it is enough, Li Tai said with a smile. Liu Chen understood, turned around and walked out. The two meant that there was no need to intensify the conflict with the Korean people. Chapter 742 Ventangle Yu Jingqing. E-novel www.1xiozuo.com. The barbarian cavalry returned in embarrassment, while the news of Hai Guqing's defeat spread through the city like the wind. The king of Goryeo watched carefully at Beshan, who was so drunk. He was upset in his heart, but he dared not question the result of the defeat of the war. The ancient city of Hai is only 2 days away from the city of Liujing, and the kingdom of Great Yu defeated the barbarians. He can imagine how the kingdom of Great Yu will retaliate against this attack on the ancient city of Hai. Thinking of this, the king of Goryeo felt cold. Just as he was hesitating in his heart, a general hurriedly entered the palace and said a few words in his ear. What? The city of Bisha was broken by the army of Great Yu Kingdom. King Goryeo trembled. This Bisha city is easy to defend and difficult to attack. It has resisted the Central Plains dynasty's conquest of Korea several times in history. He has always used Bisha city as his last refuge. But now this avoidance land has also fallen, so he will have nowhere to go except Liu Jingqing. Drunk-eyed Bishan heard these words, and his drinking spirit suddenly became sober. After returning from Hai Guqing to Liu Jingqing, he indulged in the wine. The city of Bisha is lost. Bishan stood up abruptly, and grabbed the collar of King Goryeo. You Koreans are all rubbish. The ancient city of Hai has collapsed, and the city of Bisha can't be held. Shishing. You can go north to attack the Golden Horde, and go south to sweep the entire territory of Goryeo. How can you lose such an important city? King Goryeo's face flushed red, and Pei Shan pinched his collar. He was a little short of breath. Bshantaiji, the army of the Great Yu Kingdom came from the sea. We have no time to send reinforcements. There are only 20,000 people in Peshawar city. How come the opponents of the Dayu team are not as good as Bshantaiji and Xiaoang to retake Bisha city together? How? Hearing this, Bshan was even more annoyed. In order to conquer the Golden Horde decades ago, when Goryeo had not yet surrendered to the Golden Horde, his father personally led more than 200,000 people to storm Bisha city. Even so, only 50,000 people in Peshawar city kept the 200,000 troops out of the city for half a year. In the end, the king of Goryeo gave the letter of surrender and they withdrew back to the foot of the mountain. Because of this, they are all aware of the dangers of this Bisha city. Now that the Great Yu Kingdom has occupied this place, with firearms, this place will become a peerless fortress. Since then, the Great Yu Kingdom is equivalent to the Golden Horde's flank. Anil. Thinking of this, he pushed the king of Goryeo to the ground and said angrily, "Don't think, starting from today, the Golden Horde will not die for you. unless you take back Bisha city." The violent wildness of Bishan scared the king of Goryeo to piss. His face was as pale as paper, and he was shivering to speak. The officials of Korea also lowered their heads, and looked like they were resigned. This barbarian cavalry was in the city. Maybe they couldn't beat the army of Dayu, but it was enough to deal with them. Bishan's anger was not over yet, and when he was going to denounce King Goryeo, Gilduo came in from the outside and suddenly stopped him. "Tachi, King Goryeo is the king of Goryeo after all." The anger made Bishan's wine spirit seem to return. He said, "How about he is the king of Goryeo? Now they are just the domain of the Golden Horde and cannot escape our palms." King Goryeo was lying on the ground. At this moment, all the humiliation Bishan had to him was brewing in his heart. Because of the disparity in strength, he was so humble in the face of the Golden Horde. But after all, he is the king of Korea, the highest power controller in this land. Gilduo looked at King Goryeo anxiously, and said to Bishan at this time, "The army of the kingdom of Dayu has entered Liu Jingqing. Today is not the time to vent our anger. We should return to the grassland." Bishan opened his mouth when he heard this. Instead of saying that he hated the king of Goryeo, he was actually annoying himself. He picked up the wine glass on the table and drank it. Bishan said to the king of Goryeo, "Remember, Goryeo is a golden account. If the vassal state of the Khanate betrayed, the iron cavalry of the Golden Horde will trample Goryeo on the ground." After all, Bishan followed Gilduo out. King Goryeo slowly stood up when Bishan's figure disappeared at the gate of the palace. At this moment, his eyes were full of spite. Too much deception. "In the past few years in Goryeo, my king has been extremely flattering, but he still treats my king like a dog." The Goryeo king clenched his fist tightly. The officials were silent. No one dared to say a word. The king of Goryeo glanced at the minister. He suddenly drew out his sword and pointed at a minister with his head down, saying, "Every one of you is shouting to the king, and you really have me as the king in your heart. Why is there no voice?" The ministers trembled, and one minister cried out, "The king is relieved of anger. The Golden Horde is so powerful that Goryeo can't afford to provoke it. Although the kingdom of Great Chu has fallen to 2 cities, it has no intention to capture Goryeo." "Yes, my lord. Although Bishan was defeated this time, the Golden Horde is still not something we can provoke. My lord, think twice," the minister said. The king of Goryeo was furious. The Golden Horde can't afford to provoke it, and now the kingdom of Dayu can be provoked by Goryeo. Now Bisha city and the ancient city of Hai are occupied, and the waters of Goryeo are blocked by Dayu's navy. Say what to do. When the officials looked at me and I looked at you, an official said at this time, "Does the king remember Li Cheng who entered the palace a few days ago?" The king naturally remembers. King Goryeo snorted. Although he was extremely embarrassed, Bishan patted his and left. He had to clean up the mess in this place. The official said, "This Li Chengzai once said in the palace the conditions of the Great Yu country. If we promised them, we would stop." King Goryeo frowned. At that time, the officials had humiliated Li Sungzai in the palace, but he didn't expect that he would beg Li Sungzai for a few days. "Just where is Li Sung now?" King Goryeo asked. The official said, "My lord, this Li Chengzai is not someone else, but is Li Heji's concubine. It is enough to leave this to him." Li Hyakji. King Goryeo looked at Li Hyakji, who had his head almost shrunk into his official robes. "Your good son, this king has ordered you to invite Li Sung in immediately, otherwise the king will kill you." With cold sweat on his head, Li Hazai hurriedly knelt down and said, "The king. The next official will look for it." After that, Li Hazai repeatedly kowtowed his head, secretly crying in his heart. Now he regretted the treatment of Li Chengzai the way he did before, but now he is asking for this rebellious son. As he was thinking, suddenly a soldier entered the hall and said to King Goryeo, "My lord, Li Sungji is outside the city." "Goryeo Wan Yixi," he said to Li Hyakji, "hurry up and invite him into the palace." Chapter 743 Treaty of Sea. Ancient city. Li Cheng was riding a horse, his head raised high. E-novel www.1xiozuo.com. In Liu Jingqing, he has never felt as proud as he is today. Of course, He knows that everything now's given by the Great Yu Kingdom. If Daigo had not defeated Goryo, now he is probably in a different place. So from the beginning he was betting like a gambler, and in the end he won. Now he has not only received preferential treatment from the king of Goryo, but his father, who is not as good as a beast, is also a slave to him, and is now leading him with a horse. When he arrived at the gate of the palace, Li Sung saw that the king of Goryo was already waiting there, and the officials of Goryo also showed respect. At this time, Li Chengzai's gaze stayed on Jin Chenxai, who was in the crowd, and now the person who was mocking him lowered his head and did not dare to look at him at all. Seeing this scene, Li Cheng could not help but sneered. It's just that he didn't forget his mission. He didn't come for revenge, but for the trade port. Li Sungji, my king has been waiting for you these few days. The king of Goryo smiled, as if he was very intimate with Li Sungji. Li Chengzai also smiled, bowed slightly and said, "My king." King Goryo nodded with satisfaction and took Li Chengzai to the palace. The timing of Li Cheng's arrival was just right when the barbarians had already withdrawn from Liujing city. Now that there is no barbarian, this Liu Jingqing has become his world again. When he sat down in the palace, Li Chengzai didn't talk to King Goryo either. Now Dayu Kingdom is waiting for news from him, so he directly explained all the conditions of Dayu Kingdom. General Yi said, in addition to ceding the two cities of Haigyu City and Bisha City, since then, the products of Great Yu will be unimpeded in Korea. Korea shall not impose any taxes on the products of Great Yu. At the same time, Great Yu of businessmen in Korea must have extraterritoriality. Extraterritoriality, what is this? King Goryo asked questioningly. Li Cheng was also a little confused when he heard this term at first, but after explaining it, he understood, so he said, this extraterritoriality means that the people of Dau violated the law in Goryo. Goryo cannot deal with it in accordance with the Korean law, but must hand over the merchant to Daugo. The more officials in Korea heard, the more ugly their faces became, because it meant that the people of Dayu had become first-class people in Korea, and they became inferior people. King Goryo's smile faded, and he said, if this is the case, wouldn't it be true that the people of Dau can arbitrarily express the law in Goryo? It's not like that. Dau has strict laws and regulations. This move is just for Korean officials to make things difficult for the people of Dau. Li Cheng had an excuse long ago. Is there any more? King Goryo's heart was bleeding. If he agreed to these conditions, it would mean that Goryo lost part of his royal power. Li Chengzai nodded and continued. After the ceding of Haigyu City and Bisha City, it will be the territory of Great Yu Kingdom. Infringing on Haigyu City and Bisha City is like declaring war on Great Yu Kingdom. After all, Li Cheng is presenting a treaty, and he said, the requirements of the Great Yu are in this treaty. As long as the king signs, the Great Yu will withdraw its troops. King Goryo took the black and white letters. His body trembled slightly, and he saw 6 items written on it. The first is that the kingdom of Dau and Goryo jointly announced the end of the war and a formal truce. Article 2. The 4 cities along the coast of Goryo, Jingquan City, Baek City, and Liujing City are all commercial ports. The country of Dau is allowed to send permanent consuls, and the merchants and their families of the country are allowed to live freely. The third, cession of land. Jaoli ceded the ancient city of Hai, and Bisha city to the country of Dau. The fourth, indemnity. Jaoli pays 3 million taels of silver to Great Chongqing for military expenditure. If there is no silver taels, it can be offset by ore, grain, and slaves. Article 5. Dau merchants and Korean merchants are allowed to communicate freely, exempt from all taxes on goods, and at the same time, Dau citizens have extraterritorial rights. After reading these 5 conditions one by one, King Goryo could hardly breathe. This Great Yu country wanted to put him on the fire. Once he signed this treaty, he would be infamy. My lord, there is not much time for us from the kingdom of Dau. The subjugation of the country is still a treaty. The king can only choose one. Li Cheng saw that the king of Goryo hesitated. After taking a deep breath, King Goryo asked, If this is the case, is it true that Dau country promises to deal with the Japanese people? General Yi said, if the Japanese nation dared to go north, they would blockade the Japanese nation's air route. Li Chengzai said. King Goryo nodded, and he sighed. Now he is most worried about Wagos going north. Now Dau has given them this promise, and signing this seems to be no problem. More importantly, through this incident, he gradually realized that he could not rely entirely on the Golden Horde. He had to choose the balance between the Great Yu and the Golden Horde. Bring Wang Yin, the king of Goryeo said in a deep voice. At this time, an official offered a jade-carved king seal with both hands, and stamped the king seal on the paper named Treaty of Ancient Sea City. Li Chengzai saw him with a deep smile on his face. He said, Wang Shangyingming, in fact, the people of Dau are just like doing business in Korea, and the purpose of capturing Bisha City is to deal with the Golden Horde. The kingdom and the Golden Horde are feuds, and Korea does not need to participate. Chengzai is right here, it's my king Mengling. The Goryeo king looked tired, and the days between the Golden Horde, though and the Great Yu were uncomfortable. Li Chengzai nodded, and then put the treaty away. He said, Your Majesty, you will have to return to the ancient city of the sea. I hope the king will remember these conditions. If you violate it, you will rekindle the war and leave. After all, Li Sung turned and left, leaving the king of Goryeo with a look of astonishment. When the officials saw that Li Chengzai had disappeared, they all yelled at this time, this Li Chengzai is just a lowly man, and now he is surrendering to the enemy and traitorously. It's Li Hyukji, you really have a good son. The officials clamored and cursed, not knowing whether it was out of resentment towards Li Sungji or pure envy. After all, the current Li Sungji is really a superior one, and even the king of Goryeo doesn't have to give it face. Here Li Cheng was heading towards the ancient city of Hai, and he arrived at the ancient city of Hai at noon the next day. Seeing Yi Kinyan, he offered the treaty of Hagyu Castle with the seal of the king of Goryeo. Ah, very good. Yi Kinyan is overjoyed that their purpose of coming to Korea this time has been achieved. From then on, goods from the country will enter Korea unimpeded, and this place will become a dumping ground for industrial products. Putting away the treaty, Yi Kinyan called a guard and said to him, You immediately send the treaty to King Zhu. In response, the guards took the treaty and turned to the pier. They wandered on the sea for 2 days and walked on the ground for 3 days. The treaty arrived in King Zhu. Chapter 744 Repercussions. Fiji's hand holding the treaty of the ancient sea city trembled slightly. E-novel www.1xiozuo.com. After early this morning, he and Pang Yukun were called by Xiaoming to the imperial study room, and then Xiaoming took out the treaty with the seal of the king of Goryeo. For many years, the country of Dau is finally exasperated this time. The Fiji old man burst into tears. He assisted Xiao Wenxian all his life and tasted the bitterness of being bullied by the barbarians, Goryeo, and the Kingdom of Japan. Every time there was war in every border, he and the Manchu civil and martial arts were frightened and swallowed. Sometimes it's not that they have no backbone, but that their national strength is weak. And now the kingdom of Dau under the rule of Xiaoming is different from the past. The Golden Horde is not so terrible now, although it is still a threat to the kingdom of Dau. It is not enough to change the culture of Manchu. Pang Yukun looked excited. He was determined to serve the country all his life. Today, the Great Yu Kingdom has achieved such an achievement. He can't help feeling in his heart. In the past, the old minister thought the emperor was a gentleman, but now it seems that the emperor has the ambition to expand the territory. Fiji wiped his tears. The emperor can easily do the unfinished volunteers of the emperor's life. From the perspective of the veterans, the emperor will surely become the lord of Zebai in the future, and perhaps the next Khan will be the emperor. Xiaoming laughed lightly. The successful signing of the Treaty of the Ancient City of the Sea made him very happy. For him, this treaty meant that the country of Great Yu had embarked on the international stage, and since then opened the first step of overseas colonization. Since then, Dau has the first overseas market and raw material supply, and the effect of this is that Dau's industrial development has increased. After all, if the cake is bigger, more people will eat it. So he said, this treaty of ancient sea city is just the beginning. In the future, I will lead you to lay a large territory for the Great Yu Kingdom and make a great contribution for generations to come. Are you willing? What the Emperor Jianfeng points to is what the ministers are waiting for. How can they be unwilling to say? Pang Yukan said impassioned and sincerely. His life's wish is to serve the country and stay in history. How can he give up such an opportunity now? Fiji's eyes were deep. When Xiaoming had just ascended the throne, he had despised the emperor, thinking that he was young and could not dominate the officials, and the government had to rely on them as old officials. But now Xiaoming has proved that under his rule, the Great Yu country will only be stronger. Pang Fu's words are in my heart. The emperor, as the saying goes, learns to learn civil and martial arts, sells the emperor's house, and the old veteran will be sent by the emperor in the future, Fiji said with emotion. Upon seeing this, Xiaoming showed a slight smile. This treaty of ancient sea city was a victory externally, and it was also a victory internally. During the time he was enthroned, there was still resistance in Dayu. At this moment, one of the ways to increase his prestige as an emperor was to conquer. Now that he has done it, this will surely slap those privately opposed to the reforms in the face. Following the old system, the country of Dayu suffers all kinds of humiliation, and the country of Great Yu is insulted and reformed. With these words of you, I feel at ease. You are my confidant, minister. Only when you and I are of one mind can the Great Yu kingdom prosper and this reform can continue, Xiaoming said lightly. The two nodded at the same time. At this time, Xiaoming withdrew the treaty from Fiji, and he said, when you go back, you will focus on publicizing the matter in the newspapers. It is time for the people to breathe a sigh. Pang Yukan knows that every time Great Yu country makes a major progress, it will be published in the newspaper to let businessmen and people know. For him, this is also a way to enhance the people's sense of identity. The two agreed to the matter and turned and left. The next day, the King's Daily headlined the Haiguching Treaty, which caused a wave of waves. With one stone, Bisha City, the ancient city of Hainan, was ceded to the country of Dau. This time it can be described as opening up and expanding the territory. My Dau team is mighty. In a restaurant, students from 4 different academies form a table. They were once the sons of Cheng and dignitaries, and now they are all studying in Kingsu colleges. The student who was speaking was wearing a green gown, and he was a student from the military academy. As soon as his voice fell, the student wearing a silver gown next to him said, "You Elmhead only knows how to fight. This ancient sea city treaty is the best. The important thing is the following trade clauses. With this, the products of Great Yu can be sold in Korea unimpeded, and business people should be happy." The other 2 students nodded one after another, and the student from the School of Political Affairs said, "This Bisha city and Haigu city have now become the territory of my country, and it is time to appoint officials. It's really going to be dispatched, you see, isn't it written as a consul? It's just that the 2 cities are lonely overseas. Wouldn't it be a crime to go?" The remaining students shook their heads. It's better to suffer than to do nothing in this Kingsu city. Now our old officials and heirs from Chang'an have nothing to rely on. Now we can only seek jobs with civilian students. If you don't go, this one will be taken by them. You still don't want to live in the old days. The student of government affairs student reminded. His words made the atmosphere a bit heavy. Ever since they came to Kingsu, everything has changed, and all the privileges they enjoyed overnight seem to be far away from them. Now all he has left is the memories of his former high-ranking elder brothers. They were sighing, and the guests who had just sat down at the next table suddenly burst into laughter. A young man sitting east and west holding a newspaper said, "Our emperor is really a wise man. This Goryeo was beaten down to 2 cities in one go." Brother Wu and Liu, "It's more than that. Now we should think about how to sell cloth to Goryeo. Now there are so many textile shops in Kingsu, and the price of cloth drops again and again. If this continues, we will lose stupidity." Shang Guanyong complained. The young man is Zhu Liu. After the textile workshop started production, his business was good, and his money became abundant again. With rich wealth, he often brought Shang Guanyong and others to the restaurant to drink. Of course, He couldn't afford to go to the YG restaurant, but the tavern in the private square was still very casual. Zhu Liu sighed. What Shang Wenyang said was the fact that the price of cloth was declining when there were more textiles in the textile shop, but the cotton was rising because the supply exceeded demand. Now he wants to grow cotton. However, Shang Wenyang's words reminded him that Zhu Liu already has a keen sense of business in his body. Jiaoli is a market that Dao's merchants have never been involved in. Dao's high-quality and cheap cloths will be sold in the past. And the most important thing is that from the Treaty of the Ancient City of the Sea, the merchants of Dao will enjoy various preferential treatments in Korea. Chapter 745 Conceited? The smell of stir-fried vegetables is in the restaurant. After the stir-fried dishes in YG restaurant became popular, other restaurants in Kingsu also appeared in the stir-fried dishes. Although the taste of this stir-fried dish is not as good as that of YG restaurant, it is also much more delicious than before. The food came. Shang Wenyang continued to ask, "Brother Yu Liu, what do you say?" After thinking for a while, Zhu Liu said, "It's just that we don't have a ship, so we can't transport cloth to Goryeo. Even so, we are not familiar with Goryeo. We must find a Korean merchant to cooperate." Hey! The cheapness of Goryeo this time has made the big businessmen profitable. They have ships and can go directly to Goryeo. Shang Wenyang sighed. While they were talking, a tall and thin young man among the 4 college students came to them. With a smile on his face, the young man said, "You two are talking about doing business in Korea." Zhu Liu and Shang Wenyang glanced at the student's clothing on the young man. Zhu Liu said, "Exactly. I don't know what this Xung Tai has to teach. I didn't dare to say that in the next Liyikan. My father used to be the magistrate of Wanian County and Chang'an. Now he resigned to do business in Kingsu. What he did was this water transportation. Only then I heard that the two needed merchant ships to sell cloth to Korea. I came to tell." Lu Yikan said, "Can your merchant ships transported by water go to Goryeo?" Zhu Liu asked in doubt. "Not all ships transported by water can go at sea." Lu Yikan said, "Since I dare to speak, I can naturally transport the 2 cloths to Goryeo. If the 2 need to go to Lujikayan for inquiries." Zhu Liu and Shang Wenyang looked at each other. There are many merchants in Kingsu City, and there are also a lot of profiteers in it. Many of their cloths are sold and cannot be recovered. Therefore, they have kept some eyes on the merchants. Shang Wenyang deliberately scared at this time. "Don't be afraid to tell you that this Zhu Liu's brother is the Kingsu Military Academy Lieutenant Zhu Sansi. If you dare to deceive us, we can't spare you." Lu Yikan said, "Of course I dare not." Zhu nodded at 5 or 6. The merchant ships of the big merchants are expensive, and their business is small and profitable. If they take their ships, there is no profit. So they can only take the merchant ships of these small merchants. But he will not believe Lu Yikan in a few words. Shop around. He always has to find a suitable merchant ship. Ding Wangquan and Ding Wu father and son also got the news for the first time. The sharp-eyed Ding Wangquan said, "This matter is not too late. You should check the merchant ships now and see how many can go to Korea." "Yes, father." Ding Wu looked excited, and he also saw the business opportunities clearly. Without waiting for Ding Wu to leave, Ding Wangquan continued, "Wait, and now we will send people to purchase goods such as cloth, sugar, and perfume. This time we went to Korea to make a big profit. The emperor is now making it public, and other merchants. They must all know now, especially the Kao family. They must be crazy happy now." What my father said is that there are now a large number of merchants gathered around the Kao family. It is said that the Kao family firm is still being established. This movement is really not small. Now that this matter comes out, they must gather together to seize this business. Ding Wu said. Ding Wangquan was also a character who went in the wind and the rain. He said lightly, "This Cao Zhengyang's tale is now up. And he was forgotten whose world this great Yu country belongs to, and who gave us the status of a businessman today. I also forgot how Wai Wang, Yan Wang, Zhao Wang died." Ding Wu, "Remember, no matter what the Cao family is, we can't overrule. After all, merchants are merchants, and dealing with money is enough." "This right, it's a poison to merchants, It's not to be touched. Ding Wu nodded. The boy has always remembered his father's teachings, so he dare not have any delusions in his heart. Well, that's fine. I'm old. This Ding family I am thinking about it. I feel that only you are suitable to inherit my seat. It's just that your two brothers might not agree, but you don't have to be impatient. Home business is fine, and I will make this decision in due course. Yes, father. Ding Wu was delighted. From being a concubine to a pivotal figure in the Ding family, he hasn't walked this way easily, and now he was finally been appreciated by his father. At the same time, dozens of businessmen gathered in the Cow Mansion, which is the mansion of Cao Zhengying, Treasurer Cao. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us. Now we should go out to sea immediately to transport the goods to Korea, said a potbelly merchant. Yes, aren't we people getting together to get rid of the King's Chamber of Commerce and make greater profits? Now this opportunity cannot be lost, said another person. Merchants, you and me? Cao Zhengying listened while looking at the newspaper. For a long time, he said slowly, what business is the most profitable? Is it cloth? Sugar? No. The profit of a monopoly is the highest. No matter what, as long as you can monopolize it, you can get money at will. The meaning of Cao's shopkeeper is it for us to monopolize the trade in Korea. Is this possible? All merchants now know this, a merchant said. Cao Zhengying said with a smile, nothing is impossible, as long as we think of a way. After a pause, he said meaningfully, in fact, the sea is not safe at all, and pirates are rampant. If the goods are robbed, the merchants will lose their money. We can spread the news, and the courageous merchants naturally dare not take it. The goods are given to those little merchants. Yes, our merchant ships have escorts. A businessman was overjoyed. He said, Treasurer Cao has a wonderful idea. But we can make a fuss on this matter. Cao Zhengying nodded triumphantly, his eyes flickering, and the Cao family was able to go to this day by many shameful methods. As the court child of the Cao family, he is naturally clear. He knows very well that he has to do whatever it takes to expand his business. This incident in Korea made him see the future business direction of Dau country. There is only one Korea now. If there is another country underneath, the profit will be even more lucrative. He must plan ahead and find ways to maximize the benefits. When the merchants were intrigued about this matter, Li Kaiyuan was called to the imperial study room by Xiaoming. There are countless knowledge accumulated in his mind. No one knows the businessman's urine better than Xiaoming, so from the beginning, Xiaoming was not prepared to let the businessman extend his tentacles to Goryeo. After all, once commercial trade is out of control, monopolies and commercial giants will breed. He already has his own plan in his mind. This time, he must obtain guidance from the King's Chamber of Commerce for merchants in Korea. 8. Chapter 746 Long Line to Catch Big Fish. Road Guide. Li Kaiyuan in the imperial study was deeply convinced, and could not help nodding. With a bitter face, Li Kaiyuan continued, the Emperor, these businessmen really can't be too indulgent. The businessmen are chasing profits. Some merchants with no conscience dare to do anything. The lower officials think that they will take advantage of this road guide to rectify some unpredictable things. Merchant, a merchant who is unpredictable? Xiaoming said with a big smile. You are talking about the Cao family. It seems that Li Kaiyuan has been tolerating the Cao family for a long time. At this time, it seems that resentment broke out in his heart. The Emperor, this is the Cao family. Now Cao Zhengying wants to establish a business with more than 100 businessmen. This is clearly against the Chamber of Commerce. Li San has already told me about this, Xiaoming said lightly. Seeing Xiaoming's face indifferent, he said, Your Majesty, Cao Zhengying's move is unpredictable. Should the court still endure him? Xiaoming's eyes were a little gloomy. He stood up and looked at the blooming peach blossom outside the window and said, Cao Zhengying's move is not suspected of violating the laws of the Great Yu country. Since he has not violated the laws, how should he be punished? Li Kaiyuan was startled. He said, just a word from the Emperor. When it came to this, Li Kaiyuan couldn't continue. Xiaoming laughed when he saw it. You mean I can kill people at will? If so, How should the merchants and the merchants treat me in the Manchu civil and military? Li Kaiyuan scratched his head. He said, indeed, this move will make people panic. That's it. There is no need to kill. It is easy for me to break the Kou family. I know the Kou family better than you, and I know that the Kou family is now regarded as a guest of honor by the king of Chu. But for this king, it is not against Kou. When I was at home, now this pig is not fat enough. Xiaoming was very calm. The Kou family has strong financial resources. Now he has established 7 mines, 3 textile workshops and a sea fleet, and the Kou family bank is even more famous. He doesn't move the Kou family now. In addition to wanting the Kou family to establish more workshops in the 6 states, there is also one that Li San discovered that the Kou family seems to be in contact with missionaries, which made him extremely vigilant. Because he knew very well that the role played by the missionaries of this era was not simple at all, he was ready to catch it and let Li San collect all the evidence before putting the Kou family together. At that time, businessmen will understand that if he gives them things, he can also get them back. It's okay to do business safely, but don't think about something. I told Li Kaiyuan his thoughts, and Li Kaiyuan felt relieved. Having said this, Xiaoming continued, however, although the Kou family is not rectified now, it is possible to suppress the Kou family appropriately in terms of trade, lest they mess up King Zhu's business. Yes, the emperor, this time the next official, will support the merchants in the 6 states, and tighten the people like Cao Zhengyang, lest they raise their tails. Li Kaiyuan said. Xiaoming nodded. This is his purpose for letting Li Kaiyuan come. Generally speaking, he wants to fight against a group of businessmen headed by Cao Zhengyang without breaking, so that he can teach them some lessons or not. Will affect the development of industry and commerce in the 6 states. Sending away Li Kaiyuan, there was a spring thunder outside, and a drizzle floated in the dark clouded sky. In a blink of an eye, King Zhu entered spring from winter. Qian Defu held up an umbrella for Xiaoming at this time, and the two returned to the sleeping hall from the imperial study room. In the sleeping hall at this time, Lu Liuo was pacing the crying Xiao Yi, while Zixuan and Fu Er were sitting on the chairs and joking and watching Lu Liuo holding Xiao Yi. I have come here today. Before reaching the sleeping hall, Xiaoming laughed out loud. He rarely met 3 people playing together. But when he entered the bedroom, he found that there was still Kui Xuer sitting behind the door. The emperor. Seeing Xiaoming, 4 crisp sounds sounded. Kui Xuer seemed a little uncomfortable when he entered the house late, and his face flushed. Lu Liuo and Zixuan have become more intimate with Xiaoming since they were named nobles. After all, they have become Xiaoming's concubine. But the 2 of them are very self-conscious, never tell the truth, fight for favor, and never say who is wrong in front of him. Xiaoming was very pleased with this. In this era, sometimes he can't choose, but now that it's done, he can only accept his backyard. Entered the sleeping hall, Lu Liuo took the initiative to hug Xiao Yi to Xiaoming's side. At this time, Xiao Yi, who was puffing, was looking at him with wide eyes. Pure eyes without a trace of impurities. Seeing Xiaoming, the little guy stretched his calf and small arms and moved, showing a smile. His mouth rushed out, and Lu Liuo immediately took the handkerchief and wiped it. Looking at his son, Xiaoming felt warm in his heart. The emperor was also a human and had his own emotions and desires. Now, he suddenly understood Xiao and Xuan are their own sons, although they have their own preferences, but they don't want to see them killing each other. Xiao Yi is his first son, and he will not be the last. He does not want to see his son continue to fight for the throne. So he secretly made a decision that would not let the feudal dynasty continue to cycle. The emperor, what are you thinking? Fu asked Xiaoming in a daze. Recovered, Xiaoming smiled. It's just some government affairs. After a pause, he continued, by the way, why are you all in this hall today? Fu Er said, it's always a bit boring to be bored all day long on the road, and the concubine asked them to come over and talk. Xiaoming nodded. At this time, he suddenly remembered that this great Yu country had never added anything to entertainment in this era for so long. Now that Fu Er said so, he suddenly felt that he should take it too. Some entertainment activities come out. After all, industry and commerce need to develop, and entertainment must also develop, so that they can complement each other. Moreover, Yang Cheng'ai played a few days ago that foreign businessmen in Dengzhou often gather in Dengzhou to gamble, which touched him a bit. The silver of these foreign merchants is not profitable. If they come up with some novel gameplay, they will surely attract more merchants to go to Dengzhou for fun. After all, gambling is not illegal in this era. Instead of letting the people open gambling shops indiscriminately, it is better to let the government standardize gambling shops. Thinking of this, he said to Fi, "In this case, I will give you something interesting to ensure that you will not be bored for a while." "Really? In that case, the concubines have to see and see." Fua laughed. Asta said, "The emperor is probably talking big words. I haven't seen the emperor in these years and didn't teach us anything fun." Chapter 747 Battleship Transformation. The drizzle wet the grass and trees and the bluestone road, and the slight ticking sound is like the shallow singing of the earth. Experiencing this quiet feeling, Xiaoming's heart suddenly felt tranquil. Over the past 5 or 6 years, he has been busy with government affairs, but he has rarely been so relaxed. Now he is interested but can't stop him. So he said, "It's easy. I will give you a game that 4 of you can play. It can relieve boredom in leisure time." Asta likes to be lively. At this time, clapping and applauding, she said, "What is the emperor going to teach us?" After a while, Xiaoming said, "I don't have this thing yet, so I can send someone to the ceramic workshop." After all, he summoned Qian Defu, and he found paper and pen to draw a lot of patterns, and then asked Qian Defu to take this to the ceramic workshop and let them send it. The next day, the ceramic workshop delivered the things. These are small squares with various patterns printed on them. It is nothing but contemporary mahjong. After eating breakfast, Luluo, Asta and Guizue came to the bedroom as scheduled. At this time, Xiaoming and Fua had already explained how to play this mahjong. The 3 of them arrived, and Xiaoming introduced them to the rules. This time Xiaoming used the technology spa, so the 4 of them remembered the rules very quickly. This thing is fun. Asta braved both ways. She has always liked to play around the most, so she immediately fell into it when she got this thing. Xiaoming smiled at this time. "Come on, I will accompany you to play a few games today, and you will have nothing to do in the future. You can also bring the Queen Mother with you. The provincial Queen Mother is bored." What the emperor said is that this person has to have some fun, or he will always think about it. Fua, Guizue, and Asta sat down at the table. Luluo stood behind Xiaoming obediently and pinched his shoulders for him. Asta gave a smirk. "Then what do you think about every night?" Luluo suddenly made a big blush. "Sister Asta, you bullied me again." Fua pursed her mouth and smiled. She looked at Guizue. This imperial concubine was the most stranger to them, so she said, "Xue, this Asta is a violent household, and the 2 are used to playing around. If you accidentally say something wrong, don't worry about it." Guizue nodded slightly. She was a little envious of Fu's laughter and scolding, and she wanted to blend in at this moment, so she said, "Don't worry, you are all sisters. I won't be annoyed at this time." The most feared thing for a man is the fire in the backyard. Although it is very interesting to watch some palace scheming in modern times, he does not want some mess in his palace. But now he sees Fu's big sister, he feels relieved. As long as Fu can take care of the overall situation, the harem will not be chaotic. Mahjong started. Xiaoming and the 4 of them forgot the time. Until noon, Qian Defu reminded the 5 of them to recover from the fun of playing mahjong. Because they had just come into contact with mahjong, the 4 of them were a little addicted. After lunch, they besieged the city and slaughtered together. After all, Xiaoming was a person here, so he was not very sad about that. Left 4 people to play around in the sleeping hall. He went to Kingzhou shipyard with Qian Defu. Now he has begun to expand his influence overseas, which is very important to maintain maritime hegemony. If there is no more advanced warship, his rights in the sea are likely to be challenged by European countries, so it is necessary for him to develop more advanced warships. After leaving Kingzhou City, Xiaoming traveled along the Xiaoqing River to Qingzhou shipyard. At this time, a ship in the river with black smoke attracted Xiaoming's attention. This is a 5-tier gallon ship. At this time, a towering pillar protrudes from the center of the battleship, and it is this pillar that is constantly emitting black smoke. Zhang Liang and Lin Wentao were both on the gallon ship, and they were talking. Seeing Xiaoming's arrival, the two of them arrived in front of Xiaoming from the boat. The Emperor Zhang Liang and Lin Wentao said at the same time. Nodded. Xiaoming asked, "Isn't this warship the first batch of gallon warships?" "Yes," the Emperor Zhang Liang replied, and he said, after seeing this steam engine, the next official felt that the previous gallon ship could be converted into a warship with sails and steam engines, otherwise it would have to be rebuilt. "A lot of money." Xiaoming nodded. Zhang Liang said this to his heart. In fact, during this period, Xiaoming has been having a headache about this weapon update. In just 6 years, Qingzhou's firearms have changed from flintlock to rifled rifle, and now they are about to be upgraded to flash cap firing rifle. Such constant change of outfits made Fuku a little overwhelmed, but this gun change is nothing more than the replacement of this battleship is a big problem. The cost of a gallon ship is hundreds of thousands of silver, and he can't afford such an update. "Yes, this is what I came to the shipyard a few days ago. Now that you can transform the gallon ship into a steamship, I can rest assured," Xiaoming said. Being praised by Xiaoming, Zhang Liang laughed, and he said, "This is just a matter of the official position." Nodded. Xiaoming continued to ask, "Now this gallon boat does not rely on wind. How fast it can go in the water?" "About 11 knots." Zhang Liang said. Lin Wentao said, "The Emperor, the speed of this ship has surpassed that of warships that rely solely on wind. Well, this is not bad, so the time from Dengzhou to Goryeo will be greatly reduced. In naval battles can also take advantage." Xiaoming said that the speed of this ship is expressed in knots. 1 knot represents 1.852 kilometers, 11 knots is 20.372 kilometers, and the speed is basically 20 kilometers per hour. Compared with steamships, sailing warships rely heavily on wind speed. When the wind is small, 3 or 4 knots are normal, and when the wind is strong, it can run out of 11 or 2 knots. But generally speaking, it is not as stable as steamships, which is why the sailing warships were quickly eliminated after the steamships came out. After all, if there is a calm day, when this kind of warship meets at sea, the rhythm of the sail warship will be completely abused. With a look of excitement, he continued, "If this warship is successfully rebuilt, this year you will focus on rebuilding the warship." "Yes," the Emperor Zhang Liang answered, and then he said, "But this still requires Lin Wentao to provide enough steam engines." Lin Wentao immediately showed a bitter face. "Everyone who sees me now asks me for a steam engine." The Emperor, the official, is suffering now. As soon as his words fell, the three of them laughed at the same time, and Xiaoming said, "I am going to talk to you about this. Now you can hand over the steam engine to your subordinates. The most important thing for you now is to continue developing a new type of steam engine." Chapter 748 Electricity. Xixi River breeze has a smell of water and grass. The three of them admired the merchant ships coming and going on the Xiaoqing River, while talking about steamships and steam engines. After talking about the steamship and the steam engine, Lin Wentao suddenly remembered something. He said to Xiaoming, "The Emperor, 2 days ago, a close friend of Qingzhou University who had been in the government once approached me. He said he was preparing to apply for an electric power test, but because there are not enough copper wires and the magnets, it is impossible to proceed." Electricity test. Xiaoming frowned. In order to promote the development of science and technology in Dayu country, Xiaoming has made great efforts, especially after the establishment of Qingzhou University. He promised that any student can apply for Yinzi to set up his own research room, and find cooperating students to conduct related research. After this policy came out, it was very popular with the students. Soon the court received more than 30 applications for the establishment of research laboratories, and these students applied for different amounts of money. However, For Xiaoming, this silver cannot be given away randomly. Contemporary cases of fraudulent scientific research are everywhere. Maybe these students can fool the officials, but they can't fool him, so after the review, he directly rejected more than 20 applications. It's an electric power test. After the emperor rejected a lot of research applications last time, many students were very cautious. My best friend came to discuss with me for fear that the emperor would reject it this time. Lin Wentao said. After pondering for a while, Xiaoming said, what he said is indeed the truth. Now copper wires are easy to find, but strong magnets are not easy to find. Fortunately, there are magnets in Qingzhou Prefecture. When the minerals department finds them, I will give him send it, let him apply before. In fact, the interval between the first industrial revolution and the second industrial revolution is not very long. The accumulation of the first industrial revolution makes the second industrial revolution happen quickly. Now that the country of Diau has fully entered the steam age, this is already laying the foundation for the second industrial revolution. And electricity, as the foundation of the second industry, is now on the agenda. European countries have spent 100 years to complete the popularization of electricity through self-exploration, but it does not take so long for him. After all, he has mature technology and can save many detours. Yes, the Emperor Lin Wentao said happily that he and this close friend have always cherished each other. When he was tinkering with the steam engine, this close friend had been studying with great concentration in the academy, and now he is finally going to show his skills. Xiaoming was in a good mood. He asked, "What's this person's name?" Su Liangkai. Zhang Liang couldn't help laughing when he heard the words, "This person's name is interesting. I just hope he is really a good talent." The friends of this Liangkai are also Liangkai. I believe in Lin Wentao's vision, Xiaoming said. After talking to the two for a while, Xiaoming and Qian Defu returned to their tracks. The incident with Su Liangkai proved that the cause he had buried was bearing fruit. In addition to Lin Wentao, the students of Qingzhou University who have learned a lot have begun to come out and apply their knowledge to various industries. A strong youth means a strong country. Now, more and more scholars have thrown aside the corrupt Confucian books and picked up books that represent science. This in itself is a proof that Great Yu is changing. But it is not enough for him now. He wants to let this change not only stay in Qingzhou, but also to speed up the process. He must personally take part in it. He has already explained that this Qingzhou University is going to build a university hall, and every 7 days he will take a day to teach in Qingzhou University. For him, this is not only for imparting knowledge, but also for the scholars of the world to see clearly that he, the emperor, attaches importance to the students, so that each of them has the glory of the emperor's disciple. Yingwu, this is a city in the northwest of Goryeo. Since Liu Jingqing retreated, Bashan did not rush back to Chengdu, but led his troops to the border town of the Golden Horde. The guest is here. Yu Duo's voice sounded outside the room. Bashan was shocked and said, "Let them in." This time he left Yujing City, and he sent people to go to the Goryeo city that was occupied by the Japanese kingdom. He got a reply soon, and the British will return from the country soon, and can meet him before leaving. So the British drove the warship directly away from the country and docked in the waters of Yingzhou to meet Bashan. After a while, Yu Duo showed up outside the door with two blonde and blue-eyed people. Bashan was a little surprised. He had never seen such a person before, and he couldn't help but feel a little shocked. There were 4 Japanese warriors who came with the 2 Englishmen. They had samurai swords on their waists, and they seemed to have turned to protect the 2. "Dear Bishantaji, I am the Earl of Kerry from England." Krishna showed kindness. This time he went to war country. He successfully met with Nobunaga Yamada and reached an agreement in many ways. He called this Nagasaki Agreement. The content of the agreement was drawn up before he came to the country. From the date of signing the agreement, the United Kingdom will provide the country with higher quality guns, artillery, and warships, and send military personnel to train the country's soldiers. And the country can send personnel to study in the UK, and the UK will help the country establish an industrial system and provide steam engines. In contrast, The country of Japan opened its market to the United Kingdom, allowing British businessmen to do business in the country, and the two countries have an obligation to jointly respond to threats facing Asia. Kerry was also a little surprised to sign this agreement easily, but this is all thanks to the rise of the Great Yu Kingdom, because it made Wago feel threatened. That's why Yamada Nobunaga will stand against the crowd to sign this friendship treaty with them. But for Kerry, his mission is far from completed. The Great Yu Kingdom made them too worried, and from his understanding, the Emperor of Great Yu Kingdom is full of ambitions. He was very worried that this distinctive emperor would continue to expand in Asia, and his worries were aggravated after the two cities of Goryeo were captured. Because of this, he insisted on coming to meet the Specian Taiji. Although he knew that the northern grassland empire of Dayu was more barbaric, the British were not afraid of barbaric tribes, but only an empire that was more civilized than them. In order to be able to curb the expansion of Great Chongqing, he felt that it was necessary to create an encirclement in Asia to trap the awakening lion of Great Chongqing like a cage. At that time, even if this circle could not play a role, but it was enough to delay the rise of Great Yu State. Taking advantage of this time, the British industry will roll forward, constantly leaving the country behind. So, no matter what you do, it will benefit the British Empire without any harm. Chapter 749. Embarrassed? In Yingzhou City, which is full of low-thatched buildings, there are 20,000 Golden Horde tribes living here. Bishan stared at Kerry for a long time, only then squeezed out a smile. "Please come in, honorable guest." Kerry saluted and entered the dark hut. He was used to the downfall and poverty of these places. Compared with the United Kingdom, this place is simply an uncivilized wilderness. But he didn't dare to be scornful. These savage tribes don't pay attention to etiquette, and one who is unhappy may be killed. At this time, Bishan has prepared roasted whole lamb and horse milk wine in the room. This is the food and drink that the Golden Horde will entertain the most distinguished guests. Seated on the blanket, Bishan distributed the food and wine to Kerry and others, and then asked, "The Japanese people say that you can help us defeat the Great Yu country. Is this true?" Kerry said, "Whether you can defeat the Great Yu country is not sure, but one thing is right. We are here to help you. With all due respect, if your country is still ready to attack this country with ancient tactics, you will only. There is one failure left." Kerry paused for a while and said, "It is said that the present Dayu kingdom has just ended the civil strife and is still in weakness. They may be able to win one or two battles in Goryeo, but they are unable to go out to the grassland to conquer you. So you still have time to prepare now." Bishan spent his life as a military horse, and naturally knew the problems facing the country of Dau, so this was where he feared. A weak Great Yu kingdom can defeat it. If the Great Yu kingdom recovers, this will be the end of the Golden Horde. "Earl Kerry sees it thoroughly," said Bishan. Every time he said a word, the Englishman in charge of the translation relayed what he said. "I know these truths very well, but now we can't do anything. We can only watch Dau recover a little bit." Bishan looked solemn. Kerry laughed. "No country can withstand continuous wars. As long as the country of Great Yu stays in war, he will soon collapse." Bishan's eyes narrowed. He was not a stupid person. He instantly understood the kindness of Kerry's uneasiness. He said in a deep voice, "I thought it was a savior, but I didn't expect it to be a jackal. Letting the Golden Horde getting into war with Dau is your real goal, right? Now you have no choice. As far as I know, your Golden Horde and Great Yu are feuds, and the powerful Great Yu will not tolerate your existence." Kerry said. He was a little surprised. This Bishan is very smart. His purpose is to instigate the Golden Horde and the Great Yu Kingdom to fight to death. In this way, the War Kingdom they support will have time to exhibit. When the Golden Horde and the Great Yu Kingdom are both defeated, it is time for them to dismember the two kingdoms. Bishan was angry. As Kerry said, he did not come with good intentions, but he has nothing to do now. Groaned, he said, "The people of Dau are very good at firearms. As long as you give me high-quality firearms, I can defeat Dau." Kerry and Wilson looked at each other. They understood that Taija was also a ghost, and the purpose was for them to provide firearms. But this is very difficult. After all, Helping the Japanese country this time will consume a lot of their resources, and this will also risk being discovered by the country of Great Chongqing, which will lead to the country's hatred of Britain. Moreover, going to the War country is different from going to the Golden Horde. Going to the War country can bypass the route of the Great Yu Kingdom and go from the outside of Ryukyu, and can even transport goods directly from their North American colonies to the War country. But now the Korean waters are all controlled by the Great Yu Kingdom. Their merchant ships would be very dangerous. This time he was able to arrive here, all relying on Wilson's rich maritime experience. But he really needs this Golden Horde for his use, because he came here not only to deal with the Great Yu Kingdom, but also a more important enemy to deal with. These are the barbarians in the European population, the Russians. According to Kerry, the continuous expansion of the Russians has reached the north of the Golden Horde, and for European countries, Russia's expansionism is extremely dangerous. Because these barbarians' desire for land has reached a level of obsession, as long as there is any chance, they will occupy more land. 6 months ago, Queen Vladimir of the United Kingdom's slogans fight for the interests of the British Empire in Parliament. Since then, Britain has officially begun to expand in Asia. According to their plan, they will use India as their base and continue to cannibalize Asian countries until they spread the interests of Britain to all of Asia. It's just that they didn't expect that the Great Yu country became their confidant at this time, and at the same time the expanding Russians also arrived in Asia. Compared to the Great Yu, the arrival of the Russians makes them even more intolerable. No European country likes rude Russians. Of course, I will do my best, and I will also teach you how to deal with firearms. Kerry appeared polite and kind. Bshan smiled. You are really our friend. If you can help us defeat the Great Yu country, we would like to share the land of the Great Yu country with you. Kerry has a smile on his face, but he is very contemptuous in his heart. These barbarians are still stuck in the primitive instinct to seize the land, but for them now, commerce is everything. Today's British industrial products, he is confident that he can occupy 70% of the world. It is precisely because of this that Britain is so rich and powerful. Kerry nodded, and then reminded, in addition to being careful of the Great Yu country, you must also be careful of your north. A very powerful enemy has arrived there. Bshan was taken aback, and he continued, Earl Kerry is joking. There has never been an enemy in the north of Dayu Kingdom. Even if there is, it is the enemy's corpse. No one on the grassland can defeat the Golden Horde. Kerry pursed his mouth to prevent himself from laughing. The Cossacks and the Crimean Khanate were once so confident, but they were eventually conquered by the Russians. Now the Cossack cavalry is the main force for Russia to conquer the Siberian ice field. He really wanted to see if it was the Golden Horde or the Russian Cossack cavalry. I hope so. I'm just reminding you that they are a very dangerous group of people. Remember, don't trust them, or you will lose your grassland and all your land. Kerry fanned the flames. This is the main purpose of his mission to the War Kingdom and the Golden Horde. What they want is the protracted war in this region, and at the same time support the War Kingdom against the Russians, both of which are island nations. He is very clear about what the War Kingdom wants. The two hit it off immediately, and both Bshan and Kerry were in high spirits. Then, the two were eating mutton and drinking mercumin. Although he disliked these two sorrowful things in his heart, when he thought of the beautiful Queen Vladimir, he suddenly felt that he could dedicate everything. 8. Chapter 750. Conquer the gun. Along with the Mesa gunshots, the target in the middle of the shooting range has more bullet holes after another. 6 shots. 4 shots. After checking the number of bullet holes, the craftsman told Song Chimping the result. Not bad, 2 more shots than flintlock. Chen Chi pinched his waist and looked at the results of the shooting. Today, he and Song Chimping are testing new weapons. Song Chimping nodded in satisfaction. In order to be able to compare the difference between the flash cap firing rifle and the flintlock firing rifle, he deliberately transferred 2 elite soldiers from the King's army. After inspection, the flash cap firing guns manufactured in this batch have a faster firing rate, and after the water spray experiment, they can guarantee the firing rate better than the flintlock guns. These 2 launches are enough to change a war. Song Chimping sighed slightly. He had been busy for more than 2 months for the flash hat firing gun. Now the first batch of 6,000 flash hat firing rifled guns has been produced, which can be officially equipped with the army. The reason why the flash hider can be produced so quickly is because of the steam engine. With the proficient use of steam locomotive lathes and 2 new production lines, it is now very simple to manufacture barrels and rifling. The production of muskets is separated from the previous cumbersome process and goes directly to the assembly and production of accessories, which greatly improves the production speed of muskets. This is also the reason why the flash hider can produce so many batches soon after the development, and if it is not for the lack of materials, they can produce more. However, in view of this, now the Ministry of Military Aircraft has ordered that the firearms equipped by the Army of the Great U State will be returned to the military workshop in batches for modification in order to reduce the production cost of firearms. These firearms, in addition to the flintlocks without rifling, also include matchlock guns seized from each battle. Of course, unqualified barrels need to be returned to the steel mill for smelting. Chen Qi rubbed his eyebrows. It's just that I don't think these 2 times will be of much use. On the contrary, constantly innovating weapons will add a lot of burden to the court's treasury. 2 shots are enough to change a war. We can't stop innovating weapons because of waste. We are lazy, but the enemy's firearms are constantly improving. Song Qingping said, now Dayu is only fighting with Jioli and Jinzhang. It's just fighting the Khanate. If you fight with the Dutch, you won't have much advantage with the same number of people, but it's different with new weapons. Song Qingping retorted. Chen Qi said, the main reliance on the battlefield is artillery. This short-term battle mainly relies on the long range of the artillery to disrupt the enemy's formation. The musket array is just a shot in the air. Is this true? Song Qingping's face flushed. Chen Qi's words made him unable to refute. He was right. During this period of time, the army of Great Chongqing relied mainly on artillery, and the musketeers did not play their full role. But remembering the recent battle of the ancient sea city, he said, but in this battle of the ancient sea city, Yi Qian used a rifled gun to suppress the barbarian artillery. This shows that the range of the rifled gun can threaten the artillery. If your artillery is not increased, the firing range will be eliminated by muskets in the future. After a pause, Song Qingping continued, moreover, the gunpowder now has more powerful gunpowder. Now the range of the rifled gun can reach 900 meters. Chen Qi's mouth is O-shaped. Song Qingping, you are bragging. How can the range of this musket reach 900 meters? With a soft smile, Song Qingping said, we used smokeless gunpowder yesterday to test the rifled firing gun with a flash hider. The effect is amazing. The range is 900 meters and the accuracy can be guaranteed within 500 meters. At that time, I asked you to find you, but you didn't come. Chen Qi suddenly remembered that Song Qingping did visit him yesterday. At that time, he was discussing the rifled gun with the craftsman, and he did not have time to pay attention. Are you planning to let the artillery out of the battlefield? Chen Qi smiled bitterly. Fortunately, rifled guns have made progress now. Song Qingping was playing with a paper shell bullet. The bullet was filled with smokeless powder and cone-shaped projectiles. Relying on the rifled gun, the power of the musket was greatly increased. Chen Qi mentioned the rifled gun. He suddenly became interested and said, hasn't your rifled gun been without progress? It didn't exist before. But the Emperor personally sent me a set of drawings, and this matter is no longer difficult. Why? Chen Qi shook his head. In the past, the rifled gun was always loaded from the front by the craftsman. The rifled gun would soon be smoothed by the shells. I didn't understand until I read the drawings given by the Emperor that the rifled gun should be loaded from behind the buttocks. So I'm studying the rear-mounted artillery. Song Qingping couldn't help laughing when he heard the words, this man uses his mouth when he eats, but he uses his butt. Speaking of this, he suddenly stopped laughing with a strange expression. He knew very well that artillery and muskets were actually the same. Now the Emperor gave Chen Qi this drawing for the same purpose. Is this also telling him that artillery and muskets work? Thinking of this, Song Qingping no longer chatted with Chen Qi, but went straight to the line with a new type of firearm. After reported, He saw Xiao Ming. "Is this the flash hat rifled firing gun?" Xiao Ming took the musket in Song Qingping's hand with interest. In fact, after Song Qingping's experiment, he got the data of this kind of gun. The range is 900 meters, and the accuracy is guaranteed within 500 meters. And this data finally reached the contemporary Min rifle standard. It is not easy to get to this point. For him, the gun has also opened a new chapter. Yes, the Emperor. Song Qingping showed off. This new musket has completely surpassed the previous rifled flintlock in terms of range and rate of fire, and it will not worry about misfire due to rain. Nodded excitedly, Xiao Ming laughed, and he was not surprised that Song Qingping took out this gun, because now Kingzhu's industrial standards can produce this type of gun. This small change on the rifled flintlock is very simple. Nowadays foreign enemies look around. This gun came out in time. Xiao Ming played with this gun. He pondered for a moment and said, "How about this type of gun called the Zhanglu gun?" "Conquering the musket?" Song Qingping said. "Does the Emperor mean to use this musket against the barbarians?" "Yes, the Golden Horde has always been a major disaster in the north. Until now, Great Duke can only adopt a defensive position. Now with this long-range musket, it will be easier to deal with the barbarian cavalry." The workshop focused on refitting and manufacturing this kind of musket. "When the Great Duke country regained its national power, I will swipe the northern expedition." Xiao Ming clenched his fists. Only in addition to the border troubles in the north, he can participate in the great sailing era with peace of mind. Otherwise the barbarians will always contain most of his forces, which makes him uncomfortable.